Woo! Hello, everyone. Welcome to Subtle Asian Book Club's first ever virtual conference, Subtle Asian Book Con, where we're gathering together online to celebrate Asian stories. I'm Tiffany, one of the co-hosts of Subtle Asian Book Club.
And I'm Alexandra, another co-host of Subtle Asian Book Club, and we're super excited to have you all here. If you don't know, Subtle Asian Book Club is a book club dedicated to amplifying Asian authors and Asian stories. Each month we read a book by an Asian author and we discuss it on our various social media channels, including Discord, which is one of our most popular. So if you want fruitful discussions on all the books, be sure to join our Discord. And we also try to have live show discussions with authors and other special guests on our YouTube, hopefully monthly.
Yes, we're very excited to kick off our first ever conference, and we know that you're probably excited to hear from the amazing authors, publishing professionals, fellow book lovers, and more. So why don't we just dive right into it so we don't talk too much. And first, we would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Jason Chu. So Jason Chu is the Director of Communications at Hate is a Virus, and we've actually worked with Hate is a Virus in the past. Specifically, last year, we helped raise over $2,000 in support of fighting anti-AAPI racism. We had some really amazing and super kind authors donate signed books, some sponsor donate signed, not signed cookies, but like cookies, stationery, other cute things. And it was just a really fun time. And we're super excited to have Jason here with us today. So Jason, take it away.
Yay!
Thank you, Tiffany and Zan, for that wonderful introduction. And thanks for having me here. Subtle Asian Book Con. It's really wonderful to be with y'all in this virtual space and hopefully one day real life spaces as well. My name's Jason Chu. I'm a rapper, educator, and activist, and I serve as Director of Communications at Hate is a Virus. For those who have not heard of us, Hate is a Virus is a nonprofit community of mobilizers and amplifiers. We gather to dismantle racism and hate. We were founded in 2020, in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic and the surge of anti-Asian racism. Although I do want to point out that anti-Asian racism in America and elsewhere around the globe did not originate with the COVID-19 pandemic, right? And this is something I'll speak on further. But we were formed in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic in order to be able to help educate, gather, empower, and mobilize our community. Over the last couple years, we've raised $1 million with our Community Action Fund. So many thanks to Subtle Asian Book Club for helping out with that. We've co-organized a Changemakers Youth Leadership Summit in coordination with Act to Change. And we've also used our social media presence on Instagram, TikTok, and elsewhere to, again, educate and connect our community. So I'm actually really honored and really happy to be here at a book con because words and language have turned out to actually really take a central part in my own personal life, right? So speaking just for myself, words, language, literature, art has actually kind of become my livelihood very unexpectedly. Right, as a kid, Chinese American kid, growing up in suburban Delaware, which was pretty white in suburban Delaware. For me, it was actually art that shaped me as a child, right? And I'll say there were two primary sources. One is rap music and hip hop culture. I found a vocabulary for racial identity, an ear for voices from the margins, in the sounds of rap music and the culture of hip hop. And in another way also, growing up, did not have a lot of Asian American community around me. But what I had was books. My mom, she actually is a librarian. And so she'd be very proud that I'm here right now. And so my mom being a librarian, every week, we would go to the library and we'd pull a bunch of selections. We'd take them home and I'd read them all weekend. That's why I wear glasses, because I would read all night. Literally, one time my mom came into my room when I was like 12 and I was reading a paperback under the nightlight, under the little nightlight that we had so I could see and go to the bathroom at night. I was down there reading paperback books. And that's
Very
why,
relatable.
yeah, y'all know the vibes. and it was authors. It was authors of color. It was Lawrence Yep, and then as I got older, it was Jean Lewin Yang, and voices like these that shaped my understanding. I didn't know a lot of Asian American narratives around me, but it was authors like these that helped me understand that being Chinese American, being Asian American, is not only normal, but all of the adventures, right? The stories that I was reading had people who had names like mine and my sister's, who had stories, whether that was historical fiction, whether that was young adult fiction, whether that was, just these narratives that I was taking in, normalized and grounded our experiences and taught me our history at a time when so many of us know, right? In high school and in classes, unless you consciously seek it out, you don't learn about what it is to be Asian American. You just get told stereotypes. And by reading books by them, and then since then, I've made friends and I have a lot of acquaintances who are in the literary world, people like Wendy Xu or Min Jin Lee. These are all people who have helped shape and be in conversation with my own growing understanding of racial identity. So, this is a quick keynote, but I want to touch a little bit on the idea that representation matters, right? We've heard this said a lot, especially in the last 4 to 5 years. There's been this growing conversation about representation matters, right? And I want to say yes and no. I think that representation matters if we know what we're representing, right? Because the reality is, and this is a phrase that's very common in the Black community, the reality is that not all skin folk is kinfolk. And what I mean by that, right, is just because a creator, an author, a character has names that sound like ours or faces that look like ours, it doesn't mean that we're actually representing Asian America. And so the reason that I named the creators that I did is because these are people who are not just Asian American or not just Asian, but these are people who helped us reimagine the world we know. And what I mean by that is, to make progress, we can't just see ourselves in the world that already exists. Because I don't know how y'all feel about this. I personally feel that the world as it exists, as it's commonly imagined, is deeply broken, has so many flaws, so many issues. And that's because the world that we are taught to know is actually manufactured by the powers that be, right? The powers that benefit from keeping that system in place. What we need is to reimagine two things. We need to imagine the world as it really was, and the world as it now and one day could be. And so as we seek out sources of inspiration through the arts, whether that's, literature, graphic novels, film and TV, music, visual arts, dance, we need to seek out art and inspiration that tells us the world as it really was, right? Things like, and I'll speak to my context, right? The Asian American context. And this applies in other ways globally. But the world as it was is not the stories that we often get told, right? And for example, in the historical fiction work of a Lawrence Yep, I learned the history of Asian America, right? Not this whitewashed version of history that marginalizes us from the narratives and elides our stories from even those margins. But the world as it really was, the history of the Asian American movement. This is why it's so important to seek out work that is not only from Asian Americans, but from an informed, educated, aware perspective. And the world as it could be, right? The world as it could be today and as it could be in the future. We need more now than ever, a revolutionary consciousness and imagination. And literature is such a great place. I've learned nearly all I know about organizing, about ethnic consciousness, about building a better future from the words of mentors, friends, and creators. So to close, I just want to say, whether you are an author, whether you're an appreciator of authors and literature, um, let's seek less to try to inspire others. Let's seek more to just create and to take in good work. I think that being inspired over the last couple years of growing racial consciousness, I've seen so many folks say, oh, my goal is to inspire. And I think that inspiration is something that comes and it goes, but the best way to inspire is to create good, informed, excellent work. If we can create that, if we can take that in, that is what will wind up inspiring us. I hope that I've helped. I hope that I've kicked this off well. Again, very proud to be here. Please reach out to Hate is a Virus, at Hate is a Virus on all social medias. You can also follow me everywhere if you have any questions or would like to connect further. Tiffany and Zan, thank you again. Congratulations on this Subtle Asian Book Con. And I hope the rest of the day goes even better than the last 10 minutes have. Thank you so much for having me, folks.
Thank you so much. That was so, I know you said like we shouldn't aim to inspire, but so inspiring and like so moving. So we're super grateful to have you on, and we hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. We wanted to give a quick shout out to this auction fundraiser that we have going on our Instagram. Thank you so much to Illumicrate, M Essentials, and Domi for donating various products. Be sure to bid on our Instagram at Subtle Asian Book Club. All proceeds will be donated towards Very Asian Foundation's May Book Project. This month, the Very Asian Foundation is partnering with We Need Diverse Books to launch the May Book Project to help schools and libraries build and maintain a robust Asian American youth literature collection. So, would highly recommend checking it out. And with that being said, we'll move on to our first panel, which is moderated by our very own Tiffany. So please give us a moment as we gather the authors.
Woo! Thank you everyone for joining us for our first panel of the day to kick off. It's your world and we're just living in it, as in you are the fantasy world authors and we are just super blessed to be in your presence and to be reading your works. I'm Tiffany again, as we mentioned, but let's do a quick round of introductions. If you could please introduce yourself as well as some of your works. Why don't we kick it off with, I have Christian on this side.
Sure. Hi, I'm FCE. I wrote The Epic Crush of Jeannie Lo, The Iron Will of Jeannie Lo, and in a partnership with Nickelodeon, Avatar, The Last Airbender, The Rise of Kyoshi, and Shadow of Kyoshi.
We can go down.
Okay. All right. My name is Nevo. I wrote The Empress of Salt and Fortune and When the Tiger Came Down the Mountain, which is part of the novella Seeing Hills cycle. And I have published The Chosen the Beautiful, and most recently Siren Queen, which is a story of a Chinese American actress making her way in a fairyland Hollywood.
Woo! Super exciting.
And I think there's just me left. So hi, my name is Vaishnavi Patel, and I just have one book out. It came out last month, and it's a adult fantasy myth retelling called Gaikai.
Woo, all of them are super amazing. I had the lucky chance of reading some of your works beforehand, and I'm just very honored to be in your presence and also very thankful for you guys just jumping in right after that keynote. So we're very lucky to have you all here today. So we sent questions beforehand, but also we'll be taking some live questions if anyone has them. But we can just start off by talking about, how do you incorporate elements of your background and heritage into your books? Do you have any specific processes when it comes to research? And feel free, anyone can just jump in and we can just go around the horn.
Sure, I'll start. There's probably like three sources. Some of them are better, and some of them are better than others. The first is just taking elements of your everyday life. You are your background. So the things that are familiar and tangible to you, if they're represented within the book, they'll come across to folks, even if somebody who hasn't experienced that particular element, due to how specific it'll be, they'll kind of understand that's a part of someone's real life. Second area would and falling under the category of research. I mean, you can do research specifically for a particular topic that you'd like to write about, and it helps. It certainly helps. It makes you come across like you know what you're talking about. But the thing is, a lot of times that type of research will happen is you'll have to show it off, and it'll sometimes look like you're showing it off, and so it's necessary, but oftentimes it's not that. It sometimes doesn't feel that organic. The last thing is that type of research that you do that comes across as more organic is the kind where you just read things. They don't have to be related to a ongoing project. They're things that you're just interested in. That type of thing will make it into, I find, makes it into works and just informs character and story, and it's not like you're showing off anything. Because I think at that point, because you're reading something because you're interested in it, it becomes part of you, and it goes back to the first category.
Very insightful.
Okay. For me, part of there's of course the research that goes into trying to get things as right as possible, and also the understanding of knowing that you're going to mess it up at some point. But for me, a lot of the places where my books start is the idea of looking into what's missing. Because I think part of being marginalized in the United States, part of being Asian American, part of being queer is the fact that you're so often this black hole as far as general media is concerned. There is this place where you're supposed to be that you're not, and there's a place where your loved ones and your friends are and they're just not there either. So one of the best ways for me to start my research and for me to start out where I want a story to hit as hard as it can is in those gaps, like who isn't there, who is missing. It's like doing a roll call of your loved ones and not having any of them answer, and how terrifying and awful is that. So the idea is, there are these enormous cracks in conventional narrative, and there's also an enormous amount of leverage you can have once you stick a crowbar in there as well.
Yeah, I think those are all amazing responses. And being in a myth and historical retelling space, I sort of have a bit of a different answer, which is that I was writing a book that was sort of entirely inspired by this myth. And the hardest part for me was I did an enormous amount of research, and I read the actual Ramayana as well as all of the other versions that have spread across South and Southeast Asia. And then I sort of had all of these choices to make because I was writing more of sort of a what if retelling that is like, what if this important part of the Ramayana actually happened differently? And so I ended up making a lot of changes to the original story. And it was hard to sort of balance that between honoring my background and my tradition and changing it to make it a different story and this character's own story. And I think, just reading everything I could get my hands on, every translation, scholarly article, etc., was extremely important to me. But at the end of the day, I kind of felt like I had to make my own choices and then accept the consequences, which is that, a lot of people have been in some ways angered by my choices to change my background or accused me of not being Indian enough or Hindu enough to write this story. And so just sort of accepting that, people of my background are not a monolith. So not everybody's going to like it. Not everybody has to like it, but sort of being at peace that I have done all of the research and everything that I've changed has been my choice, was sort of really important to me.
Yeah, I think you all bring up a really great point of how your experiences are your own. And if you make changes or maybe mistakes when it comes to crafting your own characters and worlds, that's also your own too. I realized I also just threw in like a very difficult question as the first question. So thank you for taking that in stride. So why don't we flip to something a bit quote unquote easier and having you tell us what is your favorite and least favorite part of writing a fantasy world?
I can start. So my favorite part is that you get to have magic, and like I just love imagining worlds with magic. I mean, that's what makes fantasy in many ways, but I think what I really enjoy about it is figuring out how the speculative elements tie into the like theme of the story and the characters of the story, because it's not just that they're divorced of any relationship to what's happening on the page, and figuring out all of those little relationships both in this book and what I'm currently drafting has been a lot of fun. I think the least favorite for me is I feel like maybe I shouldn't admit this, but I'm like really bad at world building, and like I suffer a lot from white room syndrome the first time around. And I think that especially in fantasy, there's a lot of like expectation to have this extremely detailed world building, whereas like I'm kind of like, I don't care what's in the room. I don't care, like, so I have to sort of go back and add all of that in. And I think that's a expectation both in historical and in fantasy, a way that it's not as much of an expectation in some genres. And so I struggle with that.
As the panel title says, it's your world and we're just living in it. It's okay if it's a white room. We'll just take it as it comes.
Okay, for me, my favorite part is basically the first 20% of a novel. That is the point when the possibilities are just about endless. You are just entering the world and you can do anything. Every problem can be fixed with a dragon, which is definitely one of the reasons why I write fantasy. And my least favorite part is when you get past that 20% and the doors start shutting. If you set your world up right, there's only one way that story goes, or at least that's how I draft. And then I reach the point where I can't solve everything with the dragon. The dragon actually needs to be a part of the world. It needs to be, foreshadowed and set up, and it needs to feel like an adequate payoff rather than just this wonderful thing I can drop in the middle and make everyone deal with. So those are very much the twin poles for me of, best time, worst time for writing.
I was gonna say, it's funny you mentioned the white room syndrome, because in my Trump novels, they all have like a broad stone floor with nothing on it, because I didn't have to describe anything.
That makes me feel bad.
I think what my favorite is once the ground rules are laid for a magic system or an economy or a technical system or whatever, figuring out cool new uses and innovative applications of it. But then the bending obviously comes to mind. But then my least favorite part is trying to figure out explanations for how come everyone doesn't do that then, or why hasn't said thing proliferated and taken over and become and dominated the world building culture of what that is. So do a lot of hand waving. The fortunate thing is that at least in a martial arts culture context, you'd say like, yeah, we just didn't teach that technique to everyone. It's secret. It's not. That's why not everyone can do the. That's why not everyone can do the 5-point exploding heart palm technique, because we didn't teach it to everybody.
Love it. Love to see that. We actually got a question from someone who's watching asking, what is a part of your culture you still want to explore in your writing? Of course, all of our backgrounds and our heritage are very, very expansive. There's so much we could potentially explore. So is there anything you still maybe are interested in incorporating, or maybe something if you maybe think is intimidating, you would love to one day incorporate?
That's a really, really good question. The first thing that actually comes to my mind is, especially writing as someone who is Asian American, one of the things that really that I've always wanted to include, and hopefully I do, is the concept of diaspora, both recovering from it, surviving it, celebrating it as well, which is, as it is distinct from the world that my parents grew up in. There's that, and there's the fact that I really would love to get a sense of space and a sense of climate, because there's Vietnam, which is tropical with rainy seasons and dry seasons, and I would love to see more of that in fantasy. There's also the fact that I'm more or less a native Midwesterner, and the world that looks right to me is there we go.
Where are you from? Sorry, I'm like
I'm
railing
originally
you.
from Central Illinois, actually, Peoria, and I'm in Milwaukee now. So I'm actually up in
I
the
grew
Great
up
Lakes at the
in
moment.
I grew up in Schaumburg or near
Oh, there you
Schaumburg.
go. Yeah, you're just a
Yeah.
little bit south of us. Yeah.
Yeah.
So for me, the world that looks right is utterly flat. There's nothing between me and the horizon, and that's exactly what I would like to see, actually, in terms of my personal culture.
Just flatland.
No, there is nothing there.
There's nothing.
And the thing is, the distances start to mess with you because you're like, how far away is that grain silo? And it's either like 2 or 7 miles, and you can start walking towards it. It's not going to look any smaller. So,
It's always the grain silo too.
and it's all you have. There's the grain silo and that one tree, and something following you through the corn or the soy. Yep.
That's
I
a
would.
great premise for a horror.
I'd love. Oh yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I would love to see that intertwined with just like the beautiful tropics of like Vietnam.
So for me, there is actually something that I want to explore and I'm hoping to explore in future books, which is that in Kaikai, I'm taking the perspective of a a human woman who feels very wronged by her culture and her religion. And that's definitely one perspective. And it was important to me to talk about patriarchy in my culture. But I also think that I don't want to give the false impression that Hinduism is any more or less patriarchal than any other religion. I mean, I do a lot of like women's rights work in the US, so I like definitely know that's not the case. But I really want to write from the perspective of some of the or stories about some of the female gods in Hinduism because they also play really important roles in myths, and it kind of shows a much more progressive or powerful side of how women are viewed in Hinduism that I think would be really interesting and great to portray. So that's something that is like on the list of what I want to explore. I just am like, can I really write from the perspective of a river, for example? Like I'm not sure I'm capable yet, but we'll find out.
I would like to explore the 100 schools of thought period where there are a lot of philosophies, competing philosophies in China, of which Confucianism and legalism were only some of them. I'm particularly interested in Moism, which is defunct, and but it was basically like this utilitarian philosophy that produced a lot of besides thinkers, a lot of engineers who were basically trying to do social good, and just throughout the centuries it just became not forgotten, but largely overshadowed by other schools of thought.
Yeah, that's super cool. So let's jump a little bit into some more targeted questions that I have sent you guys. So FCE, the Kyoshi novels revisit the popular series and world of Avatar: The Last Airbender. I'm a massive fan. I'm sure many of us are massive, massive fans of this world. What has your experience been like writing IP, and are there any challenges writing in an already established and very well loved world?
Yeah, I had Gene and Faith and all of the folks who are writing with the existing characters have a much tougher job, and I don't envy them. Because a part of their challenges that they face that I don't have to face is working with existing characters and getting them from point A to point B. So I was able to have a lot more freedom in certain cases. It certainly helped that Kyoshi is the far past compared to the main series due to the mistake lore with her age being so as great as it is. So I could kind of hand wave anything that happened. But basically, I was given pillars of things around bending and culture. But from that point on, there was a lot of room to explore the IP, to try to figure out how things turned out the way they might have, what predominant attitudes might have been during in a time period or in a location. So just being able to basically the guidance was you're allowed to play with things as long as they come up with a good, like a decent story. So using those as the posts, that turned into that's what turned into the book.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad that it all worked out because I had a great time reading it, and I'm sure everyone else did too. Vaishnavi, Kaikei is a retelling of a South Asian epic centering around a character that was previously vilified. How did you develop a concrete story about a side character of a retelling within the confines of the original work?
Yeah, so I mean, this was like the big question for me with Kaikei, and it's both a myth and a religious story, but it's also fairly grounded in history, and a lot of people from the region and from my religion believe that it really happened, and so it was sort of a hard line to walk in terms of you're changing history, which happens all the time in historical fiction, but is also a religious belief. So it's very deeply held, and how to deal with that. And so I kind of ended up compromising to both serve the story and to have like this epic still be as respected as possible, that I would end Kaikei's story with everything set up for the original epic to happen as it always does. And I think I'm probably about to spoil a 3,000 old epic / maybe the ending of Kaikei a little bit, but the story ends with Ram, or Kaikei's story ends with Ram, the hero, like finally becoming the hero he was meant to be, setting off to defeat the Demon King and get his wife back. And the way we get there is very different. And Ram, for much of the story, is sort of an antagonistic force to Kaikei. But by the end, I hope that I tried my best to have him be transformed into the person he's meant to be. So in some ways, I call Kaikei my what if story. Like, what if all of the background to the epic happened completely differently than we're told in the 2 chapters in which it happens in the 24,000 verse long epic. But at the end of the day, to strike that balance, I still end the story in the same spot it would always have ended. And that's the balance that I struck. I mean, I've gotten reader feedback from both sides, like, how dare you touch this character? How dare you change Ram? And also, like, it doesn't go far enough. Like, it should have changed the whole Ramayana. So there's no pleasing everybody, but I'm personally satisfied with where the story ended, and I think that's the best that I can hope for.
Definitely great to hear. Nevo, the Empress of Salt and Fortune leverages oral storytelling as a means to convey a secondary story. And I think when I was stalking Goodreads reviews, many people really just like praise the way you storytell, like you use your narration style and you have a very specific voice within fantasy. So how did you develop your voice and utilize this narration style in your past fantasy books, but also maybe your future ones as well?
Okay, so when it comes to actually deciding on fantasy voice, I think I had a lot more leeway than a lot of other people did because I've only been in traditional publishing for about 2 years. So Empress came out in 2020, which is basically just 3 weeks after lockdown happened. But I've actually been a full-time writer for about, I think, 15 years at this point. I've been a ghostwriter, I've been a copywriter, and when you're doing things like trying to shill vacuum parts one week and you're trying to write guides on how to raise cockroaches the next week, you start to develop a lot of different voices about how you want to convey information. And sometimes the information is, how reliable is this vacuum? And sometimes the information is, did you know that you can actually just hydrate cockroaches through putting water on egg cartons? And I'm like, okay, I have to sound like an authority, and I have to sound conversational. So I'm actually sort of painfully aware of what voices I'm using when I'm telling stories. And part of the fun of the Empress of Salt and Fortune and the whole series beyond it is it's all about telling stories and how we tell stories and the stories we tell each other and the ones we tell ourselves. So it's like every time you have to sort of like pick through a box of chocolates over what voice you want. And that is why some of the fun for me in writing my novels has been using first person, because it's one voice and I get to know that. And my considerations are that of one person rather than a sort of like something bigger that I'm trying to just wrap up into one compact part.
Wow. Life is fantasy books are like a box of chocolates, is what I'm hearing.
They really are, though. It's like, and the joy of like everything we're getting recently is, we get to pick and choose. We get to choose which voices we're going to listen to, and there's so many more than there used to be.
That's so true, and that's why we have so many great books out there. So this is kind of a deeper question. So a common theme across all your books are the strong female characters. Fantasy historically has been viewed as a very white, male-dominated genre. So how have you found space for your writing to defy these stereotypes?
Mostly I'm just looking at my friends group. It's, I mean, there are so many diverse and interesting people in my friends group. And I'm like, why don't the fantasy novels look like that? Why don't we have a sort of random assortment of martial artists and homemakers and crafters and, people who accidentally set themselves on fire? And part of that is, my friends group is, mostly we're women, and mostly we're just doing so many different things. So why shouldn't my novel look like that?
I honestly think actually my answer was going to be pretty similar, which is that something I really wanted to have in Geike was not just Geike's character and voice being well developed, but all of the other queens around her, her friends and servants. And I would just honestly like borrow parts from different female friends that I had and be like, oh, she's like very X and very Y. And so nobody's inspired by one single person, but there's just so much variation in all people, but in women that we don't often get to see because they're just put into these like more narrow boxes within fantasy narratives. So just letting them have the same depth and treatment that you would give any other character.
Do your friends know who may be based on who?
They have guesses, but thankfully for me, when they ask, I did not make any one person based on any one person, mostly because I was afraid of this.
I mean, I'd be answering this from a different angle, but for me, it feels weird when a male author is like, okay, I got to gear up to write a woman. Like I'm gonna prep. I'm gonna we're getting ready for like that's weird. Just write. I don't have a great answer for this. Just yeah.
Honestly, very valid. Very valid. So this kind of goes into one of the reader questions we had earlier about things you want to explore. So fantasy itself is a very expansive genre. There's sci-fi, there's speculative fiction, there's urban fantasy. Are there any subsets that you would like to explore? And then I guess as a follow-up to that, outside of fantasy, would you ever want to explore like a different genre, like maybe dive into romance, nonfiction, write a memoir?
I don't know about non-fantasy genres, but I've always had this dream of writing this like super weird alternate history with like no fantasy elements. It's just an alternate history that's kind of dark, which is like, what if British colonialism never ended and it like continues, or all the European powers colonialism, as well as I'm not trying to say that, okay, reset. What if just colonialism never ended, but it's set in a British colony in like 1990, and based on sort of a lot of scholarly research about how extreme violence was used to tamp down rebellion and revolution, and the question being like, what if they continued to do that instead of sort of giving up in many places? But I'm obviously like still in the thinking about it stage, but I really want to write an alternate history about that.
This is what you're studying in school, right? I know you're like, congrats on graduating.
Oh, thank you. No, I do civil rights law, so not very related to colonial history, but I love the topic.
For me, one thing that I really have wanted to write lately is I want to write a Gothic. I loved Crimson Peak. I had a lot of fun and a lot of interesting speculation when it comes to The Haunting of Bly Manor and The Haunting of Hill House, and I want to write a Gothic. I wanted to write a big, beautiful house, and I want to take it and I want to twist it to all sorts of themes of diaspora and monstrousness, and for me, the Gothic is the idea of sickness and unwellness and things that fester if they're not often looked to or tended. And I think that has such interesting implications for a community in diaspora or an individual who is existing in a world where they're alone and surrounded by, dark and malign forces. And I want like a lot of ghosts and a lot of dead people. So that's kind of where I want to go. That's definitely a thing that I want to do.
I think I would like to write middle grade humor. I think it would be kind of replenishing rather than draining and writing more darker fantasy stuff. Being able to delight in what's going on in the pages would be a nice change of pace.
So flipping back from what you want to write to maybe things that you're currently working on, can fans of yours expect any upcoming projects, anything you're excited to potentially share in the future that we should be keeping an eye out for?
Go ahead.
No, please.
Okay, right now I am working on Singing Hills 4. Singing Hills 3, which is called Into the Riverlands, is coming out in October, which is basically about immortal martial artists in the Riverlands, which I'm super excited to have everyone read. I finished the sort of sequel novella to The Chosen and the Beautiful just earlier this year, but we probably won't see that until 2025, which sounds like an imaginary year to me. So let's see. I've got another novel I'm writing next year, Singing Hills 5, and and I've got this kind of magical bank robber story that I'm writing, but I don't think anyone wants that yet. So
no, we do.
I was about to say.
It's northern Wisconsin bank robbers, and there are ghost roads, and there's basically this kid who gets picked up by a pair of bank robbers because they were showing off too much about how much they know cars from the 30s. So
you had me at northern Wisconsin.
Right? That's such a fantastic
That's a place that needs more books set there.
It really does. It's fantastic. But yes.
I'm working on the next Avatar series, and Dawn of Yang Chen will be out on July 19th of this year, and then the sequel to follow after that. And then, go ahead. Oh, I was gonna say, yeah. So if anybody is planning on purchasing the book, pre-orders help all authors. So there's that. And then as far as for non-Avatar related materials, I am actually working on that book about the Moas and their engineering and siege capabilities. And I'm gonna be that's an independent project that I'm just kind of kicking around.
Very exciting.
I am nowhere near as prolific. I'm like working on book 2, which is a standalone myth retelling, but mostly right now I'm just like trying to pass the bar. So not writing a ton right now.
But very important as well. She's best of luck. So we have around 10-ish minutes left. So I have some questions for a speed round if you would like to entertain me. So the first question is, we talked a lot about books, but do you have a favorite fantasy show? This might be kind of hard.
I'm so embarrassed that my favorite fantasy show right now is Taboo. It is terrible. I am so mad that I like it. It makes me so angry, but I couldn't stop watching it. So hopefully it's out of my system now. But that's the only answer I've gotten. I'm kind of ashamed of myself. So there we go.
I'm trying to think of what shows I'm watching that count as fantasy.
Show/movie to make things easier.
Oh. I mean, if you count sci-fi, Upload is really enjoyable. And touches on a lot of. It manages to be funny and touching on a lot of relevant issues at the same time, and and still have a lot of silly humor.
I don't watch a ton of TV or movies, sadly. I was gonna ask, like, does Bridgerton count as fantasy?
Yes.
So then I'm gonna pick that.
Season 2, amazing. We love to see enemies to
We love
lovers.
it.
You guys are all probably really busy, so I don't know how much time you guys have to read outside of your own busy schedules, but do you have a most anticipated book of 2022 for the latter half, or maybe 2023 that you're looking forward to?
Okay.
Sasha Lamb's When the Angels Left the Old Country, which is about an angel and a devil coming from the shuttle in the Pale and coming to the United States, and it gives me all the diaspora feels and all of the immigrant feels, and it's going to be so much fun.
I'm waiting for the final book in Andrea Stewart's Bone Shard series. I just really need to know what happens to Mephi, the cute animal companion. So.
I'm really looking forward to the sequel to Ninth House by Lee Bardugo. I think it's called Hellbent. But yeah, I want. I've been waiting long enough. I want that to be out yesterday.
It's been a couple of years since the first one, so it's very exciting to have the next one come out soon. So next question is, what was your gateway fantasy book that got you really like hooked on the genre? Book, movie, show, whatever got you to become like, I love fantasy.
I mean, my honest answer is not a great one, which is Harry Potter. But I read the first book when I was like 5, so it was kind of the first like real book I read. I don't know. But Percy Jackson like cemented it for me. When the first book came out and I read it, I was like, because I had to wait for every book, which I had not had to do before. And that was like, I was just like salivating. I was like, I need more. I was also in like 2nd or 3rd grade. So it was more acceptable behavior.
Yeah, I'd read fantasy, the usual greatest hits, but just read it to read it. But yeah, Percy Jackson was when in my mind I was like, I'm gonna do this. Yeah, I'm gonna do this now.
Lawrence Yep, Dragon of the Lost Sea, actually, which is it was so good and so strange and so odd and so familiar at once. And if I can just be half as good as he is about world building and characters that you love, I will die happy.
So many great books. So I guess the final speed round question would be, what's a fantasy power that you would love to have?
Oh, that's good.
I get asked this question a bunch in terms of like what type of bending you would like, and it used to always vary. But as you're writing, as I write the books, and also as I get older, it's like healing. Anytime healing gets to be a power, that's really the most useful and the one that you end up really wanting.
I don't know. I think I just got to say it, but I want to be an earthbender. I want to be Avatar Kyoshi. That's exactly what I want. So, how about that? I want to be able to make the world open up, and I want to make it listen, or I'm going to make an earthquake happen.
I love that. This might be more of a sci-fi power, but the one power that whenever I see it, I'm like, I wish I had this, is teleportation. Because just think about how much transportation time you would save. And also like you could go anywhere, like at any time.
I miss my friends.
Yeah. Imagine being able to teleport to your friends, to your family, across the world. I don't know. I feel like that's my favorite.
Never have to be stuck just walking towards that flat land of like towards
you
the
grain
grain
mill.
to
the grain silo.
And then you find out that it's still 7 miles away, and you're like, oh no, I'm not in a sci-fi novel. I'm in a horror novel.
Well, those are all the questions we had prepared. Do you have any lasting messages maybe you want to give to your fans or readers, people who are interested in writing fantasy, interested in getting into fantasy? Just the world is your oyster.
The comment I would have is that there literally is no barrier to entry. Like you don't have to wait to write fantasy or get permission, and you don't even have to like decide you're good enough or experienced enough. You can just start. You'll literally get better with every round of practice or every word you put down.
How about the world needs your stories? It's we all do, and the world wouldn't be the world without you in it, and stories wouldn't be what they are without your stories. So that.
I'm not really sure how to follow that. I mean, yeah, I have been in publishing for like a very short amount of time, and I've just always constantly been wishing that there were more people like me who are debuting with me or like around. So every person that enters like really counts and really makes a difference, and it's felt like we feel it. So.
Well, thank you all so much for your inspiring words and just taking the time out of your busy schedules to be here with us today for our virtual book conference for fellow book lovers. We're so grateful to have you, and I need Alexandra back because I'm not good at the technology. So where is she?
Hello, I'm back.
So thank you all so much for being here with us today. Our next panel will be starting at 10 a.m. Pacific time, which is 1 p.m. Eastern time. StreamYard's weird where if the authors drop, they just drop. So thank you for being here with us today, and we hope to see you guys at the next panel or next event.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you joining. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
All righty. we are super excited to kick off our next panel, and we are super excited to introduce the mod of that panel, my Taiwanese blogging sis, love of my life, one of my very early blogging friends, Lily. So Lily, why don't you introduce your panelists and just kick off Writing 101.
Yay! Wait, sorry to interrupt. Lily, I think you're muted. And I'm going to go back.
I just Thanks. Hi, everyone. I hope you're all having an amazing weekend. Welcome to the second panel of the Subtle Asian Book Club's BookCon Writing 101, Tips for Aspiring Authors. I'm Lily, and I'm going to be moderating the panel, and I'm so excited you're here with us. We have 5 incredible writers with us here today. They're both published and soon to be published, and I thought to begin with, everyone could introduce themselves and tell the audience a little bit about themselves. Maybe we could start with M, who's right next to me.
Hey everyone, so my name is M. Liu, and I'm a science fiction fantasy author. I have a book coming out in 2023. It's called The Death I Gave Him. It's coming from Rebellion Press, and it's science fiction Hamlet retelling that's kind of like a locked room murder mystery. And it all takes place over the course of like 24 hours. Other than that, I also write some YA. I like to kind of branch out in my writing interests and put get my fingers in the pie of like as many genres as I can. And I'm really excited to be talking to everyone today.
Hi everyone, my name is Axio. I am a YA author of my first series was a sci-fi series called Rebel Soul and Rogue Heart, and then I wrote a YA K-pop romance rom-com, and then my latest novel, The Girl Who Fell Beneath the Sea, is a YA fantasy retelling, and I'm so excited to be here. This is going to be great.
Thank you for being here with us. Trin, do you want to go next?
Hi everyone, I'm Trinity, and I write young adult novels about super messy diaspora kids and even their like messier family. I'm an Adventures of Color mentee under Michelle, actually, so it's really cool for me. And I'm also a Diverse Voices mentor this year. I wrote my book, A Bun Me for Two, last year, and I recently found an agent in December. So A Bun Me for Two is about Vietnamese food. First of all, coming to terms with your own heritage and hope and healing. I've been doing revisions with my agent, and I'm about to go on sub very soon.
It's so nice to see you, Trin, after like the whole process. So I'm really glad to be here. Well, hi everyone. I'm Michelle Kwok, and I am also a YA author. I write YA rom-coms, and my debut novel was Not Here to Be Liked, which came out last September. And it's an enemies to lovers rom-com about this girl who wants to be editor-in-chief of her high school paper, and this boy that's less qualified but more likable who gets picked instead. She like writes this feminist rant against him, only of course to find out that she's falling for him. So lots of drama there, but yeah, just super glad to be here, and thanks for having me.
Right. Hi everyone, I'm Judy Lin. I am a YA fantasy and horror author. My debut came out in March of this year, A Magic Steeped in Poison, and it is a fantasy novel set in an empire inspired by Imperial China, and it follows Ning, a reluctant tea magician who travels to the capital to participate in a magical tea competition. So very happy to be here and to chat with you all.
Great, thank you all. So we can just jump right in. I hope you all got the questions I sent you in advance, just that so that you're sort of prepared. So something you hear writers and authors or even publishing or industry professionals talk about a lot is voice when it comes to writing. It's often said that you either have it or you don't have it just yet. So do you have any tips for aspiring writers who are just starting out or aspiring authors that are still finding and developing their voice? Anyone can just jump in when they feel comfortable.
Yeah, I think with the thing that's really cool is that every author will have their unique voice, and no one else will ever have that voice. It's only yours, which I think is so empowering. That voice is why you kind of need to write, because you're only one who can produce that voice. It's only if it's ever going to be out in the world, it'll only come from you, which I just find really empowering. And I think the way that helped develop mine was writing a lot of narrative nonfiction. Actually, I wrote a lot of, which is like kind of like memoirs. Like you kind of fictionize your life a little bit. You write about your life and you add a little bit of, some flavor and color to it. And then also writing in first person is a great tip, just because first person, in my opinion, is kind of like closer to the character. So you sort of have to it's like forces you to create a voice. And yeah, so I think those would be my tips for finding a voice and developing a voice.
Oh, you go ahead, Michelle.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I was gonna just add on to that. I think that's a really great idea, like what Ax was saying about having a character and thinking about that character. So I think that if you try it with a character that's really different from you, like force yourself to write in that person's point of view, it really makes you think about, okay, like what would this person actually say? And not only, the words they use, but what would they notice? Like for instance, if you walk into a room, you'll probably notice like maybe one character will notice like what everyone's wearing or like what their hair looks like, but then another character walks into a room and they might notice the food, or like maybe they're not noticing anything because they're just so self-absorbed. So kind of like using that as an exercise was helpful for me. And then like in doing so, your own voice in terms of how you are portraying those characters' voices will, I think, naturally come out the more you practice writing that character and kind of being outside of yourself, if that makes sense. It's kind of a paradoxical thing I found, but yeah, maybe that'll help.
Yeah, and adding on to that, I think practice is really important. For me, like similarly, I wrote a lot of fan fiction actually to get back into writing and to practice different characters' voices, and also working on my own, just because I actually wrote a lot of video game fan fiction, because it's not like a story, like a bookish medium with words, right? You're relying a lot on the appearances and the gameplay to get to know the characters. So then that way you're not really imitating somebody else's writing, but you are drawing from different like visual and the game storytelling components. And it's really helpful because you already have a world laid out to you. You can refer to like their wikis to enhance your characters and their environments without having that pressure of building your own. So that was a lot of good practice for me when I was writing fan fiction, just to explore and play, especially with character building and voice, and then just seeing like what can I bring to the story that is different from the other fanfics that have already been written. And so that helps me bring up different perspectives as well.
Yeah, I really love that. I think like for me, like the thing that is the most important for voice is just reading a lot and getting like a really wide variety of things, which is why I love the fan fiction point, because I find that like when you do read fanfic, you get such a variety of different like writing styles. It isn't really like kind of conform to one genre the way it can be sometimes when you're picking up a book. And I also really love Axi's point about like the narrative nonfiction, because I find that if you read a lot of like not just fiction, right? Like if you read nonfiction, if you read like articles, if you read like even technical writing, you really get a sense of like why it is that certain writing feels the way it does. And once you kind of like really absorb that, then it becomes a lot easier to be able to manipulate it yourself to like create what kind of voice you want. Like for me, I find that voice so much is like, it's in kind of the structure of the writing, like the diction, the specific word choices used, the sentence structure, like what kind of punctuation even sometimes. So I find that like sometimes when I'm reading and a line really strikes me as something that I'm like, oh, I really love the way that the author worded it, I'll like just write it down and kind of remember it and do my best to kind of study like why it is that I really like the way that that was written. And because if I can figure out why I like it this way, then when I'm sitting down to write, it becomes a lot easier to kind of think through the technical reasons of like how to create something that I'm also going to like. I also find that like if you deliberately set out to like imitate someone else's voice to try and like get that cadence down, you again like you understand why it is that it sounds the way it is. And then when you sit down to write your own stuff, it becomes a lot easier to create something new and different because you know how these other kind of writing voices work already. So you know how to like not just recreate it basically.
And you also, oh, sorry, Chin.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I was just going to say, because I know that Em writes across a lot of genres, and obviously I love all of Em's writing. So, and I feel like you have a very distinct voice that sort of transcends all, like you can feel, you always know that, oh, this is something Em wrote. And I feel like that's really something I love about your writing.
Oh, thank you so much.
So, Trin?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm like still figuring out the tech of this, but these are all like really great tips, and I'm like keeping them in my head too because I feel like voice is something that we continually develop. I am a much different writer than I was like a year ago when I was writing this book. And I think like that's something that's very important to keep in mind because as you grow, as your worldview changes, your voice changes with you. And there's this like one technical tip that I saw on Twitter that really, really helped me with just like writing voice in general. So don't let like rules bonker you down, especially the rules of English. When you write, like when you tell a story out loud, you don't like remind yourself like, oh shoot, like this sentence that I just said was not structurally grammatically correct. When you write or when you draft, do the same thing. Like it's okay if your character narrates with like incomplete sentences, incomplete clauses. If you start sentences with like but, like that's okay too because that's how their voice is going to be developed. That's how they talk. And I think that one of the main differences between like books and stories is that for books, like you want to get like information out. It's like very, for me, it's like very academic. But for stories, it's what you're trying to tell people. What's the messaging here? So I think that when we write, especially fiction and also like nonfiction as well, it's like, what's the story you're trying to tell people? And when you tell stories, like don't think about like, oh my God, like I didn't add a period here. I didn't have a comma. Like that's completely okay.
Yeah, definitely. In the vein of your voice changing, how do you sort of deal with that when you have, because the process, you undergo from drafting your book to revising first, based on beta readers' feedback, and then based on maybe your agents and then your editors. How do you, because it takes such a long time, how do you sort of keep the voice the same basically for your book?
I think at that point it becomes like when we were talking about how you really should get into the head of your characters and like start to really try and embody what they would notice first or what they would think, how they would phrase things, etc. I think that's when that becomes like super important. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like when I go back to like something that I haven't worked on in a while because I want to like revise it or something, I find that like it's almost like getting to know an old friend again when you're like kind of trying to get back into the head of the characters. And I think like once you have a really, really strong idea of like what your character is like and how they think and exactly how they would kind of express themselves, it becomes a little easier to, even though, you know, we're all developing all the time as writers, to kind of slip back into that specific voice that you laid out for them.
I love that. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, every time I revise, I'm adding those layers in. So yeah, so like Em said, it was getting, for me, the character work comes later in the drafting and revising process. It's hard for me to do it initially, so that's why every time I'm revising, I'm adding in those character moments and those character threads. And so I think it's like enriching the voice when I revise instead of taking away from it. So so it's really important to be in the head of your character and to really figure out what their journey is and what do they actually need versus what they think that they need. And then the story kind of follows them along the way. So I think it was Michelle that said before was that you have to pay attention to every character sees things a little bit differently in their environment. Yeah, somebody might notice like the food, somebody might notice the clothing. So yeah, just being able to maintain that understanding of your character throughout each of your drafts. And then your editor and agent will help you refine that too, because they'll point out like, this doesn't seem consistent, or, oh, this doesn't seem like authentic to what your character would be thinking at this time. Would this actually jump out at them? So it's really helpful to have those other like trusted people to critique your book so that you can get another perspective in there while you're revising too.
Yeah, and I would add one thing that I do, which I know is not everyone does this, but I like to write in silence all the time. But when you are trying to figure out voice or remember voice, sometimes it is helpful to, turn off the music and go somewhere quiet so you can hear the character speaking, like both when you're reading, like people have said, like read out loud what you've read, like that definitely helps too. But even when you're composing the dialogue, like hearing that character say it in your head can be helpful as well.
Yeah, actually, I had this issue recently where I lost my character's voice toward the end of the novel. Like I was drafting, I got to the final act, and I was like, I don't know. I forgot what her voice was like. I don't know what she would do in this. I don't know how she would express her thoughts in this moment. So I actually had to go back. I had to go back when the voice to me was the strongest, which was in the beginning of the book, and I had to reread those chapters, and then I had to revise because for me, like Judy was saying, a lot of the book, I don't know the character in the beginning of the book. I kind of like know a caricature of the characters, usually because like, I'll put like them on Pinterest. I'll be like, I'm so excited. I'll be like, these are gonna be the tropes in the book. But then when I'm revising is when I really discover the characters, when I really fall in love with them. And that voice is developed, the character's voice is developed as you go along in the book. And sometimes you do lose the thread of the voice and you kind of have to go back and really study, or not study, but you really have to see what drew you to them in the beginning, and then find that thread again. And I think that's fun about revising, finding out about your characters in that way. So yeah.
I totally agree with Judy's point, especially about like revising and like finding the character's voice as you go. Like my drafts are all like skeletons. They're like just very, very, I don't know, very bad. But as I revise, I'm like, oh wow, like this is it. Like this is how I want them to sound. And my agent suggested like this tip because we're both very like Excel sheet people. But what I did was that I made a sheet of like things that only that specific character would do. For example, like does character A only bite their lips when they're like anxious? Does character B put her hand on their hip whenever like they talk? Like do they like run down the stairs like frantically, something like that, like something that is very uniquely theirs, and then make sure that you stay with that consistency like throughout the entire manuscript. So then you develop like not just like things that they say, but things that they do that kind of like amplify their whole character. Yeah.
Yeah, so on that note, something I'm always so curious about, I'm sure your fans and your readers are curious about as well. Could you talk a little bit about your process when it comes to writing? What does it look like from having an idea to deciding, yes, that's the idea I want to go with, and drafting, and then having beta readers to having a finished book?
I can start just because I think maybe my process is a little bit different from what I've been hearing from everyone else. I actually start with the characters first. And so when I think of an idea, it's usually like I thought of the characters. And when they feel like they are real people in my head, like I'll think about it for like months. Like maybe like when I'm working on something else, it'll be in the back of my head and it might take a long time. So I like to get started early, but once they kind of feel real and I understand what their orientation and philosophy in life is, then I'm like, okay, so once I throw these characters together, like what story is going to come out? And then I kind of like watch that happen. That's why I think for me, plotting is hard. Like, it's like, that's what I'm working on in revision. It's like, oh, okay, like this needs to happen. Like something needs to happen. Like you can't just have characters talking to each other. But yeah, so for me, it goes character and then plot. And for me, I actually do outline. I like to follow, because I write rom-coms, like there's like structures in place that, you know, most movies and stories in that genre do follow. So I do follow that. And I have a spreadsheet too, but I use it. So I like lay out all the beats and then like each scene, like I just like map it onto those beats. And then as I revise, like once I start writing and I decide that I want to change the outline, then I'll change it in real time so that that spreadsheet will always be updated with the most current outline. But yeah, I prefer drafting. I don't like revising as much. But I think, yeah, I draft long. It takes me a long time, but then once I get there, then I guess like since being on contract, I haven't had any beta readers because of deadlines. It's like literally you finish it and you send it in. And so the editor is kind of the one that helps you more. But yeah, I think I have like one or two trusted friends that I'll also have them read. But now it's mostly like my editor that helps. And then, yeah, I guess like from there, I'll let other people share because I think at this point the journey is like more similar. Like it follows the publishing like timeline. Like there's like several drafts, and then finally you like get to like copy edits, which is like when you're kind of done, and then etc. But yeah, so that's kind of like my process.
Yeah, Michelle, like what you said about starting early, because I definitely believe in like books marinating. I like sometimes I have books that I've been thinking about for like years and years and years, and then they kind of, then it's like it's time to write them. Then I write them, sort of thing. And then there's books that we kind of sell them on proposal. And we have to scramble to write them, and I'm like, no, I needed 9 months to marinate this book. But yeah, so for me, a lot of like from the idea, I'll actually gather books and films and things like that onto my desk to look at them physically. Like for example, like with The Girl Who Fell Beneath the Sea, I listened to like Taeyeon's album, the K-pop idol, and so I had her album on my desk like the entire time I was writing the book because it reminded me of the book. I would listen to it, and it's like a physical. It was like very tangible for me. And also different books. If like I'm writing it was like a Shincheon retelling of a Korean folktale. So I actually had Korean folktale books on my desk to remind me. So that's like sort of the beginning. Then I draft the book. We do the whole process, all that kind of stuff with like, I guess critique partners. If you have time to have them, usually it has to go straight to the editor. And then when it's a finished product, actually it's like I like kind of put the book next to all those things that inspired it. It makes me so happy. And then even writers will come up to me and be like, I actually yesterday a writer came up to me and said that they, after reading my book, they wanted to write a book based on Mexican mythology because they were inspired that I wrote one on Korean mythology. And I was like, that makes me so happy. So things like that, I feel like I like kind of from idea to ending to see it kind of be put in that conversation of all those creative works that came before and that will come later, I think is something that's like really powerful for me.
Oh, I was just gonna say that's such a like I love that like really visual component of it, like kind of seeing it. It's kind of like a Pinterest board, but like in real life. I think like for me, I'm kind of a person who tends to get like a lot of really random ideas just like at random times. And like sometimes they're not like it really isn't like sometimes it'll be a plot idea, sometimes it'll be like a character idea, sometimes it'll be like a character dynamic or something where I'm like, oh, I really want to write like about two people who were like friends and then they were enemies and now they have to come back together, you know, kind of like those like that trippy dynamic that just comes to me. But then like a lot of the times I find that they're not like full ideas when they come to me, you know, it'll just be like a concept without characters to really drive it, or like conversely characters and I'm like, I have no idea what the plot would be. And I think when I was younger, I used to be a lot more eager to kind of like snatch it and be like, oh, I have an idea, I have to write it out. And then I would get like 10,000 words in and I'd be like, okay, now what? Like, I don't have anything left to like sustain this. So I think nowadays, like what I've really learned is that like ideas are kind of forever, you know, like I think that a lot of younger writers, or at least when I was younger, I was really afraid that I was going to run out of things to talk about or like I don't know, like they would just stop coming to me or something, which was why I was so eager. Or I would like really get fixated on like, oh, I have this idea and this idea has to be special and like, therefore this is the one, you know? But I think what I've learned is that a lot of the times, you know, you'll have the idea and once you start building on it, it's going to change so much like at the end of that process that really what matters more is like letting it marinate and is letting it kind of collect those layers and all of that and to kind of like almost be more patient with it. So nowadays when I get ideas, I'll write it down or like keep it in the back of my head. This is like probably really bad. Like I'm the opposite of a spreadsheet person in that like I'm like if the idea is good enough, it'll stay. If it leaves my brain and I forget it, that probably means it was never good to begin with. So maybe don't do that. But I kind of let it like sit on the back burner for me. And sometimes I find that like maybe I'll have had an idea for like a setting or like a concept and I let it sit. And then even like months later, I'll have an idea for like a character. And I'll be like, hey, this idea and this idea can actually like really fit well together. And then that's kind of how I let like book ideas like build. So a lot of the times what has happened for me when I really sit down and go, okay, I do want to write this as a book, is that like I've put a bunch of these like inspiration points and like the inspirations are like all over the place, very random. And then we'll like actually build together into a story. So I would say like the couple things I would say is like be patient with when you have ideas to let them marinate. Because I think like when you are a young writer, that's like one of the things that you really should take advantage of to like have the time to let your voice develop, to let that idea simmer and marinate. And number two, like don't be afraid about like kind of the different places that your ideas come from because it feels like, oh, I'm just like stealing from things, but like that's not true when you are inspired by so many different things and like you, the one person who's experiencing all of them, can put them together and then like from yourself it comes and becomes something really special.
Yeah, I think that's really true, and especially your last point about how really you can have an idea and you can give it to two people, and then they'll come up with something completely different. Like you can have that kernel, that spark, but then they, because of their own experiences and their own perspectives and their own voice, it will become something brand new and unique to each of them. So, but I really love Axie when you were saying about physically gathering all your inspirations, because I feel like I should do that. Since for me, when I have an idea, I usually just put it on the notes app in my own. And like this was usually just like a scrap, like a sentence, and then I'll come back to it over time and maybe add a thing or two that pops into my head related to it. But I really don't work on anything until because I'm a very deadline driven person, so I don't like to expend my energy until I know that there's a purpose to writing it fully, or there's a chance that the project might sell, just because I like deadlines, and I also have a lot of things going on with my day job and generally life. So that's why like my writing time is really precious. So I feel like I have to be really organized in order to go into and commit to a project. So when I usually, instead of having like those beautiful physical gathering of things, I throw everything into like a folder on my browser. So I have like a folder with like 100, probably hundreds of links on various things related to the world that I'm building, or different inspirations and things. And then when I'm actually going in and drafting, I go in and I pull out those details and I put it into, I don't have an Excel spreadsheet. I have more like a Notion database, because I put in like pictures and maybe quotes and different like screenshots of things into there. And so that is kind of what I use when I'm drafting, just so I have everything there without having to go digging for it again. So the being organized is really important for me for my process, but I don't think that's because of my own inspiration, just because of my lack of time. But I do like outlining a lot. That's probably one of my more creative aspects, where I felt there's a lot of potential when I outline and I create the synopsis of my project, and just seeing where the plot will go, because that really excites me. And then I crash down when I'm in the drafting process, because that's always the most painful, to actually write and pull a story out of the really beautiful outline, because it usually deviates from that. So then I do my drafting, and then I go back to the revision process, and that's where I'm up again, because I love adding in those details, understanding my characters. So it's a very up and down process for me as I'm writing. Just like the really exciting and like mentally stimulating highs of the beginning, and then revising, and then the terrible lows of the drafting part, which is what I'm struggling with now. So that's why it feels especially hard.
Yeah, I think that like a lot of the time, like when you're online, people talk about one specific book, but when like they start talking about like other books that they're writing, I think a common like consensus is that like everyone's like, oh my God, like the second book is so hard. And that's what I've been struggling with for the past year. Like, I wrote Ban Mi within a couple of months with like a lot of accountability from friends. And I was just very much like full stop, like full speed ahead. Like I'm going to like get this book like revised, etc. But I've just been struggling so much with like writing like my second book. I've written like 10 first 5 chapters, and then just leaving like, I don't know, like the idea just like completely left my brain. But I also think that it's fine, because first of all, it's still practicing. Like you're still practicing different genre, still practicing different voice. Um, and I really do think that you should pick an idea that you really, really love, because you're going to be working on this thing for like years. And I'm already sick of Banh Mi, but like I still love it so much. So I think that's really important as well. And for me, having an idea, I don't know, like again, like I really do also let it marinate. And I really agree with M's point about, yeah, like if it's a good idea, it will come back to you. And if it's something that like you really, really love, like you know it, like you recall it, so don't worry. Um, and I wrote Banh Mi like without a draft, or well, not without a draft, without an outline, because I wanted well, I knew like what conversations I wanted the book to have. And for me, for that book specifically, I knew what kind of dialogues I wanted to include in the book. So that I would write like scenes and then I would like stitch them together like later on. I do not do that now because I was like, okay, this is very wildly chaotic for me. And I've found that drafting, um, it's more helpful to me when I have kind of like even bullet points of what I want to happen in an outline. And at first, I tried like that, I think like the 24 chapter outline. I don't really remember. That didn't really work for me because I'm not that organized to the T. So I think like just having a general idea of like even bullet points, what you want to happen. I don't know, like the introduction, the rising action, climax, falling action, all that fun stuff. Um, and for me, my outlines are very, very bare because I also find that once I start like writing, my characters kind of just take the wheel and I don't know, I pray for the best for that. Um, and then I just revise. I suggest doing like at least 2 developmental edits before like you feel that your book is like good enough. I don't know, like satisfied with it. Because for the first like developmental edit that I do, I look especially for like voice and dialogues. I'm like, okay, does this like make sense? Like, are they like talking naturally to each other? Are they talking naturally to me as a reader? And then the second developmental edits is when I look for like plot points. Because I feel like for me, I think that characters carry stories for me more than plot. And I could like read like a very slow book if it has like very like good characters.
So we were talking about revising and drafts. I know it varies when it comes to different projects and different books, but how many drafts would you say on average did you go through with each of your books?
I guess I can compare my my rom-com XOXO, which was crashed, which means that it sold in a year it would come out. Usually it takes like a year and a half or 2 years for a book to come out, but my book sold and then it had to come out in a year. And then Girl Who Fell Beneath the Sea, which I drafted in 2014, it came out in 2022. So very big difference in terms of how many drafts were with each book. XOXO probably it was like one draft and then developmental, and then we went into developmental line, and then it was also the 5th book I'd ever written. So there was a little bit more practice in that. And then Girl Who Fell Beneath the Sea, which was the 2nd book I had ever written, took longer because I think maybe because it's a fantasy, so there's more world building that was involved. It also had a whole sub process where editors were giving feedback. So I think Girl, my fantasy, it's that like one of those things where it's like, it's countless drafts. You can never, I don't even know at this point. And then XOXO was basically one. So I think it's interesting that it's like very different. But I'm proud of both books. And I think, they just called for different things. They just had different, different stories themselves, but also stories of publication, which I think is good to know because not everything is a one way. Like there's not just one way to be published or publish a book.
Yeah, I definitely think the like publishing aspect, like once you factor that in, that has such a like huge influence on like how many drafts things go through and everything. Like I started writing The Death I Gave Him in like 2017, I think. And then it sold in 2021 and it's coming out in 2023. So like it has gone through like quite honestly, I think it's like a very different book now than when I first started writing it. And a lot of it has been because like through various like, like I did author mentor match. So like I did a round with my mentor through that. I did rounds with my agent. And then like we did rounds between sub and things like that. So like I would agree, like I would not be able to even tell you how many drafts it's been through. And they were like pretty drastic changes too. Like I'm the kind of person who, like, when I go through a draft, I actually like to type everything out again, which I know is like very tedious, but I actually think it helps a lot because it, like, at least when I find that I'm really deep in a project, sometimes I like don't even realize when things aren't matching up anymore, or like if the voice is a little bit off or wonky or something, because like I've just looked at this for so long. So when I'm sitting down and I force myself to like rewrite out a lot of the sentences, it really makes it feel like it's more of a thing that I'm working on again, especially when you go through so many drafts. So I do tend to make like pretty extensive changes because of that, because like it's a lot easier to kind of like go in and just like excavate total things. Like I did a POV swap for one of the perspectives, and then I did another POV swap. Like it was just like a bunch of like overhauls and things like that. But a lot of it was kind of informed by the publishing journey and like specifically what I wanted to do for it, because it originally I wrote it as YA and then I revised it to adult, like, for example. And same with the project I'm working on right now. It's been like a bunch of drafts, honestly, because like we're revising it for kind of like different needs, responding to kind of like what happens when you do go on sub and you have to kind of start writing to other people's tastes as well as your own. So I would say that like in terms of the drafting process, it really can vary. And there's like no one way to do it. There's no one right way, just kind of whatever the project demands.
I totally do that too. I have my draft and then I go back and I rewrite it all again, which is, I feel like, I just learned that it's my process. I have my outline, I'll deviate from it, I'll do my zero draft, and then I'll write it again, probably another 1 or 2 full times before I feel more comfortable in the story. So, but it's really interesting, and a good point that you both made about how it is, by the time you have a book deal, like you're not, you're limited by your time and your deadlines and by your editors' deadlines too. So it's not just you anymore. But it's nice in that I feel that after you work, like I've been with my editor now through 2 books, so it's more of a collaborative process now. And so I've never have imagined sending like a really rough draft to anybody before, but because of the time crunch for my second book, about how it comes out like 5 months after my debut, so we had to really push the timeline on the writing of the second book. So I sent her like a really, really short and really rough draft. But she really worked with me on it. And so we did go through several rounds, but like really quickly, like we just had like, she would have it for a couple weeks and then I would have it for a couple weeks. And there was a bit of back and forth while we were working as well on the revisions for the first book. But in a way, when I look back on it, it's kind of nice because it was sold in a duology. So while I was working on book 1, I was, and then going back and forth between 1 and 2, I was able to put in some of the things, the plot points from the second book into the first book still, because I still had time to do so. So that even though it's really challenging for me to draft under such a tight timeline, in the end, I think it is a more cohesive story for the whole duology. So it's hard to say how many revisions there were, but it was definitely less revisions before my editor saw it, but then afterwards it was still a couple rounds, just like with the first book. So once again, I just have to embrace my process and know that I'm not like a really nice and clean drafter that can give a really pretty product to my editor. I just have to embrace that I give something really rough and then we work on and collaborate on fixing it. And so that is my process anyway.
Judy, I'm so impressed to hear about that. You're just like managing like so many things at once. Like I don't think I could do that. I think for me, I think I mentioned I'm a slow drafter, so maybe I'm on the cleaner side, but I don't know. I revise a lot while I go, which I know everyone says don't do it because it takes you forever. And so my advice is it's okay if that's you, but try to find ways to still push yourself to finish, because that's what I had to do. And honestly, still probably struggling. It's like a work in progress. But yeah, so for Not Here to Be Liked, I think that was the first book I wrote to the end, and I really only drafted one, but it changed a lot as that drafting happened. And so, and then like once I sold the book, it was like 2 rounds of developmental and like 1 line edit and then copy edit's typical process. And then for book 2, that was also, Trin, when you're saying book 2 is hard, it definitely is hard. But again, it was only like 1 draft, and then 1 really painful long draft, and then yeah, with the editor 2 rounds, and then right now I'm in line edit. So yeah, I mean, I'm definitely open to seeing how my own process will change, and kind of maybe I should try some of these things that you all are talking about. But yeah, everyone is different.
Yeah, for me, Banh Mi, I honestly don't remember how many drafts I've gone through with this book, but I don't know, like there's just a lot of drastic changes. Michelle, the book that you read, there's like it changed so much. It's like a completely different story than like since you read it in August. I don't know. And I thought like that's really cool because like I don't know, like I thought that the book kind of like grew with me over the year, and I was like, okay, it's like kind of like my little baby, you know? Um so yeah, and I think that when you get an agent, for me, like I love deadlines. Like my agent would have the book for like 3-ish weeks, and I would have it for another like 3, I don't know, 4 weeks. And then we'd like trade it back and forth. And sometimes it would just be like very minor things. For me, it'd be like, oh, like remove that from the manuscript. And I would count that as changes too, because that, of course, changes the overall manuscript. But yeah, I went through a lot of edits on my end because I had friends who would read the book and then I would take their feedback. And then I had Michelle who suggested feedback. And then I started the whole like being in the trenches to get an agent, and then doing more edits with my agent as we like prepare for sub.
So something Michelle and also Judy mentioned was writing on proposal and writing on a deadline, and also I think. Is there something you wish you'd known beforehand about the whole process? Like something you could tell your younger writer self about, yeah, the process that would make it easier for you now?
I can weigh in. I think this isn't something I think I would have wanted to hear when I was writing my first book, but I think that I would tell young writers to really enjoy it. Like, enjoy that it's your first book. You're never going to write your first book ever again. And it's really hard to know, or to not know rather, whether it's going to go anywhere. And like you're gonna sell it, like whatever, but like it's also a really beautiful thing to like have that freedom. Like you're just writing for yourself, and it doesn't matter if it goes anywhere. No one's counting on it, and like it's such a great thing. Which there are going to be plenty of other great things after you sell the book, but that specific thing is not going to exist anymore. And so, yeah, just try to be present as much as you can, and appreciate that. And like I think I heard other writers tell me that when I was starting out, and I was like, oh no, like whatever. But no, they were right. And so I would encourage you to do that too.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think like that kind of experience of like there's no expectation and you can do whatever you want is like super, like it is a lot more rare than you think it is, and it becomes something that you kind of look back on and you're like, oh, that was really nice. I think I would also say, like, again, I don't think I would have actually listened to myself if I could go back and say this, but like, I think it's okay if it takes you a couple books, and it's okay if you get in all of that kind of practice before you do end up like, signing with an agent or selling or anything like that. Because I think all of that experience under your belt really helps when it comes time to like start drafting fast. And everyone's process is different, but the fact remains that when you are in publishing, sometimes you do have to conform to that publishing deadline, and being able to really have a strong grasp on your craft, and knowing, like, even if okay, I'm not a fast drafter, so I won't be able to accomplish XYZ in this amount of time, because like that's your process and that's how you want to really like do well by your writing. Then it really helps to know that, because then you can let people know and you can take on certain projects like based on what you can and can't do and what you like want to produce, right? Because I think like the last thing I want to do is rush something, because I haven't kind of told people that I need a certain amount of time. But getting to that point where like I know how much time I need and I know like what I need to ask for and all of that I think it does take a couple of books, and it does take like kind of experience and practice. So, if your first book doesn't sell, it's not the end of the world. If your first couple books don't sell, it's not the end of the world. And in fact, I think it can be like actually an advantage. So I would try and keep that in mind when working kind of on your first couple books and drafting when you're younger. But I know it's like I wouldn't have listened to myself either. So
I would definitely say it's not a race. And get off Twitter as much as you can if you think that it's overwhelming for you, because for me, like Tuesdays and Thursdays would be very like, I don't know, like I try not to like get on Tuesdays and Thursdays that much, because there was a period that like something went kind of like downhill with like my book, and I don't know, like it was like kind of bad for me. And then I kept comparing myself to other people and just having that imposter syndrome. And I was like, okay, I cannot be on Twitter that much, and I cannot be comparing myself to people, because the thing about Twitter is that it's only a tiny percent of the industry, and you don't really truly know, like, I don't know what the other 90% are. And when you compare yourself to people, you tend to think like, oh my gosh, like, and especially if you're a marginalized writer, it's so hard, because I feel like a lot of the times, a lot of stories are like, oh, is this like going to be like the token story? Are they only going to buy one Asian book? Are they only going to buy like one queer book? I don't know, stuff like that. And then it's like, oh my gosh, like I have to like write my like queer Asian book right now, or else like I won't have like a chance. Or else like no one's gonna sell it. But like that is not true. And I think that we need to keep telling ourselves, like even as marginalized writers, that like our stories are not a trend, and we shouldn't like keep in our head that they're a trend. And I don't know, like by taking our time, I think that we'll be able to like sustain these stories and just like continue pumping them out for the future.
I think we're almost at the end of this panel. Thank you, Trin, for these very encouraging words to end this panel on. And thank you, everyone, for taking the time to share your wisdom with us all. And Tiff, I think we're ready for the next panel. And I hope you all learned something new and had fun.
Thank you all for such an amazing panel. Lily, you did a wonderful job. Our next panel is going to be starting at 11 a.m. PT, 2 p.m. ET, which is called lunch break. So this is the perfect time for you to grab a snack, grab a drink, take a bathroom break, do whatever you need. And thank you again, all the authors, for joining us. We learned so much, and I'm personally very emo now because I love you all so much.
Thank you. We're back! Okay, our next panel will be called Lunch Break, which we will explore the role of food in literature and Asian culture, and we're super excited to have our moderator, Alex, here. And yeah, Alex can take it away while I peace out with Tiffany.
Thanks, guys. Hello, everyone. Okay, we're gonna wait for the authors and our creators to come in. All right, hello, everyone. Well, welcome to the lunch break panel, where we're gonna be discussing all things food, books, and Asian culture. I'm actually in my kitchen, so I think that's like the perfect setting. I hope you can hear me well, though, because the acoustics aren't that great. But yeah, I'm Alex. I'll be moderating today's panel. I'm a bookstagrammer, fellow foodie, and I'm so excited to be a part of this as someone who is Asian American and loves seeing representation in books and media. So we have a panel of 5 amazing, I'm going to call you food storytellers, because I feel like we all work in different forms and genres. So I feel like that's the best way to kind of explain. So I definitely want to jump in right away and let you all introduce yourselves. And I'm going to add an icebreaker question into the intros. So if we can go around, say your name, what you do, what your work is, and then the icebreaker question will be if you want to share your favorite Asian snack / food / recipe from your culture. I actually brought mine with me today. I have these. I always have chips in my cat. That's what I love about being home. My mom goes to the Asian supermarket. These, I believe, are Japanese, but they're the seaweed and salt potato chips. So good. I love also the honey butter chips, but I feel like everyone knows what that is, so I kind of want to do an underrated snack. So yeah, I'm gonna popcorn it to Kat. If you want to go.
Yeah, so good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kat Liu. I am the admin and founder of Subtle Asian Baking, a global group online all about baking the Asian way. And I am also the author of Modern Asian Baking at Home. And what I love to eat is anything. So I like the joke where if it casts a shadow, I'll eat it, but not really, because I'm trying to be more sustainable in my cooking and my eating. But I'm very open to trying new flavors, new foods, anything that's colorful. And of course, anything that you can find in an Asian bakery, so milk bread, mochis. And what I brought was I have a lot of snacks in my pantry. I really like the new blueberry Pockies that people have. And I also made a pandan panna cotta. So, and I love anything that jiggles. So jiggly
That's
Japanese
so
cheesecake.
cool.
Yeah, so that's me. Hi, everyone.
Do you want to popcorn it to somebody?
Clarissa.
Hi. Hi. So my name is Clarissa, and I am a freelance journalist based in Taiwan, though I'm currently in Sweden. So I unfortunately couldn't bring anything with me here to Sweden, though I did go to the Asian grocery store today and found tofu roll, which was really crazy to find all the way here. And I'm currently writing a book called Made in Taiwan, which is a collection of recipes, over 100 from Taiwan. And I think one of my favorite snacks, actually going on the topic of tofu, for people who haven't heard of it, it's fermented tofu that comes in a jar. I stumbled across this last year. It's popcorn chicken, but deep fried with tofu roll inside. So it kind of has this really interesting umami to it. And it's not really stinky, but it's almost as if you wrapped chicken and blue cheese and spice and deep fried it. And I'm really surprised it hasn't made its way to the States yet, but I suspect pretty soon it will go there. So yeah. I will popcorn it over to Mia.
Thank you. So hi everyone, I'm Mia P. Manansala. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the author of the Tita Rosie's Kitchen Mystery series. So Arsenic and Adobo, I'm prepared today, except for the snacks, came out last year. And then Homicide and Halo Halo came out this past February. So obviously food is a huge part of my life and what I write. I did not bring it. Well, I mean, I guess technically I have Thai milk tea right here with me. I did not think to bring something to snack on because I would be too tempted to actually eat it while we're on the panel because I know myself. Lately, I've been into salted egg anything. So I got the salted egg, fish skin chip, speaking of chips. And what was something else I've been experimenting with, I guess, just like for everyday things, like ensaimada is like probably one of my favorite like Filipino snacks, which if you're not familiar, it's kind of like a brioche, like an extra rich brioche covered with like butter, sugar, and usually cheese on top. Those are probably my faves. And I guess back to Lone.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lone Le, and I'm the author of A Pho Love Story, which is right here. It's about two Vietnamese teens whose families own rival pho restaurants that are right across the street from each other. And I think my favorite childhood snack would have to be just muối uk and like fruit. So muối uk is like chili pepper salts. And I usually ate it with, I don't like apples eating it by itself, but I love dipping apples in it. Mangoes, like the green mangoes, when it's not ripe. It's such a good, I just love the crispiness and then the salt that you get from the chili salt. And it's not too spicy, which I can't eat. So yeah, I think that's just something that my mom, would just cut up some fruit and just hand me that salt and just eat it all the time. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, thank you. Well, feel free to chime in in the comments if you're just tuning in with us about what you're munching on. That'll be really fun to see. But yeah, we have a lot to dig into. I'm sorry, the food puns are gonna be a lot. So and sometimes I'm gonna say things I'm not even gonna know it's a pun. But yeah, so we've got a lot to dig into today, and I'm excited because we have like a wide range of storytelling and the ways stories are told through food. So let's start with like a simple question, or I guess it wouldn't be simple, but this is kind of like the, I guess, thesis of like your work. So how has storytelling through food allowed you to connect with your culture? And we can go in the same order that we went in for introductions.
Okay, so having been a doctor of physical therapy for 13 years, I told stories through my hands and working with patients, not so much through content creation or recipe writing. So right now it's a complete change for me since 2020, starting a website all about food, starting Subtle Asian Baking, sharing other people's stories and inspirations, and just thinking back on all the things that I've had as a child and then remembering my past and my childhood and bringing back that heritage and those pieces and what has inspired me, like making black sesame soup with my mom in the kitchen, even after she was so tired, hunched over in the kitchen, right? After hours of being a seamstress at home. Things that I remember, her never telling me that she loved me, but always keeping me fed was her way of showing me love. And those are the stories that we tell through our food these days. I use a lot of humor too, to bring on new engagement and new content. But at the end of it, I always try to bring it back and say, like, you know what, food is love, and these are our stories that we want to share. So I'll popcorn it over to Clarissa.
Yeah, so I'm Asian American, grew up in California, and I moved full-time to Asia 4 years ago. And I think storytelling through food in America as an Asian American versus storytelling about food as an Asian in Asia has been completely different. And what I mean by that is, like, moving to Taiwan as a Taiwanese American, I've really focused on what specifically makes my culture as a Taiwanese person different from all the other different types of Asians out there. Because I think in America, when we're part of the Asian American community, we're always looking for, our commonalities, because we have to band together because we're such a minority. In Asia, because there's obviously so many Asian countries around, it's been really cool to focus and hone in on the specifics on what makes my culture, Taiwanese culture, unique. And as I'm sure a lot of you guys know, like right now, there's a lot of geopolitical tensions going on with Taiwan and China. And it's been interesting, like figuring out how Taiwanese culture sort of sets itself apart. So it's been a completely different experience telling the story of food while in Asia versus in America, because so much of the American experience was just diving into my childhood memories or going on the point of nostalgia or asking my parents. But now I'm on the ground talking to modern chefs, people and people who actually live in Asia, and it's been such a rewarding experience. So yeah, moving over to Mia.
I agree with Kat, like a lot, like the central thesis of my books is like food as a love language. Like not to generalize, but I'm sure some, many people have had that, similar experience where like my father was the cook in the family. And again, he especially was not very big into like physical affection or, saying the I love yous. But he worked like 60, 70 hours a week. And then he would come home and cook these like massive feasts for us on the weekend. Cause, I grew up multi-generational household with my grandparents and me and my parents and my brothers and my cousins and sometimes an aunt or uncle or whoever was coming in from the Philippines and needed a place to stay. There was usually 9 or 10 people in my house at one time. And he, and instead of just like, relaxing on the weekend like he could have or should have, he took the time to cook for us all. And so, but he was also a very old school cook where like he didn't leave recipes behind, and so after he passed, I have to kind of recreate these things by taste memory. And so the idea of like how strong like the sense of taste and smell could be in bringing up memories and how, speaking like for writing, like how they can almost create like backstory for a character and how, so like all these things are me basically recreating what I know growing up, because I did not grow up with a large Filipino community or an Asian community. I grew up in a neighborhood called Hermosa in Chicago, which was like 80% Latina. So for me, being Filipino food and home are all the same thing. Like, Filipino food and family is all the same thing to me because that's what I had growing up. And so like just mining those depths in my fiction, it comes up in really, really strange ways that I didn't really realize until maybe an editor or a beta reader points something out. And I was like, oh, ooh, I was working something out. How about you, Lone?
I mean, it's just so funny how similar, I think, what you were saying, if you just sub in Vietnamese, I think that's like my experience too. I didn't grow up in a Asian American dominated community, and sort of my home was sort of my only connection to Vietnamese culture and food growing up. I also loved your answers about how food became backstories, because I think that's what I experienced when I was sort of, I don't live at home anymore, but when I would go home, I think whenever conversations happen, they always seem to revolve around food. Like it's after dinner, it's as we're, making food together. That's when the conversations start easily flowing. I don't think it's like, it's for us, communication doesn't happen as freely if we didn't have food in front of us. It's so weird, but I think food just loosens us up. Like maybe we become unguarded, and I just love, just asking my parents questions during that time, because a certain food my mom would make one day, I'd be like, hey, like, where'd you get this recipe? And then she'd say, oh, my mom used to make and my uncle used to make and stuff. And then it would just like, it's like a portal into another sort of existence. I think it's also because, food, it's so tied to memory. So when you're cooking something, you are like somehow making a memory alive. So yeah, connects me to a lot of stories that I wasn't really present for growing up.
Yeah, that's I like what Clarissa, you said about how food can create unique stories because they're so kind of geospecific, and it really shows you how like diverse like the Asian culture is. But I feel like it's one thing we talked about or you guys brought up was like food as a love language, and that was one of my later questions, but I think we can kind of bring it up now. So in many Asian cultures and in many cultures in general, food can be sort of a love language. So can you tell us about a time you experienced food this way, whether that's receiving or giving, either like a memory? I guess I can kind of go first because I have like a very funny one. So I am a part of a household and I'm the oldest child, so I would fight a lot with my mom. And when I fought with my mom and like I wasn't talking to her, she'd like leave cut fruit at my door as a sort of like, like truce, like I'm done fighting, you're done fighting. And when I saw that, it was a gesture of like, okay, like it's time to go to her, say I'm sorry, but also just kind of make up. And I think now moving out of college, I don't have anyone to like cut fruit, and you realize even that very simple thing as such a lovely gesture, because it's not the same when you cut your own fruit for yourself. So yeah, Kat, what about you?
So my dad rarely cooked for us, and he was a very stoic man. It didn't show his emotions a lot, and I didn't realize it was because very early on he had Lewy body's dementia that was shadowed by Parkinson's disease diagnosis. So slowly he was losing his personality and he was losing himself. But whenever he had time, he would cook us these amazing French inspired meals from the kitchens of Vietnam. That was where he learned it from, and also from the kitchens of Belgium. And when he cooked those meals, he put all his love into it, even when he struggled with shaking hands, right? And if that's not love, I don't know what love is, right? And all the foods that my mom used to make for us and all the foods that I make now today, it's all about love. And that's why I try to have substitutions in all my food so everyone can enjoy it. Like people have gluten-free allergies and celiac disease, and people who can only eat vegan and so forth. So that's my story. Clarissa.
Yeah, mine is, so my maternal grandmother had my mom when she was 18 years old, and she like married this guy when they were really young, and as a condition for the divorce, because she wanted to divorce him eventually, she had to give up my mom to his parents. And long story short, basically my grandmother and my mom were kind of estranged for the whole life. And for my book, I reconnected with her and got this recipe for 粽子. Which is for people who don't know what it is, it's a bamboo wrapped rice dumpling. And that was my first and last really interaction with her, because after I got the recipe, she passed away. And now is 粽子 season. And as I was, testing the recipe for my book, I was like, wow, this is literally the only thing I have from her. And it tastes like the 粽子 that she showed me. So I think what a lot of us on this panel do, the fact that we're recording these flavors and preserving it and the stories behind it is so useful, because you can have a recipe, but it means so much more when you attach the story behind it. And so, yeah, I think her agreeing to give me that recipe and showing me the steps was an act of love. And I think it's really cool how I have her embodied in this story and recipe to pass down in future generations. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. In the chat, we're like, oh, God, we're all going to start crying. I'm like, yep, this is not going to end without me probably bursting into tears. So FYI. Earlier I mentioned that my dad was an old school cook and he didn't leave recipes behind, but I have to actually amend that, because as people were talking, I was remembering he left behind one written recipe, and it was to my middle brother, which I'm still salty about. But what my brother told me, this is after my father passed on, and so like he made like photocopy, because it's in my dad's handwriting and everything. I didn't even get to the sad part. Oh my goodness. So when he gave it to me and my younger, because I have two younger brothers, so he gave it to me and the baby of the family. I was just like, why would he give you a written recipe when I've been asking for years for his recipes? He's like, oh, he gave it to me this is my brother, like he gave it to me when I first moved out because he was worried about me. He's like, he was not worried about you. He knew you could cook. He knew you could take care of yourself. So he, kind of basically trusted you to find your own way. He's like, but when I moved out, he thought I was going to starve. So he wrote down this one recipe for a dish called picadillo, which is kind of like a ground beef, like savory stew type thing. And so, it's like, he's like, it was no shade to you. He just believed in you and he didn't believe in me. So this is kind of I'm like, oh, so it was like a double, like I was sad that I didn't get a recipe, but it's because my dad has so much faith in me. Well, my brother got the recipe because he had zero faith in my middle brother and his ability to take care of himself, living alone. So it was, I have like the printout and I cooked it once. And I think Loan was saying something about like sense memory or just how it brings. So I cooked it once and like, it was very crying in H Mart. Like I had crying in Seafood City. after my father passed, it was, and so I made the dish using his recipe, and like the smells in the kitchen, it was like being home again after, not having had that dish in like almost a decade. Because I moved out pretty early in my 20s. And so, having it again all this time later, it was such a strong moment, like feeling that love that he actually took. So sorry, my dogs. That he actually took the time to commit to like measurements and actual like step-by-step things to make sure that my brother would be able to feed himself. I was able to feel it through that. So that was a special memory.
Mia, I'm laughing and also tearing up, just like the things you were saying about like, yeah. But thank you for sharing that. So for me, I guess a moment where food was a love language for me was, so growing up, I guess my mom always like would notice that I'd sort of like look sad or like not talk a lot. So she's always saying stuff like, she doesn't want to see me bloom, which is sad. Now I was like, I have depression and stuff, and it's something I figured out later in life, also just recently too. But I remember a time in junior year in college when I was just so depressed. But the word that we were using was boom, or sad. So I had a phone call with my mom, and I think because I wasn't saying it, my mom heard it in my voice. So the next day, like it was like a Saturday and stuff, and I got a call from her. Like she was right outside my dorm with my dad and like a big pot of wonton soup or wonton soup, and like she just heard it in my voice. And since I was in Connecticut, they're in Connecticut, but so they drove like an hour south, and they just brought me a whole pot of this. And I was just in my dorm, and just with my parents, and we were just sitting at a counter, and I was just eating wonton soup, like crying at the same time too, just like slurping and crying and slurping and crying. But they were there, and like they didn't say too much, but they were just like there. So that sort of really helped me during that time. So yeah. Oh, hi, Grace.
Yeah, thank you everyone for sharing that. Definitely food is so powerful. I feel like food is like it's a way like we can express thoughts or emotions without speaking, or like if you can't find if you can't do that physically, like there's a way to do it also through food. So yeah, going into that, I guess what are some challenges you face through the process of sharing food in Asian culture?
So our Instagram and our TikTok went pretty viral earlier this year. And I took the opportunity to let people know that, hey, I'm an Asian female author and baker. And then in comes the influx of hate. And I didn't understand why. And people were saying, if you're going to make good food, just show your food and shut up about yourself. At the same time, in June, there are books that are coming out about Asian baking, not written by AAPI members, which, I understand there's that fine line between appropriation and appreciation. If you firmly appreciate our culture, can you profit from it without giving back? And can you truly write a book without all the stories from the AAPI community, like the ones that we just shared about how our food is our language of love? Like, will you have those kind of tears too when you write that head note? I'm not too sure, right? I struggle with this. I don't want to gatekeep our food and our culture. I really like that, it's in the forefront of the media. Boba is big right now. I'm all about that. People have small businesses who are actually making money from their amazing foods, right? So that's another discussion. It's a huge debate that I'm struggling with myself right now. But, since 2020, I've been trying to amplify voices, creators and other people. And so when I try to promote myself, it just felt really hard, and I had to step back and say, you know what, let's not take this personally and divide the two Instagrams and the TikToks, and then let's just have one community, and I'm just going to ignore the hate right now, right? But at the same time, I also want people to be vocal about it. You can't just sit back and get bullied. And people told me and said, Kat, you're driving the hate. You're the reason why people hate Asians. You're the reason why Asian hate happened. And I'm like, That's not true. People like me and you are targeted on the streets for looking the way we are, for provoking no one, right? We're brutally hurt and murdered and all of that. I know we're going to talk about Asian hate later, stop Asian hate later, but I've been struggling with a lot of this internally and mentally, and I'd love to hear more later, but these are my struggles and challenges right now. Clarissa?
Yeah, I mean, I sort of relate in that I feel like, I mean, I've been writing about food for about 10 years now, and I get a lot of criticism where it's almost the opposite problem too, where people are trying to gatekeep authenticity. And I see that a lot in my work, where you put out a recipe and it's like from someone's mom, right? And people will bash you and be like, that's not authentic enough. Like, or why would you put ketchup in this? Or why would you put this ingredient in it? And I think when I was younger, in my early 20s and teens, I was that person, who would harp on someone being like, that's not authentic. I'm Taiwanese. I know what's right. But then the older I'm getting and the longer I'm in Asia, the more I realize there's absolutely no such thing as authentic Asian food. Authenticity is really unique to the person, and you can have food that a certain group can recognize based on a specific period in time in their history and culture, but that doesn't mean it will change throughout. And yeah, there's a very fine line between appropriation and appreciation. You can't say people can just, write about Asian food without considering the context and where it comes from. But at the same time, I feel like there's just so much gatekeeping and the gatekeeping, that standard is even harder on Asian creators versus non-Asian creators, I've noticed. And I've talked to a lot of other writers about it. Whereas if you're white and say you've studied Taiwanese food or Asian food for 20 years and you make a mistake, people are like, okay, it's fine. Like, you tried your best. But if I did that, people would chew me out because they're like, you should know better. You're Asian. And I really hate that about the food scene right now. And I really hope we evolve from this conversation of trying to gatekeep authenticity to really just respecting people's individual stories and knowing that there's flexibility, because I think there's just so much. And I also, sorry, I'm just going on a rant here. I understand why people gatekeep too, because we just have this long history of appropriation and people stealing our food and using it inappropriately. But at the same time, what it's doing right now is harming the very people trying to tell the story of our food. So yeah, that's my biggest struggle right now. Mia?
Ooh, I definitely feel that. Like, there's actually like two, and I also agree, like two characters. So like the Lola Flor, which is like the grandmother character, and then my character Lila. It's like generational differences where like the grandmother character is all about like authenticity and traditional Filipino desserts, while my protagonist is about like fusion, like taking ingredients that we think of as traditionally Filipino and then like incorporating it in like ways that you wouldn't have thought of. And it came from like the idea of having that came from like those kinds of conversations where I agree with you. I also was that person where like, oh my God, you put gummy bears in halo halo. I'm shouting at it pretty late. It was like, how dare you? And that was actually, those were like white creators, but like just the idea that you can't innovate or change, or, like, again, like my family came over from the Philippines in the 70s. Like there was no way you could obtain certain ingredients. Like in the 70s Chicago at that time. So like there's you're going to constantly be making substitutions and things like that, and like no one's going to be telling I would have told my dad like, oh, that's not Filipino just because you can't get like calamansi in the winter time in Chicago, all those different kinds of things. I guess, but like for me specific, so I do have that kind of conversation in there. But like for me specifically, it's how do I describe these things in a way that's appetizing, that is not like hand holding, that is not meant for like the white gaze? Because there are some times where it's like really hard to describe the flavor of something that's kind of like there's no like Western equivalent, like with ube, like, okay, that's a purple yam. I could say it's similar to sweet potato, but pandan, yeah, you showed your pandan. So we use pandan a lot in the Philippines too. And I recently had like a pandan cream. Like, how do I explain the flavor of pandan when it doesn't exist here? How do I not exoticize it, but how do I make things sound appetizing, right? Because a lot of, because there's also like cultural preferences, like, with us, like, I'm sure we all grew up with like rice cakes that were like very chewy, and like, so like that bounce is like pleasurable for most of us because we grew up with it. I personally love it, but that's not necessarily a texture that like maybe like white Americans or just non-Asians period would be familiar with. They wouldn't think of chewy, that sounds so tasty. But like, how do I not try to like apologize for how unfamiliar certain things are while still trying to entice you and let you know what our food is about, right? Because like, for with my books, like I include recipes. Like I want you to learn more about Filipino food. I'm not trying to educate you, but I do want people to know, hey, I know this is a food that's not maybe super common in most parts of the US, maybe like outside California. I really think you should give this a try, right? So that's something I'm balancing. When am I hand-holding too much? When am I worrying too much about what an outsider thinks of our food and how I describe it?
Yeah, I mean, I think when Clarissa, you said authenticity is unique to the person, that really was such a great quote. Because for me, I think because my family is from, they escaped Vietnam in the 1980s, 1970s and stuff. And so the recipes that they brought over seem to be sort of stuck in time. There's actually an article out there somewhere. I think, I forgot the author, but it was there where they wrote about the fact that, some Vietnamese recipes in America are frozen in time because of that. So for me, I'm always sort of afraid that if I hear about a Vietnamese recipe and, say that it isn't a Vietnamese recipe, I'd be wrong. I feel as if like I also like, I used to judge, I guess, of like other, Vietnamese recipes that are newer and really exciting. And I used to judge them and be like, oh, it's not real Vietnamese food. And that's just a sucky thing to say, of course. So I think a challenge for me was, just recognizing that there's so many, the spectrum of Vietnamese food is just so wide and vast, and it's going to just continue and continue. And then I should, be more open to it. Another challenge was like sort of a smaller thing because it's more of like, so in a way sort of related to what Mia was saying about describing the food. But for me, it was like, since my Vietnamese is very bad, sometimes I don't know the English word for a certain Vietnamese food. And then I asked my mom, and then she wouldn't know either. And then the internet sometimes would like, they would come up several, there would be different things that seem very similar. They seem to be the answer, but then they're not. So that's just another smaller challenge that I have as a food writer. So.
Yeah, I agree that with the language too. I always ask my mom, "Can you translate this in Chinese, please, in Mandarin?" So yeah, thank you for sharing that. I think through your work, I mean, I used to be ashamed as a kid of the food that I ate, the food that I brought to school, but I think finding that community, which is a community you guys have created, and through your work, I think you've inspired Asians to connect with their own culture and appreciate their own culture in perhaps a way that they didn't know they could before. And yeah, we I think Kat mentioned a little bit that we'd be talking about this, and I think this is a great conversation to talk about like community. So what are the implications of using food as a means to mobilize action to stop Asian hate?
So since 2020, we at Subtle Asian Baking has been raising funds through global bake sales and virtual bake sales to help various different fundraisers. So the war in Ukraine, we raised money for fundraisers for Ukraine, what's happening right now in the Texas shooting at the Robb School. So I'll be doing a demo where I'll donate all the funds to the Robb School Memorial Fund. So bakers have always been baking. Bakers have always been selling their goodies. So why not, if they have the means to do it, and not everyone has the means to donate or fundraise, and if they don't, they can share word. They can spread the word, right? So that's how I've been able to mobilize our communities of bakers. I said, if you're going to host a bake sale during the month of May, would you like to donate a portion of your proceeds to this fundraiser that we're supporting? This year, we're supporting Asian Mental Health Collective. We're supporting Michelle Lee's The Very Asian Foundation. She has the May Club that she's doing. We're also supporting Heart of Dinner in Chinatown. If you can do it. And then some bakers would tell me, hey, Kat, I know the story of how much your dad loved the auspicious number of number 8. So I'm going to donate 8% of all this month's bake sale proceeds to your fundraiser. So, inspiring people to do good. And I tell people, don't feel guilty that you're doing good. So when the war in Ukraine happened and we were promoting our Stop Asian Hate fundraiser, a lot of our bakers said, hey, is this a good time to talk about Asian hate? Because, the war in Ukraine is happening. Maybe we should focus on the war in Ukraine. And I told them, bad things happen every day. But if you're going to mobilize and do good and have a purpose and have a why and bake with love and be able to fundraise and help someone else, why are you feeling so guilty? That's a part of our Asian heritage or culture or something about it. Whatever we do, we always feel bad about something or guilty about something. So I try to tell our, bakers, you could fundraise for double purposes. You could fundraise all year long. You don't have to wait for Subtle Asian Baking for just the month of May, right? You could fundraise throughout the year. So that's how we've been using food, our bake sales, having live mukbangs, baking demos, and then just donating whenever we can. I do a lot of donations on my own. I stopped buying pretty clothes for myself. I stopped buying things so that I could donate more funds. People come to us, like Welcome to Chinatown had a party to fundraise for 78 Mulberry Street where there was a building fire. And I said, yes, I'll sponsor you guys. Sponsor the party. East Side Stories wants to amplify Asian voices in media. And I said, yes, we're going to sponsor you. So whenever you can do good, bakers, authors, just do it. And don't ever feel guilty about it. Clarissa?
Yeah, so interestingly enough, I haven't been living in the US at all. And so when the Stop Asian Hate thing happened, I was in Taiwan. And at that time I was trying to pitch my book and it didn't really work. And then all of a sudden when Stop Asian Hate happened, there was a lot of interest, which is kind of weird, right? I didn't really feel that great about it. But then I realized, I think with this movement, even though it is so messed up what's happening in the States, there is now a conscious effort to prioritize Asian voices. And I think as Asian writers, Asian American storytellers, we should really lean into that and encourage the younger generation, ourselves, our peers, to really just rise up and tell our own stories. Many years ago, I wrote an article about how I think it was 80 or 90% of all recipes written on Asian food were written by white authors. And that was I think 6 years ago. And now it's completely changed. This food writing scene has really become so diverse. There are so many of us. And not that we didn't exist before, like Kat, what you were saying, we've always been cooking, we've always been here. But now I think publishing is starting to realize, and it sucks that it took this for people to realize it, but to realize that, our own stories matter when it's attached to the food. And I think, honestly, the best thing is to keep on telling those stories. And by telling those stories, people will see that we are human. We are very much like them. And having that shared humanity, I think, is one of the best ways to combat this. Mia?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was going to touch on. So, for me, I write humorous murder mysteries, right? And for me, it was important that, when I love genre, I think literary fiction and memoir and all that stuff where it is super important. It's really beautiful, but those almost always center around trauma and tragedy. And I didn't want us to be reduced to only those stories. And so, being able to see, have a protagonist who just happens to be Filipino American. It's not about that. It's obviously a large part of the character, right? Because it shapes how she sees the world and how the world sees her. But she gets to be more not just that. And food is a universal, so it's an easy way to bring people into that way. I understand why people, a common question that gets me kind of ugh, is oh, what do you want people to learn from your books? I'm again, humorous murder mysteries. What do you think? I'm not here trying to educate, But at the same time, I guess, so like my answer to that is usually that we're people, like just, we have, because one of the things that I love seeing is people are just like, oh my God, I didn't know anything about Filipinos or Filipino food, but like, I have an auntie just like that, or like the way this family uses food is so similar to mine, or like I totally understand some of these, it's just like, yeah, because we're people too. So like just being able to like normalize and see us in the mainstream, getting to be the protagonist, getting to be the heroes of our own stories is so important to me. And food made an easy entryway because, I tried to publish a book before this that had a queer Filipino American millennial, and like, they were like, yeah, no, you have no audience. Nobody's going to read that. But then I started this series, which has a food element, and they're like, oh, food stories are always popular. That's an easy in. So that, even if people don't care about Filipino American voices, which is what I've heard, the food element would bring them in, and even, I've been getting like little things like, like in Arsenic and Adobe, like my first book, there's this like white food critic who like asks for chopsticks at her family's restaurant. And she's like, Filipinos don't use chopsticks. And he's like, what, why? And I'm just like, I don't know, Google it, right? Because, just little things like that. And I've got people kind of like, I didn't realize Filipinos didn't use chopsticks. I thought every Asian ever used chopsticks. I'm like, no, that's not how that works. There's like 50 plus countries, or an archipelago over 7,000. Like we're all like super different. So even like just like little things like that make them realize, hey, they're not monoliths. Hey, they're human beings. Hey, we have so much in common. And being able to make people laugh while doing that, it's been really important to me, like how I tell my stories.
Well, I want to possibly chase down and hunt the publishers that rejected your first story. That's just the first thing. That's horrible that they said that. Well, I also liked your answer about like you mentioned the word normalizing, and I guess because people view us as other, which sucks. I think food could be a way to normalize, to sort of show that the food that we have, like any other food, is sustenance, and it's also an emotional sort of love language for us. So it would show that we're just like normal. Like we shouldn't be seen as other. I like the idea of I don't know if this exists, but I know there's one that exists, but I wonder if there's like a one that could be like focused on Asian and Pacific Islander food and culture and stuff. But there's something in Brooklyn called like the Table of Contents, where they would invite authors to read from their work, and then the food that they would bring out to the people who attend this event are food from the book, which I think is so cool and just so casual. Because I just remember, like in one of them, I think it was Zakiya Harris's The Other Black Girl. She had read a section where they mentioned hush puppies, and so the chef on site would make that for us, and then we would bring it out and just chat and eat and stuff. And it was such a great way, a great just casual way to just sit down and just chat face to face. Yeah, Table of Contents is also clever too. I agree. That's a good name too. But yeah, I like that as food as sort of this neutral ground that can allow us to have conversations and make us see each other, because we have to sit across from each other, literally. So yeah.
Thank you guys for that. Yeah, I think we talked a little bit about how collectively we're all trying to break the stigma that like Asian looks one way. Because I think that part of Stop Asian Hate is that it feeds off of that. Like, when people hate on it, feeds off of the fact that like we're a monolith, or that, we're not diverse and unique. So yeah, another question that I want to talk about, because I wanted to acknowledge also that like there was a life before you were sharing food with the world, sharing your food and your story with the world. So how has your relationship with food changed since sharing it with readers/viewers around the world?
Well, I've definitely gained some pounds because you have to always eat your food and taste test. I also see that it's such a science, and I've been so inspired by food. So now I'm eating things a little slower and appreciating the taste so that I could write about it, right? I went to Musang in Seattle, which is a Filipino type of fusion restaurant, and they had that pandan panna cotta, and I went home and I was like, I have to recreate it, and that's how I recreated this one. So then I read up on the science of how much gelatin that you have to put per cup of milk or water, and it's anywhere from 3/4 teaspoons to a whole tablespoon to make that perfect jiggly consistency. So, just being able to do this, it has been so joyful for me because I could be creative every day. I eat great food. I can share my love through my food. So I've made a lot of friends through making cakes for them in my neighborhood. I moved from New York to Seattle area where people are known to freeze you out, right? But I've been able to make friends since 2017 because I bribed them with jiggly cheesecakes. And another thing is, if you see the comments, there's someone wrote, Kayleigh, she wrote, I love Kat's books. I actually used to write young adult Asian American rom-coms and self-publish them like many, many years ago. And having changed now from being a physical therapist to a food writer, blogger, and this social media content manager and the founder of Subtle Asian Baking, I found so much joy in this because I have a knack for recipe writing. So, I have to thank, I guess, my dad, when he passed away, I realized he didn't have dreams. Like I didn't know what his dreams were. So now I'm able to live out my dreams and carry his dreams on my shoulder. So thanks, Dad. He's on my desk as a picture. That's why I look down there. And I feel, a lot of my dreams have come true ever since I've made the move and become true to myself, and thankfully to amazing foods and flavors. Clarissa.
That's awesome. So for me, I guess more on the recipe development side of things, one thing I've noticed with writing this book is that taste is so subjective. Like my husband loves sprinkling salt on everything, whereas Taiwanese people like sprinkling sugar on everything. And, I've had Taiwanese Americans try the recipes and they're like, I think it needs more salt. And I've had Taiwanese people in Taiwan try the recipes and they're like, this is perfect. This tastes like what it does here. So it really is impossible to please everyone when it comes to recipe writing. And the best you can do is just try your best and please yourself and not overthink it. And then more on a bigger level, because I've been food writing my whole adult career. I've been doing this since I was 17, 18 years old. And what I've come out of it with is that it's been a way for me to learn about politics and history, just diving into where ingredients came from. I think for example, in the 1950s, there was a huge program called Food for Aid, where the United States gave countries like Taiwan, I think Vietnam was one of them, just billions of dollars worth of wheat in order to fight communism. And that's why we have so many milk breads in Taiwanese culture now, or that's why we have so many bakeries, because of American aid. So linking these threads, trying to figure out why we have these foods in our culture, has been such an interesting way for me to learn about politics and history, and also bring it to a way that's more relatable to the average person versus just feeding them facts about history. So yeah, that's what it's done for me. Mia?
That's so interesting because on a personal, it's kind of hard to talk about Filipino food without thinking about the colonial influences of 300 plus years of Spanish rule, Lord knows how many, the US in there, and how was it Doreen Fernandez? There's this great Filipino food writer where and I think about this question all the time. It's the question isn't what makes a food Filipino, but how does a food become Filipino, right? So, because spaghetti is not something you think oh yeah, that's totally a Filipino food, but Filipino spaghetti is a very specific thing, right? It's just, and Spam, right? Corned beef, all these things that are legacies where you just so much of Filipino food is how we make it our own. And so that kind of oh, okay, that's one of the things I think about. And some of the too, when you come up with recipes, everyone's taste is subjective. My mom complains when there's too much garlic, and I think you have to measure garlic with your heart, right? Anytime I see a clove of garlic, I'm no. So that, because like one of the common questions I get, it's like, oh, how do you get your recipes? Are they family ones? And as I said before, like my dad didn't leave them behind. But for me, I think Lone also touched on it, for better or worse, the taste of Filipino food is my dad's cooking, because we didn't go out to real Filipino restaurants when we were younger, because we were like, why? Daddy would make it so much better and cheaper. So when I come up with recipes, I kind of like scour the internet for ones that kind of look right as a base. And then I experiment and I tweak them to how I remember my dad making it. And, you know, and so like, I'm not here trying to give out the most authentic chicken adobo or the most whatever. I'm giving you my own taste memories, and, you know, you can't tell me it's wrong because, you know, but I'm also clear about that too. You know, I'm not going to be like, there is no chicken adobo recipe there. Again, archipelago of 7,000, it changes from region to region, from family to family. So when I say my recipe, I'm like, this is my chicken adobo or this person's recipe. And so, you know, just trying to like reframe how people are taking it, because so many people are just like, oh, like you're a Filipino person, you should have like the ultimate recipe. I'm like, that's not how that works. So just thinking about again, like, yes, like where like the history of these things is just kind of fascinating. You know, I was like, why do we love condensed milk so much? Oh, colonial rule. But okay, you know, and then, you know, why is this the recipe I feel I have to include? Because like, you know, so much of writing is like what you choose to include and what you choose to leave out. And so like, why you have to be intentional about it. It's like, what am I trying to say by including this particular recipe instead of this one? And just, you know, all those like those really little nuances that, you know, I didn't think I would have to think about when writing murder mysteries, but like, here we are.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted Molly. Thank you so much. I'm really glad that you tried pho after reading my book. That's amazing to hear, and I'm glad you like it. But my relationship with food, how it's changed, I think. I guess what I think Kat had mentioned that she's like savoring it more, like the food and stuff, and I think that's what I'm doing too. Every time I have a Vietnamese meal, I just want to take my time and sort of parse out the like the notes of the food, and like how my mom had threw together these ingredients and yet they work. So I'm always like pondering, and I eat slowly when I and that kind of annoys my family sometimes because it's just like, just eat it, finish it. But so yeah, I think about that, and then I guess I also whenever I like get into those like Wikipedia moods where I like want to search everything and find the origin story, I think I would think of certain recipes, and I think about like why they came to be. Like most of them is like colonialism, of course, but there's things I wonder. Like the other day, I was thinking about borscht and Russian borscht soup with like with beets and stuff, and Vietnamese we have the soup too that has beets, but like beets for me, when I think about that, I'm like, it doesn't seem like like a Vietnamese vegetable, because beets usually like, you know, I think cold weather in Vietnam is not usually, at least the parts that my mom came from are always, it tends to be hot and humid. So there was a note where I'm like, I think I'm going home today actually, so I'm going to actually ask if there's any connection between that. Like if there, I think Russians had been in Vietnam at some point, maybe. So yeah, just like it's just making me more curious. And I also do want to try more new Vietnamese recipes from younger chefs. You know, like I really want to go to like to California or something and see how there's like Vietnamese chefs that are like using gastro to make new recipes, and just, I don't know, just explore, like being faithful to like the ingredients, Vietnamese ingredients, but then just putting their own spin on it. I want to taste more and more of that. So I guess I'm becoming more adventurous in terms of with food.
So I think that's about how much time we have. We could honestly talk for hours about this subject, and it can lead to so many other sub-conversations. But I just want to thank everyone for tuning in, especially the panelists. If you can all shower some love in the comments for these amazing panelists and their insight, but also their work in the Asian community. So I'm going to let Tiff and Zan come back. But yeah, thank you guys so much. Yeah, look at everyone, plug, follow these amazing creators.
Yay! Thank you so much to all of the authors. We're super grateful to have you here and all of the creatives and everyone in general. And yeah, thank you again.
Thank you.
Woo! That last panel was so good, but don't worry, we have another amazing, amazing panel up next with, you've seen her face before, you know who she is, you know her chaotic demon dog Tofu, Brianna! So Brianna, you take it away, try not to cry, but no promises. We're so excited for this upcoming panel.
Yay!
I'll unmute myself first. Sorry about that. Hello, everyone. I am Brianna. My pronouns are she, her. I am known on the internet as @MilkyBooze. I am joined today by 3 of my favorite authors who I told in advance I may be crying while talking to them today. They've written some of my favorite books that have meant so much to me, and I can't wait to talk to them about everything that they're working on. So I guess just to start things off, if you guys could all introduce yourselves and your books to the audience, and as an icebreaker question, let us know what your most recent 5-star was. If we want to go in clockwise order, and Lila, you start us off.
Okay, sure. Hi, I'm Lila. I'm the author of the Mindy Kim series for younger readers, but also fun YA books. I'll Be the One, which is about K-pop, and the script, which comes out on Tuesday. It's about K-dramas. And my most recent 5-star read was actually one I finished last night. Was Upon K-prom by Kat Cho. It spoke to me a lot as a Korean American who grew up obsessed about K-pop, and it was a very fun read.
Is it my turn? Hi, hello. I wasn't sure if the screen was the same for everybody, but it is, and I feel real excited about that because it's not that way on Zoom. Hello, my name is Trung. I'm at Trungles pretty much everywhere. My pronouns are he, him, and they, them. I wrote and illustrated The Magic Fish, which came out a couple of years ago, but I'm still kind of writing that this particular book's wave, it seems to have been really meaningful for a lot of people. So I'm really excited to chat about that. I've done some shorter work for DC Comics, and I will be doing some Marvel work in the near future. My most recent This is such a hard question. Oh my gosh, it was actually The Kitchen God's Wife by Amy Tan. So I went old school. So yeah, nothing super contemporary for me, but that was my most recent, like, hit me really hard in the feelings kind of book.
I'm Adib Kram. I use he, him pronouns. I agree that it's nice that everyone's in the same place, unlike Zoom. On the other hand, I do not like that the camera doesn't automatically like invert itself like it does on Zoom. And so I'm like, nope, wrong hand. It's very disorienting, but whatever, we're gonna make it through it. I'm the author of Darius the Great is Not Okay, and Darius the Great Deserves Better, and my most recent Kiss and Tell. And my most recent 5-star read was probably Beating Heart Baby by Leo Min, which comes out later this summer. I got to read an early copy, and it's just absolutely gay and phenomenal.
Yes, we love to see it. So as I mentioned it earlier, thank you guys for introducing yourselves, by the way. And if you guys haven't checked out their books, definitely do so immediately. I did mention before that the three of you guys are some of my favorite authors. I loved your books, cried over your books, recommended your books to all of my following, and I can't wait to talk to you guys today. And one of the things I love most about your guys' craft is how you masterfully weave discussions of topics like homophobia, depression, fat phobia, and intergenerational trauma into the broader narrative of your books, which I know can be kind of difficult to do. Can you guys give us some insight into your planning and writing process for your stories? If we wanted, we can go clockwise again if that's easier.
Okay. Well, first of all, thanks for having us. You saying that I'm trying to speak for all of us when I said that. You saying that we're your favorite authors makes us feel very happy and honored. For me personally, I think I'm always careful to not write like an issue book, because I feel like for me personally, when I like to write fun books that have a lot of heart. So whenever I write my books, I come with the concept first. So for example, for this book, the script, I really want to write a book that's like about K-dramas, but also sapphic, because when I was growing up, I didn't see any like LGBTQ representation in like K-dramas. So I came up with that concept first, and then I think the other stuff that I want to write about came later.
Yeah, I think I want to echo Lila's sentiments there. I also was very careful not to write like an issues book, and I don't love framing books quite that way. But it's something that I kind of address in the afterword a little bit. Is that frequently, if you're writing from a perspective where you are a marginalized author of any stripe whatsoever, the gravity of the point of oppression kind of sucks everything in around it, so it makes it feel like your narratives are often centering those things, but that's not really the point of what your work is, or at least it's not the point of what my work is. I just wanted to kind of make sure that my narratives are told sort of at eye level, and I kind of am insistent that the readership that I garner, whoever reads my books, like, I'm asking for their empathy, not their curiosity. I'm not someone who's trying to educate people about what it's like to be Asian American or queer. I just want people to read the story and take a look at this young queer character and be like, hey, like, I can see myself in you for all of these different reasons. And so I'm asking for compassion and not curiosity. And that's sort of the center of how I approach that kind of angle of my writing. And since I make graphic novels also, there's this visual element of things. And I learned actually in the process of making The Magic Fish that I'm not a visually oriented person at all. I need to have everything scripted and organized and ready to go before I'm comfortable taking things to a visual step. And so it was sort of a weird learning experience for me, where I realized, like, oh, like, I need scaffolding, I need order, I need an outline, I need to know what the characters are saying to one another before I can start imagining what they look like doing those things on paper.
I feel like Lila and Trung both already like stole all of my good talking points. I just think it's really bold of you to assume that I have any sort of process or plan to what I do. I very much write by the seat of my pants and can't imagine giving that up. But I would say, in a lot of ways, I'm a very selfish writer, and I write the books that I want. And though I've dealt with various, heavinesses in my life, while I've dealt with bigotry and oppression, that's not how I define myself. And so that's not how my characters define themselves. My characters are much more interested in tea and Star Trek, or boys, or all of the above sometimes. And so that's primarily what I write about. And yet I also do feel like, one of my jobs as a writer is to choose, kind of skirt the line of showing the world as it is and showing the world as it can be. And so I do think I'm deliberate in choosing which bits of reality to allow to intrude and how much of that reality to allow to intrude, so that people that are going through that, young kids like the kid I once was, can feel seen and validated, without feeling defined by it.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for your answers. And I guess kind of on that topic, how do you find that good balance just as a writer when you're trying to balance the emotional scenes while also fleshing out your characters and keeping them independent of course, their marginalization, so that when someone reads it, they're not just like, oh, this is about a gay Asian and that's all it's about. But of course, you have these like fully fleshed characters, storyline is separate. How do you guys kind of balance that when you're creating your stories?
For me personally, I feel like I think it helps that I set off writing fun books. So like when I remember I tried to think about what I like as a teen, and as a teen I loved like K-dramas and K-pop and those fun things. So I kind of like try to keep the focus of the story on that. And also, whenever I was growing up, I remember that when I was like reading books or K dramas or like watching K dramas, I always liked the stories that were like fun, but had like moments of like heaviness, but like not that weren't too too overwhelming. So I kind of try to keep it light and like kind of mix in the fun, more of the fun stuff, and like those sprinklings of the heavy stuff. Yeah.
I don't think that I actually think about it quite that hard, and I don't mean that to sound like I'm not a thoughtful author, but I think I'm relatively new, like, I've only made one book that was a solo project, and I like to think of myself as someone who's sort of in community with the other people who are working in the industry, who are also in the media, also telling stories, and so because of the place that I'm in, and because we have reached, to my mind, a certain level of plenitude of Asian American stories and of queer stories, I don't feel this special responsibility to educate people. And so I am free to be frank and be real about experiences that are pertinent mostly to me. I can take Adib's sort of tack of being like kind of a selfish author and telling stories that I really want, and not for reasons that not for any reason where I feel like the story ought to be told because I need to occupy the space, because I know that there are people who have come before me who have opened up the space, who have told stories that are both difficult and comforting, who are, great at edifying the public and also, dialing back from that and telling their own unique stories as well. Like Jean Yang and Mariko Tamaki are both out there, and Amy Tan and Maxine Hung Kingston, like all of these Asian American creators and all of these queer creators have told their stories and are a part of the conversation in such a way that kind of makes me feel like I can breathe a sigh of relief and just tell my stories the way that I want to. And I want to be like, I want to express that I'm always grateful for that, because this isn't something that was possible like a decade ago for me. I don't think that I would be able to create the way that I do without other folks having, paved the way for me in this way.
I think for me, a lot of it just kind of happens organically as I write. But I think I do take kind of two main things into consideration. And one is how I can best illuminate a character in a kind of an honest way of, what choice and consequence have dealt them. And I also always try to lean into making fun of power structures. Anytime I can point out how ridiculous racism or homophobia or ableism or any existing power structure is, I do find myself leaning into that and just finding a way to make the bigot character just look as foolish as possible, because that makes me laugh.
And so on the topic of weightier scenes, I know you guys all kind of talked about how it happens kind of naturally, and especially with the growth of seeing queer stories and Asian stories make it into the mainstream, which we're all very excited about. There's a lot less of a pressure to feel like you're the one who's representing the entire genre, the entire community, and that your story has to be like the one queer Asian story that gets to exist. In terms of just like the final product then, were there any scenes, and I'm asking one of the mods to put up a spoilers tag if you guys did want to jump into spoilers, were there any scenes or storylines that you wanted to include in your guys' books that ended up not making it into the final product? Any big changes that kind of happened along the creative process?
For me, I don't think there's any big changes. I will say that for Albedo 1, if I can think of anything, it's so Albedo 1, for people who didn't read the book, it's about like a plus size Korean American girl who faces a lot of like fat phobia from the K-pop industry, and also back at home. So I also wanted to delve into kind of the male side of things, because I think for K-pop, yeah, it's definitely very misogynist, but also like I think male celebrities also face a lot of the same pressures, because like K-pop stars are expected to be like kind of buff but not too buff, and also like fit. They're supposed to be cute but also sexy. So there's a lot of like very specific characteristics that like K-pop stars like BTS, like they're like expected to like have. So I kind of want to delve into like more like not just like the female side of things, but the male idols side of things, the pressure that they face. So I definitely wanted to delve more into like Henry, who's the K-pop well, he's like a model, and he's the male like celebrity in the book. And I kind of want to delve into like specifically like the body image issues and disordered eating that he faces. But in the end, my publisher like they thought that it would be too heavy if I included both sides. So it's kind of hard to answer, because I feel like it's kind of hard to tell, like, is a book stronger for it by focusing on just the sky? I feel like it did make the story more streamlined for sure. But I would have liked to include the other part. But then again, there are other books out there. Like even like the book I read like yesterday, What's Upon a K-Prom, like it discusses a lot of what the male celebrities also face. So I don't know. I feel like I would have liked to discuss it, but there are other books out there who do discuss it. So.
For me, the Magic Fish is sort of a kind of a nesting story. So there is an overarching narrative, and then there are the characters' perspectives as told through several different fairy tales that they tell each other. And the only thing that I wanted to include that I wasn't able to, and it was just a matter of like the time constraints, because making a graphic novel is an extraordinary amount of like physical labor, and it takes a very long time. And so just so that I could hit my deadlines, I cut out some fairy tales that I wanted to include. And there is this sort of sentiment when you are an immigrant and you move to a new place and you spend a lot of time away from your homeland, and then you come back and everything has changed. And I wanted to capture that feeling with certain specific fairy tales. Like there are a lot of fairy tales that contend kind of with time travel a little bit. Like there are there are Irish fairy stories about the Summerland where, you know, like someone would go into the fairy world and time moves differently there. There's a Japanese story just like that as well. And Rip Van Winkle is kind of a story kind of within that kind of field too. And so capturing that feeling where a character finally steps back into her home country and finds that everything is different and nothing is the same, and that even the language that she speaks is slightly outdated. That's something that I wanted to be able to capture in the Magic Fish, but I just didn't have time. So I guess I am just saving those stories for a different project.
I've been, I guess, weirdly fortunate in that I can't think of anything that I was like that I cut from a story that I actually miss. I think I've also been really lucky in that all the editors I've worked with have always really understood that they needed to, you know, tread lightly when it came to any of the kind of you know, particular Iranian or queer experiences I was delving into if they didn't share those. And just kind of tread lightly and be like, hey, I know this is, you know, outside my wheelhouse. You know, can we talk about what this is doing for the story? But I don't think I ever ended up having to cut anything that I really desperately wanted to keep. And I don't think I've ever been asked to put anything in that I didn't want to put in. I have had to kill plenty of darlings, but the story has always been stronger for it. And you know what? Those darlings just turn into zombies and pop up in different stories later. So it's all, and no writing is wasted writing.
That was actually something I was going to ask as a spin-off question, but I guess Chung and you both kind of mentioned it. I was like, if there was something that you wanted to include, would you want to include it in a future story? And you both kind of touched on, maybe we'll see some of those ideas pop up later on, which I am very excited for. And I know we also talked a little bit earlier, you guys mentioned young readership as well, and them seeing themselves in your books. And of course, a lot of the young readers connect really strongly to your guys' protagonists like Darius, Sky, Theon, and they see themselves in these characters. But actually, the portrayal of the parents is really amazing in all of your guys' books. We get to see a lot of their development as well, especially in their relationship with the children, with the MCs. For Adib and Lila, in Darius the Great is Not Okay and in I'll Be the One, Darius's father and Sky's mother are both major contributors to their issues with self-image and self-confidence. How did you guys go about making these supporting characters and kind of working to humanize them to a young audience who are facing maybe similar struggles with their own parents?
For me, I feel like with Sky's mom, I actually it's both parents because Sky's mom, she has the I think she has the most obvious issues, but Sky's dad also isn't a good parent in his own way. And I feel like with both portrayals of parents, I kind of want to emphasize the fact that like parents are humans and they make a lot of mistakes and like so I feel like whenever I was growing up, like personally, I felt that whenever like my parents were mean or I guess like in general when you're a kid you're like, oh, my parents are mean because I'm bad, so like it's easy to think that, but as an adult it gave me a lot of perspective into like what I mean, I don't have parents, but like just hearing about different experiences from other people, like how hard it is to be a parent, and also the fact that like parents aren't like this all-knowing figures that you think that they are as kids. So I definitely wanted to create parents that had both good and bad parts to them. For example, for Sky, her mom's pretty abusive, I'm gonna say that, but she also like did a lot of the stuff she did because like truly she thought that that was like in her best interest. And also Sky's dad, his good parts was that he was very supportive of Sky's career and Sky as a person, but he was very much absent in the home life, and also like he didn't really defend Sky whenever it came to what happened with her and her mom. So I kind of wanted to create these complex characters that like kind of felt like real parents to me.
While I was drafting the very first draft of Darius, I had to do some math and like kind of guesstimate what years people were born in and how old the characters were. And I had this moment where I realized that I was closer in age to Darius's dad than I was to Darius himself. And I like had to lay on the floor for a while and just ponder my own mortality and the fact that my bones were turning to dust in my body as I was working. But I came out of that experience once I got off the floor, thinking a lot about like how I would treat a child if I had one, what mistakes I would probably make, and what things I would try to do and fail at. And so I think I did go in kind of very deliberately wanting to write a very complicated and hopefully realistic parent. I also read quite a bit when I can about the different psychological stages of psychological development for young people. And one of the hallmarks in particular of your teenage years is a tendency to respond to the perceived emotion behind an interaction rather than like what the interaction, like the content of the interaction actually is. Which sounded a lot like my own experience living with depression, like all the time with everyone, no matter how old I get. And since Darius and his dad both have depression, they're both constantly seeing every interaction with each other through a very distorted lens. And so I really wanted to get into that. And more broadly, I think I'm really interested in the ways that both generational trauma and generational healing can affect, families in diaspora. And I don't know if anyone here has seen Everything Everywhere All at Once, but it's just like perfectly encapsulates so much of what I feel about my upbringing and so much of what I like hope to portray. And I think I'm probably not the only person that just saw that movie and was like, oh, this is my family too. It was incredible.
Yeah, Everything Everywhere All at Once has been something I've been pitching to my coworkers every day I go into the office, and I'm seeing it for the third time on Monday. Yeah, I think all of the stories coming out nowadays that are it's like the parents apologizing genre is maybe one
Yes,
of my favorite healing
Wilco, Turning Red, Everything Everywhere All at Once. I'm like, yes, if you love those,
We love to see it.
like, how can I monetize this moment?
Yeah, I saw the Twitter accounts that are like the parents apologizing genre is maybe my favorite take on that. Yeah. For Trung in the Magic Fish, we kind of see maybe like not the opposite of that per se, but a different type of parent-child relationship. And we watch as Thean kind of struggles to find the right words and the right time to come out to his mother, and instead he uses their shared love of fairy tales to fill in the linguistic and cultural gaps. So often in like queer stories, coming out stories are really fraught with grief. They're focused on trauma. And was it a purposeful choice on your part to kind of veer away from that type of narrative?
You know what? It didn't start that way, but it eventually became something that I leaned really hard into the more I got feedback from other people. I think, like I mentioned before, that a lot of other people have come before me and have told stories that have made the Magic Fish kind of possible to be accessible to an audience as wide as it has been. And so one of my things is that I didn't want to give people the notion that I think that immigrant stories or queer stories about coming out are already so fraught that we don't need any more stories like that. Because to my mind, those stories were very important to me. And having those stories out there, stories about grief and about trauma and about difficulty, those were things that were really meaningful to me to read as a queer kid, as an Asian American kid. And so those stories continue to be important, and we still need coming out stories that address violence, that address things that are difficult and thorny. And The Magic Fish is not that book, because I know that there are other stories that are available that people can find in case they need that. But I wanted to, where I like found good footing on like this floor of expectation about what my life would be like, I also wanted to kind of set a new ceiling for readership. I think queer folks, and to a large extent, like most people who like Asian Americans, especially these days, like we know that our lives are going to be a certain amount of, we're going to experience a certain amount of difficulty. And queer kids especially, like when we're very, very young, most of us go through this process of trying to suss out whether or not coming out to our support network is a safe thing to do, whether we can make it on our own in case, things go really wrong and go really sideways. Like we have to think about our survivability at such a young age. And that wasn't something that I wanted to place in this book necessarily, because I didn't want that to be the thing around which the rest of the story would gravitate. I wanted to tell a story that was a little bit more about the relationship between characters whose primary point of contention is this lack of common culture and lack of common language, as opposed to this kind of fraught relationship with queerness. And it was kind of based off of my experience too. My parents had a lovely, they were really lovely with my coming out process, and so I wanted to set that expectation. I wanted readers to read my book and go, oh, like it actually totally is reasonable for me to expect my parents and my caretakers to want me to be safe and to try to understand me and to love me no matter who I am. I wanted to make it very clear that that's something that everyone should have. And if that's not someone's experience, then they get to be bereft. They get to feel angry, because that's something that everyone deserves. And I think the Magic Fish sort of setting that ceiling of an expectation was something that I wanted to do in the end.
This is slightly off topic, but I actually gifted my mom the Magic Fish for her birthday and Mother's Day earlier this month, and I'm planning, after she reads it, to use it as my way of coming out to her. So I did want to thank you for writing a book where you have like a loving mother-child relationship.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Oh, I hope that goes well, but oh my gosh, you're gonna make me cry. I'm gonna mute before I start.
Because I also have that same struggle with my mom of not having the right Vietnamese words to talk to her about it. So your book really, I hope is going to give us the space to talk about it. I'm gonna ask the next question so that the focus can be off of me as I grab some tissues. Very sorry. I guess like a general question that I missed earlier about like the parent relationships is, did you guys always intend to kind of dive into their backstories? Because we do get a little bit of information about everything that they were doing. Oh, we lost a deer. Oh, that's okay. But yeah, did you guys always kind of plan on talking about the parents' background in your guys' books, like as opposed to just how they interact with the main character? You guys also include things that happen like to the parents in their childhood that kind of affected them as characters as well. And was that always a plan going in? And how much of that was like intentional versus something that kind of just felt natural to include once you kept writing?
Yeah, someone mentioned in the chat, but one of my pet peeves growing up was reading books where parents are absent, and then it's like, I mean, for me personally, as a teenager, like my parents were like the most influential figures in my life, whether it's good or bad. And going back to what Adib was saying about it being generational, like I feel like a lot of the ways that I like kind of try to explain why certain things happened and certain and like the things that like Sky's parents did were like not because of Sky but because of their own issues. So I kind of want to delve into that, and so I think I always like did want to approach things in like a more holistic way rather than like a one-sided kind of way. Adie's back.
I accidentally somehow hit the login button, even though I was already in. I was trying to check the comments is really what was happening, because there's a little red bubble there, and I hate red bubbles, and I was like, clear this notification, and instead I just kicked myself out of the chat. So it was great.
We're talking about exploring parent-child relationships, just in case you missed that question part.
All good, thank you.
So for the Magic Fish, I had always known that it was going to be about a parent and child relationship. And well, the fairy tales actually came first. I wasn't like, it was my first project, so I was like, I'm going to tell all of my favorite stories at the same time. And so originally it was literally just an excuse for me to draw all of my favorite fairy tales. And then the kind of overarching story kind of came later as I started to realize what was important to me about these specific fairy tales. And from there, it was always going to be a parent-child story. And it was that way as kind of a practical consideration because The Magic Fish was bought as a YA graphic novel. And I had the story all set to go starring a 13-year-old who was, you know, kind of squirrely in that middle grade kind of segment of the readership. And so I was like, okay, so if I make this about, you know, this young boy and his mother who's like in her 30s, their ages will average out to be a young adult. And so that was kind of my rationale about like how I was going to include the mother. But I like Deep mentioned before, like I knew from the get that the mother character was going to be much closer to my age than I was to Tian's age. And so the ways that I went about exploring her character and her relationship, like Tian is definitely based off of kind of my experiences as a child, but like as an adult, I felt like I had a responsibility to be really radically empathetic about my parents' challenges and where they were in that moment in their lives. And so I had, you know, a lot of really lovely conversations with my parents about what their priorities were and how they juggled all of those things. And so it was a parent-child story from the beginning. There's no way that The Magic Fish would be able to exist without that. That's really the heart of it.
I think for me, I always went in knowing that, especially with Darius, the parents would be involved. Because part of that is just kind of a general pushing back against how few parents are involved in so much YA, and I think that's a very white phenomenon. I don't think immigrant kids have the same relationships with their parents and just time spent with their parents as white people do. And one of the things is if I see like a lot of something in books and it starts to annoy me, I'm like, I'm going to write a book that's the exact opposite of that, because I'm a little bit of a contrarian. So yeah.
On the topic, I guess I just did this to Trung earlier, so sorry about this, but do you guys ever feel a pressure knowing that there are so many young readers who look to your stories to see themselves represented for what is often the first time? Does that pressure ever kind of affect your creative process? Or like, how do you guys kind of interact with your fan base and your readership, knowing that there is like a certain gravity, whether intentional or not, when it comes to your works and how they reach people?
I feel like for me, well, first of all, I feel like if I start thinking about the larger issues and like audiences, like then I will never be able to write books because I'll be paralyzed by like, oh, what if I did that? What if I did this? So I feel like I think about that stuff like later, further along the process. But I will say, like for me, it was really important for me to write about like different spectrums of like Asian queerness because those stories are what that I didn't have as a kid. Like for example, like for me, I like grew up not knowing I was queer until I was 20 because I was led to believe that like Asians can't be queer. My parents always framed it as like a white person thing. Like white people have too much money and like time, and they have time to think about this kind of stuff. So I think if I did think about it, I did think about the fact that like I wanted to just have like queer Asian characters, like both I'll Be the One and the script have like all queer Asian main cast, like whether it's bi kids or gay kids or lesbian kids or pan kids. So I definitely wanted to fill my books with this diversely queer cast because it's something that I didn't have as a kid growing up. Simply put, yeah.
I think for me, I also feel a little bit like Lila said it very, very well, where it's not something that you think about constantly because it would get in the way of you actually doing your work and telling your stories. And so for me personally, I don't really think about who is going to feel seen by my work necessarily, because I remember when I was really little, I would read tons and tons of different stories, never really seeing myself in them. And it is a wonderful feeling to see yourself in a story, but that's not why I read stories. I read stories because I empathized with the characters. It sort of helped me exercise my compassion. And I think my readership can do that. Like I expect people, like all people, to read all of our books and be able to empathize no matter who they are. But I think for the readers who do see themselves in my work, I don't want them to if they do find themselves in my work, I think that's a really beautiful thing and that can be enough. But I want to take it a step further and insist that by the characters resonating with them on a very personal level, and that this book is out in the world for their peers to read, for everyone else to read, I also want to set that expectation that it's reasonable for you to ask people to empathize with you. Like queer readers and readers of color have been able to empathize with people outside of our experience for our entire lives, and we've had a lovely time doing it. But I think that it's okay to set that expectation for ourselves too, that like others should be able to empathize with us, and that's not a huge ask.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't find myself thinking very much about like pressure and like, you know, who I'm trying to represent in a story or who I want to feel seen with it. I think very broadly about just the fact that I'm writing for young people, and I just want any young person that picks up one of my books to feel safe. Feels like a really weird word to use and a very loaded word, but I can't think of a better word just to know. But maybe that I am careful, that I have gone into writing with care for who they are as a young person. And I hope kind of anyone that picks up one of my books can tell that I'm careful, whether they see themselves in it or not, just that I acknowledge their humanity. If that makes any sort of sense. I feel like I'm just battling now. Let's move on. Pass.
I think you guys have some of the healthiest mindsets when it comes to this, because I know if I was an author, I would constantly be thinking about what would happen once the things that I make go out into the world. But it's
That's
really,
why you block Goodreads.
That is a good point. And you meet people on Twitter. That's what I always say. Sometimes you just got to do it for yourself. But
I block liberally and without guilt.
Although I do follow all of you guys on Twitter, and I think you're all very funny on there. Complete
All of my untamed shit posts. It's literally 90% untamed, 10% Star Trek, and like minus 2% books.
The most recent Onceler Twitter thread that Trump posted made me laugh for like.
I am so sorry.
Oh no, I like had PTSD flashbacks from that. Oh my god.
Okay, I guess this is kind of a turn away from like the content creation process and the writing process, but just a more general discussion of like queer representation in mainstream media. As we see more mainstream content right now featuring LGBTQ characters being created, there's a big conversation on what queer representation should look like. And even actually in your most recent book, Kids and Tell, you actually talk about this problem, and it seems like the only type of queerness that people want to accept and want to consume if you're coming from outside of the community is the type that's like sanitized and fully family friendly. And if like you can be gay, but I don't want to know that you're gay is the kind of sentiment that we're seeing with a lot of content. And if you're comfortable sharing, if any of you have ever experienced any type of roadblocks that stem from this like subtle censorship and attempt at making queerness a marketable factor for books, have you guys ever run into any issues, or do you have any advice for anyone, any young writers or content creators who might be navigating these similar types of roadblocks as we're entering this new environment?
I will say that I haven't experienced any pushback for making queerness marketable, but I experienced pushback for having queer characters at all. Like when I remember when I'll Be the One first came out, like some parent on Common Sense Media like ranted about like how, oh, I came into this book thinking it would be a family friendly read about K-pop, but the main character randomly dropped that she's bisexual and just not appropriate for children. So she went on this whole tirade. And also I'll Be the One just got banned from a school district in Florida like this month. So it's been a wild ride. So for me, I feel like a lot of pushback has been like having queer characters, period. That being said, so it's been kind of rough, but I'm still out here making books. But as for advice, I would say that like you just gotta keep putting your work out there, because there is gonna be pushback no matter what. Like you're gonna get pushback from like homophobes, but also from within the community. Also, like and I think the best we can do really is to like produce like content out there that's like what we think is like, well, I guess is what I'm trying to say is like I guess like you gotta keep hitting them with like queer books and like and hopefully, because I feel like there are going to be a lot of people who like don't like what you're putting out there, but there are going to be even more people out there who really need your books and like really need that representation. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've all kind of experienced like pushback for just queerness being present alone, and so like that seems to be where a lot of the conversations tend to happen. But I think to your point, Brianna, the conversation that about conflating queerness with chasteness as a means to make it palatable for a broad audience is something that I think about a lot. And I'm someone who tends to make work that can be considered quite chaste. Like I write books that are not terribly like there's a little bit of violence and cannibalism in The Magic Fish, but like there's not a whole like it's not a spicy book necessarily. It is a little gruesome in the way the fairy tales are. But I don't want to give people the impression that I think that queer books need to be clean and need to be very kind of like mom and pop, like very like frothy in order to be accepted, because queer people, like everyone on like within the queer community, has a different relationship to sex and has a different relationship to our history of kind of like being oppressed in specific ways in regards to the ways that we express our attraction. And so the conversations about whether or not like queer stories need to have this sort of like cleanliness about them is indicative to me of shifting goalposts, because the goal ultimately is to get queer people to be out of public discourse in general. And so we get people who are kind of soft pedaling. They're saying like, oh, like you can have queer characters in your story. Sure, they can like hold hands. Maybe they can hug. Maybe they can kiss. Maybe it'll be just like Heartstopper, and that's totally acceptable. And I love Heartstopper, but to have queer stories where there is sex and where there is really frank discussion about sexuality, like that's necessary too. And for young readers are really great at identifying which stories they're not ready for. They can self-select themselves out of those situations, and we should be able to encourage them to have the agency to express that to the people in their lives, to say, hey, like, I'm not ready for this. And they will do that. They'll be frank about that. But like, it's always strange to try to navigate this quagmire of like queerness conflated with purity as a means of like respectability for the broader culture. And I don't think that's a conversation that we necessarily need to entertain with any level of seriousness, but it is something that bleeds into our conversations from time to time. And I don't know that I have any strong answers about how to contend with it as they come along.
I feel like we could talk for hours about this, but we don't have hours. I think there's a couple like weird societal factors in play, and I don't mean to throw 20-somethings under the bus, but I'm going to for a moment here, because I was also once a 20-something, and I think there's this really weird period when you're out of college and out in the world, and you are just convinced that you and you alone see what is wrong with the world and know how to fix it. And I think we're seeing a generation of queer people that kind of came of age after the AIDS crisis, after Stonewall, and there's sort of a weird like disinterest in queer history. And I think every time the no kink at Pride discourse comes up, you're like, where do you think Pride came from? Like it was drag queens and trans people and leather people. Like they were the ones throwing the rocks. Like, and so this weird like sanitization of queerness really doesn't sit well with me at all, especially as it intersects with capitalism. Because, at the end of the day, being queer is still, a minoritized identity, and capitalism likes to make money. And so if they can, take our little minoritized identities and file off the sharp edges and sell them to people that don't share that identity for dollars, they're going to keep doing it. And they'll put in like one mention of how your husband got blipped, and say, hey, we have gays in the Marvel universe now. Or like heavily imply that, what's his name, LeFou, has a crush on Gaston, and be like, yes, Beauty and the Beast is the most progressive live action Disney film ever. God, I'm so sorry. I'm really angry and annoyed. I think, I have apparently you can bookmark things in Twitter, and I know this, and then I'm constantly forgetting it, and then being like, what's bookmarks, and find tweets that I bookmarked long ago. And like a week or so ago, I accidentally hit my bookmarks and saw something I had bookmarked from 2010, where someone on Twitter was saying that there was a whole generation of people that grew up in a Tumblr culture that conflated being made uncomfortable with being oppressed, and that's the lens through which they seem to see the world now. And I feel like that bleeds a lot into queer circles as well. And the fact is that the patriarchy wants to destroy us all. And you can look at, the book bannings. You can look at now the case in Virginia where someone was suing Barnes & Noble for carrying Genderqueer, which is about queer people, and then also one of Sarah J. Maas's, which is about straight people, and I think straight fairies boning. They're out to destroy all of us. And I think a little solidarity and a little less gatekeeping is always worthwhile.
Adeep, I'd like to add to your point a little bit too that I always forget to bring up, but the point that you've made about the historicity of the ways that queer people have been people have attempted to erase us from public discourse, has their advantage is the fact that we lost a whole generation of elders due to the negligence of the government during the AIDS crisis as well. And that project kind of continues. I think a huge part of the reason why the discourses that come up about sanitization and propriety and it reminds me actually of the discourse around whether or not queer is an appropriate term for queer people to use. And I always go back to someone made a point in saying that if queer people say that queer is okay to say, and you say that you can't call yourselves queer people, you've chosen the sides of the oppressors. And then I realized that a lot of the you can't call us queer discourse kind of comes from a much younger generation of folks who are like, you have to be specific about your identities, which is fair and fine, but you don't have to divulge your identities at all times. And I like queer as sort of like this kind of blanket, like I'm in community with everyone. And then I realized that like, this is a wedge issue. Like they're trying to like both the sanitization and the whether like what you can call yourself, like those kinds of intergenerational rifts are being exacerbated because there's this effort to conflate queer elders with predators, with people who are dangerous. And so there's this kind of generational separation that's happening on purpose to kind of divide the community on a generational level as well.
Yeah, thank you guys so much.
I just got goosebumps.
I am part of the Tumblr generation that kind of grew up and I feel like there's this pressure with like people in their 20s and in their teens right now when you're chronically online that you are not a legitimate queer person unless you're listing all of your identities, all of your mental illnesses in your bio. You have like a card.co that lists every oppression you've ever faced. And if like that's not visible to everyone who follows you, then you know everything that you've experienced is not legitimate. It's not equal, and that you don't have a space at the table to discuss things if you're not ready to be out. And I know you mentioned Heartstopper as well, which is also something I really love, but that's actually what inspired that question is because a lot of the fandom, I think, is predominantly white. And there's like a specific conversation that, you know, Alice Oseman, the author, was inspired by, like, not inspired by, but there's critique of like Asian BL genre and how she's like, I wanted to make like the wholesome version of that because the Asian BLs are all fraught with grief. They're all bad. They're all too like rated 19 plus. And then that's, you know, a conversation I think that was like really important for a lot of Asian queer readers to know. A lot of us found ourselves originally by reading like queer Asian content, like manhwa manga that we saw ourselves in for the first time, and that it doesn't have to be fully clean to kind of be something that we can relate to. And even if your relationship with sex is different than what, you know, these authors are portraying in their stories, it's important to be able to see that as an option that you can kind of relate to and maybe you'll grow into in the future. And I know like there's probably a lot of teenagers watching now and reading your guys' books that you guys don't have to put your marginalizations in your Twitter bio. That information is not for anybody but yourself. And then I guess if we are wrapping up, I got a little message from Tiffany here. I guess one of my last questions for you guys is, since many of our readers consider your guys' books as comfort reads, what books do you guys turn for comfort that you'd like our readership to kind of know about?
I feel like when I was a teen, I liked like fantasy books because I like to escape from my problems. But as an adult, it's like I kind of like more like cute, like soft books. Like for example, I really love Axie O's books, like The Girl Who Fell Beneath the Sea, XOXO. I also like read a lot of like rom-coms in general, like Emily Henry's books, and things like that. So I think those are my comfort reads.
Yeah, I think my comfort reads have a very similar vibe. When I was younger, I also read like tons of fantasy, and I still reread like the Prydain Chronicles and the Narnia books and like all of the like Christian apologia fantasy books from when I was a kid. As comfort reads, like they're quite well written and they're fun, and they have they cast a large shadow. So they're things that I circle back to. But more recently, I think a lot of my favorite books have been kind of within the realm of nonfiction. I really enjoyed reading Disney War by James B. Stewart, which has been out for a few years now, but it kind of chronicles the corporate intrigue and like the kind of petty fights that the corporate bigwigs at Disney had over many, many decades. It's written juicily, and so it's very fun to kind of read. It's sort of gossipy, and I really a graphic novel that I enjoyed recently was Across a Field of Starlight by Blue Delaquanti. It's very it's queer, and it's like a little bit like platonically romantic, and it explores a lot of really lovely themes through its characters, and it's great. I highly recommend it.
It's weird. When I'm in need of comfort, I do not often reach for books. If it is a book, it's almost always like some sort of adult romance or adult rom-com. Alexis Daria is one of my favorite authors working today in that space. But I actually find myself watching food shows on Netflix a lot when I need comfort, or going through just rereading some of my favorite Untamed fan fictions, because those always bring me comfort.
And lastly, to wrap things up, what are you guys all working on next? And are there any exciting things that you'd like to plug?
As far as new projects, I can't really share anything yet, but I will say that Flip the Script comes out this Tuesday, so I'm definitely plugging this one. It's a sapphic K-drama rom-com about a Korean American actress who is expected to fall in love with her male co-star, but she falls in love with her female co-star instead. So if you like K-dramas or K-pop, the male character is a K-pop star. You can read my book.
I have a couple of things on the docket. So I'm working on my second graphic novel with Random House Graphic. The Magic Fish turned out to be a lot heavier than I was expecting it to be, so I'm working on something much more lighthearted. It's just going to be a rom-com, but it is about a Vietnamese American girl who overcommits to extracurricular activities while she's in high school and then burns out really hard and then has to figure out how to like reestablish a positive relationship with her work. And then over the course of it, she falls in love with a classmate, but she doesn't know that this is a classmate of hers because this person is inside of a big bear suit for most of the time because she's working in a theater. So, so it's going to be a little bit like You've Got Mail and also East of the Sun and West of the Moon at the same time. So if you like those fairy tale tropes, that's what I'm working on next. And then I'm also illustrating, like doing the drawing portion of two other graphic novels. One of them is Fairy Hunter by Laurel Snyder, and another one is They by Mari Naomi. And they're both, one of them has a script already done, and the other one I'm still waiting on a script, but I'm super excited to collaborate with both of these incredible writers.
I can't wait for all of those. For me, most of my stuff is still top secret. I do have a short story in an anthology coming out this fall called Eternally Yours, edited by Patrice Caldwell. It's all paranormal romance, so it's my very first foray into that world. And it's about gamer people. And then I just announced my next picture book called Bijan Always Wins, about a little boy named Bijan who makes everything into a competition that he has to win to the detriment of his friendships. But I do have more books coming out about queer Iranian Americans that I'll get to talk about sooner or later. Yeah, I think that's what I have to plug, right? That sounds like a good sum up. I can't remember what I'm doing anymore.
Came out earlier this year too.
Pardon?
I said, and Kiss and Tell came out earlier this year. If everyone's ready.
Back in March. Back in March 25 years ago. That's what it feels like in the pandemic. 3 months and 25 years ago.
Thank you guys so much for joining me today and for sharing your books with the world. We are all the better for it. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day. And I will have Tip and Zan take over from here to introduce the next panel.
Thank you so much, Brianna. Be gay, do crime, everyone.
Woo! Everyone, bye.
That was such a lovely panel. We're excited for our next one coming up to talk about everything you wanted to know about publishing if you're interested in breaking into the industry, all the positives, the negatives. So give us a couple minutes to gather everyone, take a break, grab some water, and we're excited to have this come up next.
Hello, everybody. We're so excited to be back for our next panel, which is called So You Want to Work in Publishing, which are all of the things that you will need to know if you want to work into the publishing industry. We're super excited to have Jenny, who is also known as The Story Ain't Over, to mod the panel. You can find her on Instagram, YouTube, and all the other socials. I'm sure it'll be very, very exciting. So whenever you're ready, Jenny, I'm going to have everybody come on. Yay.
Alrighty, everyone's scrolling in. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the So You Want to Work in Publishing panel. I'm so excited for this. I've been looking forward to it all week. And I guess I'll just start by introducing myself a little bit, and then I'll get everyone else to introduce yourselves. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Jenny. I go by she, her pronouns. I am a book influencer, as you may call us, and you may know me from the channel This Story Ain't Over, where I am often raving about my favorite books, many of which are by Asian authors. And I'm just usually getting people to read more books by BIPOC authors in general. But what you may not know, if you are not an avid watcher of my channel, is that I actually used to work in publishing for a few years there. And as someone who has worked in publishing for a few years and also who grew up wanting to work in publishing, like that was like my ambition growing up, I think this is a really exciting panel for me to be moderating and to get to hear all the stories from all of you today. So I'm just super excited, and I hope you guys will be along for the journey. So I'm going to get all of you here on the panel today to introduce yourselves. Tell us your name, your pronouns, what field of publishing you work in, what your position is, how long you've been in publishing, and also where you work currently. So both the company and also like location-wise. So I'll let someone, whoever's feeling brave, to go first.
I can start. Oh, Janie, you go.
All right, hi everyone. First, I just want to thank Alexandra and Tiffany for organizing this amazing conference and for inviting me to speak today. Just thanks for creating a space for us. My name is Jane Lee. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm currently a senior manager in membership development for Reese's Book Club. So where I kind of bring content and fun experiences to our community. And before this, I spent a decade in the publishing industry, primarily in marketing and digital space for young adult brands such as Novel, for Lowbrown Books for Young Readers, and Epic Reads for HarperCollins. I'll pass it back over to you, Rebecca.
Hi, I'm Rebecca. My pronouns are she, her. I work in editorial. I'm a senior editor at Rick Riordan Presents and Disney Hyperion. I've been working in publishing for about 5 years. Previous to this, I was an editor at HarperCollins. I've worked in packaging and also have been a literary scout for Netflix and for international publishing clients.
Hey, I'm Jessica, and I work at Quirk Books, and my pronouns are she, her. I'm actually pretty new to the industry, so I'm an assistant editor, and I mainly work in Kidlit, and I'm based out of Philly.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Lee. My pronouns are she, her, hers. This is my 4th year in publishing. I'm an editor at Penguin Young Readers. Penguin Workshop is the imprint that I work at. And prior to that, I did 4 years of internships. So this is technically my 8th year, but really my 4th. And I'm based in Brooklyn.
Hi everyone, my name is DJ, pronouns are he, him. I am in marketing. I'm currently an associate director of marketing over at William Morrow and Avon Books at HarperCollins. I've been in this industry for probably about 7 or 8 years, definitely over 5. And so I work primarily on romance now, adult romance. And previously I was leading the marketing for Wednesday Books over at St. Martin's Press.
Awesome. Thank you guys all for introducing yourself. And now that you've started talking and telling us a little bit about yourselves, I'm realizing that we have a pretty good range of, experience in the publishing industry. So I feel like this will be a fun discussion. And I'm curious to hear all of your experiences, especially as someone who, spent a short time in publishing, wanted to work in publishing for so long, and then has recently left it. I think one thing or experience that stood out to me, having gone through this experience, is just the fact that I felt like I was in a silo and I didn't know that many people in publishing that shared similar experiences to me. And I've been thirsting for those stories. So I think I'm excited to hear from all of you. about how it's been for you and, what similarities we have in our experiences. So I wanted to start off, since this is the So You Want to Work in Publishing panel, many of people watching today, I'm assuming, may want to get their foot into the industry, see how it is, discover what it would be like. And I think, as someone who wanted to work in publishing when I was younger, I had so many questions and I was so curious. So I was often scouring the internet for more information. So I hope that this will be helpful for all those people today. So I want to start off by asking all of you, how did you get your start in the industry? So whether, what did you study in school, and why did you choose to pursue a career in publishing? How did you get your start? So we can go in the same order if that is easier. Yeah.
Happy to. So I have always loved reading, but never thought of it as like a viable career until I saw that character in One Tree Hill was a book editor. So I thought that was such a cool job. So I immediately Googled how to do it. The search results said major in English and do internships to kind of gain experience. So that's exactly how I kind of found my roadmap into publishing. I interned at the English department at my school, at a university press, and eventually got an internship at one of the big five at Lowbound Books for Young Readers. So it's kind of like how I started, and it really just stemmed from a love of stories.
Similar to Jane, I also grew up loving books, but never really thought that it was kind of a viable career option. For me, I went to college and I majored in organic chemistry and zoology, like on the path to going to medical school, but failed organic chemistry like 3 times before I realized that that was just like not a thing that I could do. And after college, I went to Korea for a year to teach English, and I like had packed my suitcase with just books. Like I brought almost nothing else with me except for books. And I spent the entire year creating this like curriculum of books for all of the kids. And when I got back, I realized that that was kind of what I wanted to do with my life. And so my first job in the book industry was as a bookseller in Boston. And then from there, just got internships, eventually got my first job in the industry at Candlewick Press. From there, went to grad school and then finally moved to New York and got into like the New York City publishing industry.
So I think this is going to be sort of a running theme among us, but I also did not consider publishing to be a viable career. And so I basically got my start because I studied, I always loved reading, and then I studied English and Japanese in college. But when I graduated, I just had no idea what I was doing. So I just kind of stumbled around. I answered a Craigslist ad and ended up working in mobile games. And I was a game writer for a while. And eventually, after like 5 years of doing that, I was like, what else am I going to do with my life? I don't want to do game writing forever. And I realized my favorite part of game writing was always the editing part. So I decided I'd try and like get into the publishing industry. And fortunately, I had a friend that I made on Tumblr like years and years ago when we both commiserated over a certain author being racist in their depiction of Asians in YA Lit. And we bonded, and she worked in the publishing industry, so she gave me tips. And that's how I got into the industry. And my first industry gig was interning for DB Pitt. And then after that, I got my job at Quirk. So that was kind of my like unusual journey.
Yeah, similar to everyone else, I went to Barnard, which is in New York City. So I knew that publishing existed, but I wasn't really sure about like the ins and outs of it. I feel like it's a very opaque industry when you're not in it. And so I majored in English and creative writing, and I knew immediately I didn't want to be an English professor. So I was like, what the heck are you going to do with your life? And I always gravitated towards young adult literature in my free time. Even though I read the classics in school, that wasn't really where my heart was. And so I actually got a career mentor through Barnard, a Barnard alum. Her name's Laura Schreiber. She used to work at Disney Hyperion. And she really taught me the ropes and like helped me with every informational email and interview and like figuring out basically how to get into publishing. So I owe a lot of my career to her. And I proceeded to do, as I mentioned before, 4 children's internships. I think I've hit almost every house at this point. So I did Harper twice. I did Simon & Schuster, and then Macmillan, and then I actually, when I graduated, got a job at Macmillan in the same imprint that I was interning, which was a very lucky turn of events. And then I worked there for several years before I came to Penguin.
So I would like to say I've always been a reader, but that's not true. I had a speech impediment when I was a child, so reading just was not something that I was, particularly into or could grasp. But once I was able to overcome that, I suddenly books were something that I just couldn't get enough of. And so I'm very fortunate to have parents who, kind of kept an eye out for local author events. So in a way, I feel like I've always been vaguely aware that publishing was a thing, or that there were actual people making these books that I was devouring. But when I was starting to view it as an actual career choice and thinking about college, I was like, okay, I'm going to be an editor. Everyone's an editor. That's the only job in publishing, so that's what I'm going to do. But I'm originally from the Midwest. I knew the opportunities there weren't super abundant. So I took a look at what was around, what was available. At the time, book blogs were just becoming a thing, and I was like, oh, that seems cool. I want to connect with other nerdy readers. And so I started a book blog. I kind of grew up in our local indie, so that was always like, okay, if I get a job there, that can be my first foot in the door, so to speak, and I can learn how to be a bookseller. I can learn about the book selling side of things and hopefully make connections from there. And so at that point, I was in college. I was planning to get my associate's degree at the local community college, save some money, live at home, get the core classes out of the way, and then transfer to a four-year university for a bachelor's in creative writing, because again, editorial track. But by the time I was done with my associates, I was just really hungry for experience, and I was trying to get internships. No one was taking me seriously because I was in the Midwest, and they were like, why would you come out here for the summer? I was like, because I'm desperate. And so I finally was just like, okay, I'll wrap up my associates and I'll just move and see what happens. Very fortunate to have family friends who were in the area that let me stay with them. So my path was a little bit easier than some. So they had a spare room. So I went, I stayed. I was able to get an internship at RT Book Reviews magazine, which I'm not sure how many people are familiar with them. They were the premier source for all things romance. And I was on the website side there. That was part-time. So I was able to get another internship with a literary agency. And I learned so much there, and agents are amazing, and I don't know how they keep track of everything. And then I eventually moved over to Simon & Schuster as an editorial assistant with Atria Books on the adult side. And then I was there for about a year. I learned a lot, but I really learned that I did not want to work on the books. I wanted to work with them. And at that point, I knew that editorial was not the only track. So I started looking at, marketing and publicity. And then I finally got a marketing assistant position with St. Martin's Press. And I was there for about 5 years, started as an assistant and left as a senior marketing manager before joining William Morrow as an associate director. So I've done a little bit of everything, and I really appreciate everything I've learned, because I think one of the things I love about this industry is it's always changing, and there's always some little pocket that I still don't know how it works over there, and I'm always running there to figure out how it works. So my path was very fortunate, and a lot of privilege in some regard too. So I recognize that, but it's been really fantastic, and I really appreciate everyone who has helped me along the way. Jane in particular has been great. I've learned a lot from Jane, and so that's kind of where I started and how I ended up where I am now.
That is awesome. Oh my God. I just hearing all of your starts and your journeys is super interesting, and how all of you got to your places in very different ways. I feel like DJ, I relate to you in a lot of ways. I wasn't a big reader when I was very small, and I kind of stumbled into it much later when I was growing up. So yeah, I feel that. And I feel like I had the similar experience where I thought editorial was the place I was going to go, and then realized, no, that's not where it was. So I was actually in marketing for most of the time I was in publishing. But yeah, I love sort of hearing your different paths and everything. So I think one thing I'm curious about for all of you before you got into the industry, what's something that you wish you had known, or you wish someone had told you before you got into the industry?
Okay, so I had kind of a long answer.
Yes,
I think try your hardest not to be a people pleaser and a yes man, but with the caveat of without asking why. I think you should always question why things are being done the way they're done, and just ask the why behind the request, whether it's coming from your boss, an editor, an agent, or an author. I think context is everything. And in publishing, there are so many books to work on, not enough time in a day. So you really have to be smart with your time and just make sure you're using it on things that will really move the needle and help you reach your goal. Otherwise, you'll kind of burn out. And so I think like for anyone going in, just get into that habit early on and understand the why. Make sure there's a purpose behind every action.
I kind of have a long answer for this as well. And it might be something that not everyone would agree with, but I feel like a lot of us get into this industry because we have this pure love of books. Like books are our safe space. They're where we go to escape. For a lot of us, like these books are our love of books is so intrinsically linked to our childhood. So the love of it feels like really pure and really foundational to who we are as people. And I wish that someone would have told me that you lose a little bit of that when you work in the publishing industry. You lose the ability to just look at books as this like place to go to relax and to just decompress because when you're working in the industry it will change your relationship. But what I've learned is that it's not necessarily a bad thing because you do get things in return for kind of giving up what your relationship to books used to be. And so the happiness that you used to have is replaced by like happiness of like working with amazing authors and like seeing those authors like reach their goals and like dedicating yourself to a book and seeing that book become like a new generation of kids like favorite book. And so there is a little bit of like sacrifice that it takes to work in this industry, but you do get something back for it.
That was such a thoughtful answer, and I'm a little bit moved by it. I guess for me, what I wish I'd known, this is a little bit more of like auntie job advice, which is that what you do throughout your life is actually considered job skills, like how you sell whatever your skills are. So for example, I was, I did book blogging for like a YA book blog with some other bloggers, and I also like wrote for Book Riot. And these all ended up things that I put on my resume and used to get my job. Like if you book blog, that's something you can put on your resume because you have a deep understanding of the book industry. You have a passion for books. You understand like what books are popular and like you can, speak to like the trends. And these are all things that you can use to get a job. And like, I think people underestimate that about themselves. And that's something I had to learn was how to be creative in understanding what I'm able to offer people and to like value those skills and be like, hey, like I really understand like say, the YA space, or I really understand this, and that's actually really valuable, and like you should listen up. So I would say I wish I'd known not to undervalue my own skills in this like more informal space of like book blogging and just being a lover of books. And I, put that on your resume. That's what I would say.
I think my advice is also a little controversial, but I really realized throughout these past several years that no one will create your opportunities for you. You have to do it yourself. And I think that, I had a really amazing boss at my first job, two bosses actually, and I was like, anything that I want, they want to, and it's going to be great. And I think that is very true. I think they really supported me. But I also realized that, in publishing, it is very much a fight to get promoted, to get opportunities that you want, to get a raise, physical things like that, and also to work on the books you want to work on, to meet agents you want to work on books with. And I think that you don't just, no one hands that to you. You kind of have to do it yourself, and you have to know when you're ready to leave, when you're ready to leverage, which is a really scary reality, and negotiate your salary. And just really being confident of your worth is such an important thing. And recognizing that that's ever changing, ever growing, and you might not be super prepared for the next step, or you might not feel that way, but you actually are. And I feel like a really good example of that is the job that I'm in now. So when I was at Macmillan, I was an assistant editor. And when I knew that I was ready to not assist anymore, I was looking at positions, and there are very few like associate editor positions available. So I just started applying to editor positions and sometimes even senior editor positions, knowing that, you know, I would be skipping a level or two and that it may not work out. And I did get hired at the editor level, like without question. And I think that that was something that I was very concerned about, but I'm glad that I took the step to be proactive and to kind of act like a white man, not to be crass, and take the step to like look at my potential and what I could be versus what I am now.
I'm obsessed with everyone's answers, by the way. Mine is kind of twofold. I wish I knew how much email it was going to be. No one really prepares you for how many emails you're going to get in the span of like 10 minutes, especially in this pandemic environment, which obviously no one could predict. But so email management is something that I maybe it's taught somewhere, but it wasn't ever anything that was really discussed in any of the courses that I was taking, and no one really ever talked about it. And so email management, I wish I knew how to do a little bit better when I first started, especially using Outlook. Outlook is a tricky beast. But then the second thing that I wish I knew was I wish I knew how personal this industry and this career is, in terms of we're interacting one-on-one with so many different people, whether it's the authors we're working with, the agents, the editors, the publicists, the marketers, legal team, production, like everyone. It's just such a personal job. There's a lot of emotion, there's a lot of feelings and opinions, and it can take a huge toll. And I think sometimes, you know, it's easy to forget that at the end of the day, this is a job. This is our career, so there are going to have to be certain boundaries and lines that we have to either draw ourselves because no one else is going to draw them, or, you know, just others that you kind of have to navigate and respect and all that kind of stuff. So it's a very personal, I keep saying that, but it's just a very personal job. And I think that is really great in a lot of ways. It can be really frustrating in many others. And I just wasn't prepared for all of that. And I think also going back to like Rebecca's answer, you know, it's personal in the sense that, you know, we all love books and we're all really passionate about what we're doing. And so sometimes when a campaign doesn't go the way that we wanted it to, that's really frustrating for a variety of reasons, but it's very frustrating personally. And it almost feels like, you know, I'm the reason it didn't, you know, go as well or whatever. And so it's also part of that too, is like how to take care of yourself while navigating your career and your path through publishing, because again, so much of it is going to feel like it's all on you, even though it isn't, and it's, you know, easier said than believed. So those are the two things that I wish I knew.
Amazing. Okay, so I have two things right off the bat. One, I'm obsessed with all of your answers, and I feel like I'm at like a poetry reading where I just want to like snap at like every line that you guys are saying. Two, we're having our own little side conversations in our private chat here, and we're just like vibing about all the things we relate to here, and I just love this whole thing. And three, I just want to go over some of your answers because all of those really resonated with me. Like every single one of you said something I was like, yeah, I wish I knew that. Rebecca, what you said about, you know, the whole process of seeing something that you love, seeing that get made really changes your relationship with it. And I think that was one of the biggest things for me going into publishing. I was like, you know, I had such an idealized vision of what books were and how much I loved them. And then once you get into, you know, the factory where the meat gets made, you're like, oh, this is a little ugly sometimes. Like, oh, I don't know how I feel about this, which is part of the reason why I was in marketing, because I could not deal with the editorial process. But yeah, like that is something that really, you know, changes your relationship with the books, especially as people who come from a place of loving books. That can be a pretty difficult experience. And I think another thing, you know, which DJ, you were talking about, having it be this very personal experience. We pour our hearts and souls into these books. We care so much about them and we want them to do well. We care a lot for our authors, but sometimes we idealize our authors and we don't know how they are maybe in real life. Like there's just so many things that about this industry in specific that is so personal to everyone working in it that can make it a little bit different from, you know, someone who's just working on like creating laptops or something, right? It's a different industry, and I think that's one of the magical things about it. And I think I wanted to sort of talk about my experience with this sort of question as well. I know Elizabeth, you talked about how no one will create opportunities for you, and I love that. That's something that you really have to fight for in publishing. And I think my advice here would be, as someone who worked in publishing when I was quite young and had this passion, I really wanted to just do really well in publishing. I think one thing to remember is just to know your limits and to not let someone exploit your love of reading for just the business side of things. As someone who went through all this and had to leave because of it, I think just remembering that, you are still a person and you still have, wants and needs and things. And this love of what, this one thing in your life is not going to, shouldn't take away from everything else in your life. So if you're in a toxic work environment, don't stay just because you love the books and the authors, right? It's a twofold type of thing. So that's my little advice there. But as you guys were talking, I was actually quite curious. So one thing as I entered publishing was I was surprised by the little things in the publishing process that I didn't know about going into the industry. So I'd love to hear from all of you. What's something where you got into the job and you're like, oh my God, I didn't even know that this was part of the process. This is kind of weird or interesting. Or you just never realized about the publishing process. So whether it's something in your own field or someone else's field.
I think that it's for me. I worked in digital and social media, so I think going into that, this is a time when internet is really just starting to take off and boom in a different way, and then realizing that everyone in publishing is doing the same exact thing. We're all learning the platforms all at the same time and the algorithms, and it was Instagram, it was Vine, it was Tumblr, it was now TikTok. There are all these different things, and I think that especially being a baby marketer and being in digital, it's no one really tells you what to do. So they're like, okay, great, you're gonna take the Instagram, just run off and do what you think does the best. And I think realizing that there wasn't really a roadmap, coming in as a baby professional and expecting someone to show you the ropes and then not realizing that there are no ropes. So I think that was definitely something I didn't realize, which can be good and bad, right? Good in the way that you get to put things out there the way that you want to. But then as we saw, I think as evolution years went on, that everyone kind of wants to tell you what to do in the end. And then the content doesn't really work because they're not on the platforms. So I think being able to trust yourself and knowing when to push back, I think that's something didn't expect, but something that I learned along the way.
I think for me, I had this very idealized, romanticized idea of how an editor acquired a book. I think that actually came from Hallmark movies, where a young editor would just go into her office and there'd be just a pile of manuscripts, right? And she'd pluck one out of the pile and it would just be this beautiful story and she would just buy it. I had no idea that literary agents existed. I had no idea that so much of my job as an editor was to network with them and that they were the ones who would be giving me books. I absolutely had no idea that auctions existed and how they would just take over your life as an editor. So there was this whole kind of very competitive side of the industry, especially when it comes to being an editor. Competition is so much a part of what we do. I am a very competitive person, so it worked out naturally, but it was not something that I expected to just have so much competition in my day-to-day life. As an editor, you think the job is just so working on books and editing them and putting them out into the world, but it can be a very cutthroat place. And that was something that I maybe was not as prepared for as I would have liked to have been.
So for me, it was actually two things. One is coming from the games industry. I didn't realize when I came into publishing, I was like, oh my God, the emails. I did not realize that we were still emailing each other in 2020. And I was like, where's the Slack? So that was quite of a shock to me, but I actually quite like it because it's a little bit slower than Slack and it's easier to turn off your job brain if you don't have a little instant message all the time. And so kind of a little bit about technology and how things are a little bit not out of date, but just in a different trajectory and timeline. And then the other thing was I had no idea that so many books were IP. It never occurred to me. I was always every writer, a book comes fully formed out of their brains and they sell it to the publishers. But it turns out there is a lot of books that are IP, including like very, very famous ones that like are very much beloved. Those might have been like brainstormed by an editor. So that was really interesting to learn about.
I didn't realize how much author care was part of the process. And for those of you who don't know the term author care, I feel like it's so funny because I have family members who hear me talk about it and they're like, it sounds like you're taking care of like a patient and you're a doctor. Like, don't be ridiculous, but it's a real thing that we use all the time. So author care being kind of like author management, right? When you are working on a book, as an editor, you might have like 30, 40 books they're working on at one point. But the author, that's their only thing that they're doing. And it's a huge part of their identity and they're in a super vulnerable place, especially if they're a debut or somebody who maybe didn't have a great track and is really banking on this next book. There's just a lot of strong feelings that come with being an author and a lot of anxiety about how that process is going to go. And you're going to be working with that person for at least 2.5 years, if not more. And then multiply that by as many authors as you have over the course of your career. So I think that it was something that I didn't realize was a huge part of the job. We always joke like, oh, editors are kind of like therapists. That's true. I mean, you can set boundaries for sure, but I do think that's a big part of it. And it's something that I really enjoy because I do feel like, you're not just scribbling in red pen on a document and then sending it off. It's really not like that. It's a lot of conversation and collaboration and making sure everyone is on the same page. And you often really like the people that you're working with on the author front. And so you form these like deeper relationships with them. And I think that that's really meaningful. But it is definitely an emotion-based aspect of the job.
Something that I realized pretty early on was how much of it is kind of intuition. And maybe that's more just because I didn't go to school for, I didn't do one of the publishing programs. I didn't do creative writing or English majors or anything kind of related to what I'm actually doing. But I feel like so much of it is kind of your gut instinct. And then you have to take that and advocate for it in a way that other people will understand. And you have to learn how to quantify things that really can't be quantified, and kind of spin it in a way that will make it more digestible for other people. And so that was something that I quickly realized and tried my best to kind of learn and get a handle on that. But I also something that I really have enjoyed learning about is the different like paper stock, especially when it comes to covers. Maybe in another life I was a production person, but I am constantly like touching books in the bookstore, and I'm sure I look like a complete weirdo. But I'm like, this is rough touch, I must have it, or this is soft touch, not really my jam. And trying to explain that to other people and getting really nerdy about it, and it goes right over their head. And I've been working on some printed swag materials lately, and I keep asking our ad promo person, like, okay, well, what kind of paper stock is available? Can I get samples of this kind? And I'm looking for something that feels a little nicer, but still looks clean and uncoated and not gloss and all that kind of stuff. So something I realized also is that you can get really nerdy about very specific and very random things, which is a lot of fun. And that's one of the more positive aspects of the job as well.
Awesome. Thank you guys for your answers. I totally vibe with the whole paper stock thing, because that was a weird thing that I never thought I'd be obsessed with when I got into publishing, but definitely something that I can't like unlearn that. And I always am like, oh, what kind of stock is this? Like, yeah, anyways, amazing. One thing I wanted to ask next is sort of moving into sort of the harder side of things, and then we'll move back into some of the positive stuff. We're going to get the full range. I want to know what everyone's sort of the biggest challenge you've faced while in publishing. So whether it's like a specific experience or it's like a general experience over the course of your career, whatever you want to speak to, what's the biggest like hardship challenge that you faced over the course of your career?
Politics and communication. I think I mentioned, trying not to be a people pleaser and yes man earlier, because I think a lot of times things get lost in translation. There are a lot of requests that go through funnels and gatekeepers. So a lot of telephone is being done and things get way misconstrued by the time they get to you. So I think like navigating that as well as office politics can be really tough, especially when you're a person of color in a predominantly white environment. So I would say that was definitely the biggest challenge overall for me.
There are so many answers to this question. I honestly don't even know where to start. I think for me, it is a lot of imposter syndrome. It's just being in this industry, first of all, can give you a lot of imposter syndrome because there are not a lot of people who get to work in publishing. And as soon as you become visible in this industry, you will start to get, DMs and messages and emails from people just telling you how much they want your life and your job. And it can really kind of mess with your brain because you're just you're kind of like struggling in your day-to-day life. You're dealing with, as Jane said, like politics, and being a person of color in this industry, you're dealing with microaggressions. You're advocating for your books, and sometimes it doesn't work out the way that you want it to. And there's this like at least for me, there's this feeling of constantly doubting yourself. And that's just something that I have to like be cognizant of every single day in my life, and just tell myself like, you are good at your job, even if you don't feel like it, like, you like what you do. And yeah, for me, that's been like one of the biggest challenges.
I hear you on the imposter syndrome. It also hit me right in the feelings. I guess one of the biggest challenges for me is just, so I'm going to explain this with a meme. I'm very sorry, but there is a meme where, first of all, when you are selling a book, right, you want to kind of talk about like what are books that are similar to that book, so that like booksellers have an idea of like, oh, well, this book will sell like this book, or like this audience will like this book. And so there's like, whenever you see those like X meets Y book, or like Hunger Games meets Pretty Little Liars, those are like comps. So there's like a meme where Timmy Turner's dad is pointing to like an empty trophy case, and then he says, this is where I'd put all the comps for marginalized books if I had any, and then he looks really mad. So this is the meme. And I think that's been the biggest challenge for me, is that when I'm like, writing stuff up, and then I have to find a comp for a book, and it's like, okay, I need to find this very specific comp, but like, what's out there? And it's like, the options are like extremely famous book by like a racist author, or an amazing book that is, only recently came out, and it's still like racking up sales, and it's like not quite there, and it's not like hit the like 10,000 sales or whatever benchmark. And it's like, well, I want to list this other book that's more like this book, but I have to list, it's like, oh, do I have to list this book by like a racist author, or like, do I have to, it's like, there's such a like a dearth of good comps, which is very frustrating, which I know it's like a weirdly specific gripe, but it's just, I think it's like symptomatic of like where we are as an industry, that like we need to put more support behind like books by marginalized creators, and kind of give them a different like benchmark, and like redefine what success means, especially if they're like newer books, or they're by like marginalized folks who are up against more obstacles. Like, how do we redefine success? How do we redefine like what a book that is considered doing well and is worth investing in looks like? So that's kind of just been like my biggest challenge, is coming up against this obstacle and then thinking about how that resonates with like other issues in the industry.
Oh, Jess, did you want to talk about comps? DJ had mentioned in
Oh, yes. I'm just looking at the chat. I can't read and talk at the same time, it turns out.
No. I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
So people, like, publishing loves comps because for a variety of reasons. It's like, it's useful for marketing and sales to kind of like, as I mentioned, like tell booksellers, like, this is how this book is going to sell. Like, this is, it gives the booksellers an idea of like, oh, you should have confidence in this book because it's like this other book, and this book did XYZ amount of sales numbers, so you can expect that. And then it also kind of helps inform like what kind of audiences are interested in it. And then from like a front-facing, like public-facing view, it's useful because, you know, like a casual reader might be like, I have no idea what this book is about. But if it's Hunger Games meets Pretty Little Liars, I like both of those, so maybe I'll pick it up. So even though I think sometimes these comparisons can be like overdone or feel like sort of not genuine, they're, you know, they're very useful from like a marketing and like sales perspective, and they have like a function, but also have some pitfalls. So that's my understanding. I think other people can explain it better though, because I'm a baby in the publishing industry.
I think you explained it great. I would have to say that I think the biggest struggle for me is that in publishing, your identity is kind of like a selling point, especially now that, you know, back in the day, like we had the Twilight era and like the Harry Potter era and the like apocalyptic Hunger Games era, right? And now that's kind of shifting. And I feel like diverse voices are a very important thing in publishing, which is not to say that they are a trend, but sometimes they're treated like that because that's what people want. And then your identity as an editor of color or as a person in publishing of color is used as one of those selling points. And I know that sounds really horrible, but sometimes it's really empowering, right? Because you're like, this book is about an Asian American girl who's doing XYZ thing, you know, I feel like I really relate to it, and you can really share that excitement and that personal connection with marketing and publicity. But sometimes, you know, as Jane said, with politics, it can be a little bit difficult, and you can find yourself up against difficult conversations with people who may not understand your perspective. And I think that's very true internally more than externally, right? Like the books that we're putting out tend to be celebrated, especially if they're by and about marginalized people. But internally, it can be a little bit tougher. I noticed now that I guess I'm more mid-level, that there are very few AAPI editors in mid-level, especially in children's. Children's already so small. Like I'm sure Rebecca and I have been in many an auction together, and we don't know it, right? I have like a group chat with a couple of other AAPI editors, and they're like, oh, I think I lost this to you. You know, you're always getting similar things because there's just like 6 of you or something. And so I think that can be funny, and you do create that community, but it can be hard because you feel like, you know, when are we going to start growing so much that like every Asian submission only doesn't have to just go to the 6 of us, or, you know, it's like specifically trauma-based Asian submissions. So I feel like hopefully that's getting better and better, but it is something that I think about quite often.
I think for me, one of the biggest challenges has been when to let it go. As I was saying earlier, so much of this is very personal. We are all very invested. This is as much a passion career as it is, you know, a business career, so to speak. And so there are certain things that it can be hard to kind of pick your battles and choose which hills you want to lay down on and never leave from that spot. So you know, that has been a challenge, especially because, you know, as you're working your way up, there are going to be so many people above you, the powers that be, that are just going to say no to you without any real explanation. And, you know, if later you find out the reason behind it, you're probably, most of the time you're going to be like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But a lot of times people don't actually give you that kind of context because they're like, well, it doesn't matter. The answer is just no. And so that can be really challenging, you know, being like, well, no, I'm the one working on this book, so shouldn't I be, you know, the authority and have the final say? And most of the time you don't. So that has been a huge challenge, as well as how much of myself I want to give to this job and to the people I work with and to the people who are watching us do the thing we're doing with social media. I'm very active on social in the book kind of community, Bookstagram, Book Twitter, and there are a lot of conversations happening, and a lot of good ones, and a lot of misinformed ones, and that can be exhausting. And I, as I said earlier, I'm someone who loves this industry. I love talking about it. I love learning about it. So I'm always, my first thought is, I'm going to share some insights. that has burned me in the past because, of course, there's always going to be someone who's like, well, that's not how it works. And I'm like, well, what do you know? You don't work here. But, so I'm always someone who wants to give a lot, but that's not always going to be healthy for me as an individual. And so that has also been a challenge of just how much I want to give to everything that we're doing and how visible do I want to be. I was very visible at my last job with Wednesday. And when I moved over to William Morrow and Avon, I am in a higher position too. So that kind of goes along with it, but I am a little bit more removed. And I think in the long run, that has been really great because I've been able to kind of focus more and kind of keep my head down and do the work that you need to do while being, still celebratory of everything that my team is doing and everything that I and my authors are accomplishing. So those are my two biggest challenges.
Awesome. Thank you guys for your answers. That was great. And again, resonated with so many of those answers. I just wanted to throw in my little answer here. I think one of the biggest challenges that I faced while I was in publishing was the experience of just being like one of the very few people of color in the room when you're staring at 10 faces on a Zoom screen, because I was working in publishing through the pandemic. And you're the only face that is like the people that you grew up with. I grew up in a very diverse city. I'm from Toronto. So it was a very weird experience for me having to justify my presence in a room, having to explain why I had certain opinions, why I wanted to champion certain books when they just deserved to be championed. So yeah, it's just something to, I guess, be aware of if you're considering publishing. It was very much a getting dunked in cold water and being like, oh, okay, this is going to be part of the experience. But I think, a lot of us are here just trying to do the work, doing something that we love, but also putting in those hours so that we can still, see more of ourselves around in this industry and more of the stories that we love in this industry. So with that note, let's talk about some of the fun things in this industry and things that we love. Please tell me your favorite thing about this industry and also your favorite book that you've worked on, or author you've worked with, or project that you've worked on, or a campaign, the best thing. If this goes in your Hall of Fame for my publishing career. Please tell me that experience so I can just live vicariously through this serotonin.
Yeah, I think for me it was probably the feeling after I pulled off the first successful Epic Reads Day. So that was a paid event that was open to the public that had a full day of programming with swag giveaways and photo ops and signings of authors and just really inviting the community into our space at the HarperCollins offices at that time. And I think you can plan and plan and plan and hope that everything goes well, but seeing your vision actualized is a very special thing. And then also just being able to put faces to names, names that you've been interacting with on just social, and then being like, hey, I'm Life and Fiction. So DJ, as an example, because I know you were there. So that was, just a really special thing for me. And I think I don't know, books that I've worked on that I'm really proud of are Love Boat Taipei being one of them, which I know was a South Asian Book Club book, Serpent and Dove by Shelby Mahurin, and to shout out some other ones, The Hate You Give, The Poet X, Elizabeth Acevedo's books were beautiful. I loved working on those as well. And The Diviners, Laini Taylor, and all of that. So that would be mine.
Jane, I love all of the books that you just mentioned. I love Love Boat Taipei so much. It's one of my favorite books.
Love Boat Reunion is really good if you haven't gotten to it yet.
I just read it, and it's almost better than Love Boat Taipei.
We'll have to sidebar about this later.
Yeah, yeah. For me, I mean, great things about this industry. I just the first book that I worked on at Disney, Once Upon a K-Prom by Kat Cho, just hit the New York Times bestseller list, and it just is so amazing. That was such, I think, a grassroots marketing campaign, and so much of it was just came down to Kat and her amazing TikTok prowess. Honestly, if you don't follow her on TikTok, you definitely should, because she just goes to Penn Station and does a TikTok dance in front of her gigantic billboard. And it was just it felt like such months of hard work that just paid off in the most amazing way. And I think for me in general, I mean, I grew up and there were no Korean girls in books. I think the closest thing I had was Claudia Kishi in the Babysitter's Club. And I have just been able to work on so many books by Korean authors. Two of them have hit the New York Times bestseller list, and it just has felt so incredible to be able to give this like next generation of Korean and like Korean diaspora readers like these books where they can really see their life play out on screen, and the fact on the page, and the fact now that like Korean books are moving past K-pop and moving past K-drama, and we're just getting books about Korean kids and their lives, like also just feels like such a great part of the industry to me.
So first of all, I just got really excited listening to all these books, and I'm just like, oh, everyone should read Love Boat Taipei and Once Upon a K-Prom. All these are amazing. So I guess my highlight so far, since I'm just a baby, just like that TikTok audio, is just like seeing books become actually real, because I'm new to the industry. So when like the designer sends like the design proof, and you're like, and you see all the like text and the pictures and everything laid out, you're like, oh my God, is this real? This is going to be a real book. So having that moment happen to like books that like I'm editing for, that will come out, year like in 2023 or 2024, that has been like really, really great. That has been like such a highlight. Designers are amazing. I love you all. But honestly, like my high point right now is just when I went to the AWP conference in Philadelphia, and I met another Asian marketing person who was working at a different small press in Philadelphia. And then we like later met up and got sushi, and we just talked for like 4 hours straight about like manga and like things we grew up with and like working in publishing. And it was just like so refreshing to talk to like another Asian in publishing who got like the same references, who like actually knew what manga was, which is like a hilarious thing where I distinctly remember attending a conference thing and they had like a slide that was like, what is manga? And I was like, okay, this, you're in a different place now, Jessica. So that, and just, like being here and like seeing other Asian editors and getting to talk to them, like I think just finding that community is like really, really great.
I know, I'm gonna like want all your numbers later. We have to create a group chat or something. So my first day at Penguin, I was in an auction and it was for Lay and the Fire Goddess, which will be out in summer 23. Just totally plugging it right now at the moment. And it's a middle grade about a half Hawaiian girl who accidentally curses her best friend and family when she like angers Pele, the fire goddess. And I realized as I was working on it that it's like one of the first, if not the first, Hawaiian middle grade to be published by a Big Five publisher. And so we worked so hard on like making sure the cover was like trying to nail it, making sure it's big book cover, getting all that internal excitement. And next week we have launch, which is this thing where we present all of our titles for a season. And so we are presenting Lay at Summer 23 launch on Tuesday, very chaotic, right after Memorial Day. And I sent out this email in preparation for launch to like all of sales and marketing and people I've never met ever. And I got a ton of feedback back, like just people who loved the read, who loved the cover, and just getting that was so gratifying to know like, okay, all this work that you put into this, all this excitement, and like to see how much, how important it was to them and how much they realized that, this being one of the first Hawaiian books ever is really a big deal. And I really wanted them to understand that, and they did. So I'm hoping for big things for it, but just getting that internal love was really gratifying.
I'm very excited about all the books that everyone has mentioned so far. So my TBR pile is going to be even more out of control by the end of this. But for me, what's been really rewarding, I've been very fortunate to work with a lot of amazing authors and amazing people internally and externally from the companies that I've worked at. And, one of the ones that will always stick out to me, though, is Red, White, and Royal Blue by Casey McQuiston. That was one of my first solo campaigns to start, but it was also, I grew up grew up in the industry, so to speak, I guess, of always hearing that traditionally published queer romance does not sell. It does not sell in print specifically. That was something I had always been, heard and been told, especially being involved with the romance community pretty early on, and shout out to all the indie publishers who were, publishing on the side and making that happen. But when it came to traditionally published queer books and queer romance, it was always, well, that's a niche audience where, that's not where the money is. And so when this book came across, my radar and everything, we all knew we had something special. And it was definitely one of those books. I went to my boss at the time and I was like, I don't want anyone to tell me that this will not sell in print. I don't want to hear that this is a niche audience or a niche book, because it's not. And the read holds up. It's an amazing opportunity for a variety of reasons. And he was very much on the same. He was like, yes, I agree. So let's make sure that doesn't happen. And so it was a really rewarding campaign personally, because it was, my first solo one. I hit a lot of my goals, and it was just a fantastic team. But it was also just really rewarding because everyone in-house also was obsessed with it and also wanted to make sure that it was a successful campaign, but also a celebratory and a respectful one as well. I think everyone knew that this was an opportunity to open that door a little bit wider and help pave the way for other authors and books in the future. And that was just so gratifying for me as a queer reader, to see that everyone was actually all supporting it in that manner. So that was a very rewarding campaign for a variety of reasons, and I'm so grateful to have had that experience. But again, I've been very fortunate to work with very many lovely people and author out. So each campaign is always rewarding in some form or another.
Awesome. Oh my God. Like, just hearing all the books that you guys talked about, I was like, I need all of these now. I mean, both the ones that are coming out and also the ones that are already out, and also like the huge flexes from some of you. Like, awesome work. But that was amazing. And we are running out of time, so I'm going to start wrapping up. But this was a fantastic panel. And honestly, part of me just wants to continue chatting for like another few hours, because there's so many things to talk about when it comes to publishing, especially like, giving the very different experiences that all of us have, and just all of it. So yeah, I wish we could continue talking, but thank you all so much for being here for the panel, for sharing your experiences and your wonderful advice. And thank you, Tiffany and Alexandra, for having all of us here. This has been a wonderful experience for me as well, just moderating this and hearing your stories. And yeah, I would love it if you would all leave your the books that you're working on, that you're excited for, that are coming out, leave one in the comments for everyone else to check out. I would love to have you talk about them right now, but we don't have enough time. So leave them in the comments, and hopefully everyone here will check them out. But yeah, thank you guys so much.
Thank you all so much for that amazing panel. I could honestly listen to you guys talk about this for another hour or multiple hours. And thank you for just being here. We had a really great time listening to you and spilling all the tea and gossip. It was wonderful. Our next panel is going to be starting shortly. We're going to give ourselves a couple minutes to get ready, especially since Jenny is also on that wonderful panel too. So take a break, grab some water, use the restroom if you need to, and we will be right back. So we are ready to kick off our next panel, which is moderated by yours truly, Alexandra. So Alexandra, just bring in our guests and let's get started.
Yay! I am super excited to be here. Hold on. There you go. Hello, everybody. This panel is going to be the Let's Hit the Book Clubs panel. So we're talking about all things book clubs. We have Janine, Elias, and Rira here who are co-hosts or hosts of a variety of different book clubs. And so let's just hit things off right away. Can you please introduce yourself and your book club? And as an icebreaker question, what was your most recent 5-star read?
Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Elias, and my book club is one I'm co-hosting called the Late Night Book Club, along with two wonderful people, Noelle and Joel. And my recent 5-star read, I actually had to go back through this list. Was a book I read last year, I believe, and that book was Song of Achilles by Madeline Miller. So. Fantastic.
Hi, everyone. This is Rira from Books and Boba. We're a podcast and online book club dedicated to spotlighting books by Asian and Asian diasporan authors. And my co-host is Marvin Yue. And my last 5-star read, oof, at the top of my head, probably Red Palace by June Her. Yeah, I think I rated it 5 stars. It's been a while since I read that book.
Hi everyone, I'm Jenny. You just saw me on the last panel. I'm from the YouTube channel This Story Ain't Over, and my book club is called the Read in Color Book Club, which is pretty self-explanatory. We read books by BIPOC authors each month, and I'm joined by a different live co-host each month for the live show. And my most recent 5-star book, which is, I just turned off my camera to go grab it right now, is Know My Name by Chanel Miller. It's a memoir. Fantastic, amazingly written, very, very powerful as well. Highly recommend.
All of these books are so good. I read The Song of Achilles and it's so good. And the other two are definitely on my TBR. So what is the story behind your book club? Why did you start? And if you have co-hosts, how did you decide on working with your co-hosts?
Ago, and I was just in DMs talking with Noelle, just different we were all one reading and I them like different hours in the daytime I would Noelle, and then I would in different times of the UK. So, books late at night. Mentioning reading one you read as well, and I guess it all came together. We're all like, oh, let's do something like that. It started as a joke first, and then like, actually did. And so that's just like came together.
And sorry to interrupt, Elias, but I think we have a couple comments saying that you're cutting out.
Oh no.
Or that people can't hear you. So potentially it could be your AirPods or your audio.
I guess.
Let's try this again. Apologies for the technical difficulties, everybody. I think you're muted.
You're muted.
Can you guys hear me now? Is this better?
Yes!
Much better.
Okay,
Sorry.
can you? No, don't worry about it. Can you repeat everything you just said?
Okay. So essentially how the book club started is that I was in the Instagram DMs sort of with two separate people, Noelle and Joel. And basically we were all wanting to read The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo at some point. but it wasn't together at first. And knowing something about me is that I stay up really late, like almost all the time, and my DMs with them are like just at wacky hours of the night, right? And so I'm always like, oh, I'm reading like a book, but it's like late, right? And so we sort of like made it as a joke at first, where I was like, what if, you know, we call ourselves like the Late Nights Book Club or something like that? And that sort of became something that, wait, what if we actually did it? And so the rest is history. And we just decided to do something, you know, fun together collectively and joined forces. And so I have two wonderful co-hosts, and we created the Late Night Book Club, reading books late into the night and starting off with a bang with The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo, which I thought was fantastic. So yeah, that's the story in the nutshell.
That
Is it
book.
okay? I also have the fan art. Is that like?
Yeah, no, the audio's perfect now. The audio's perfect now. Yeah, that book is so iconic. If you haven't read The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo, it's so good.
Yeah.
Rira, do you want to go next?
Yeah. So this is a very interesting story. So I went to an Asian American media networking event, and I was just making small talk, and some random guy asked me, "Oh, what do you do?" And at the time, I was a writer, I was a blogger, and I just said, "I'm a writer." And he said, "Oh, so are you like an author?" And I said, "No, I write articles, blogs." And he was like, "Oh, yeah, duh. Like, I don't know why I thought you were an author because there's not a lot of Asian authors out there." And it was a moment where I was just like, what are you talking about? This is back in 2016. So I was like, there's so many Asian authors. Like Viet Thanh Nguyen just won a Pulitzer Prize for The Sympathizer. So I went on Facebook saying, hey, I would like to start an Asian American book club. Does anybody want to join? And Marvin, my co-host, who's also in the chat right now, he was doing a bunch of other podcasts and he saw my post. So he was like, hey, do you want to start a podcast with me and potentially a book club? And I said, yeah, sure, without even thinking about the consequences. And and it's been a long journey since we started, since like 2016. So we've read a lot of books since then.
So for me, the situation was, it's a bit of an interesting story, and I don't think I've actually ever told this story ever in public, but basically, I was working my job in publishing, which I recently left in March of this year, and I was getting very frustrated with some of the situations that I was in where I would be championing a book by a BIPOC author, and it would sort of go nowhere. And I was, faced with a lot of pushback for some of the books that I thought were amazing that deserved to be published, but were facing publishing pushback. So it was like I wanted to create some good karma in the world, I guess, to counteract the bad karma that was going on. So it's like, what's something I can do on my end? And I had always wanted to start a book club. I always loved the idea of live shows and that kind of thing. And I'd recently been a co-host on Lala or Kayla's channel for her Literally Dead book club. And I loved like the format of that. So she's definitely an inspiration. And I loved the idea of having like rotating co-hosts. And so I was like, okay, what if we read a book by a BIPOC author each month? And what if I had a co-host come on each month who shared the identity of that author and who could sort of speak to some of the cultural nuances and like experiences that maybe I couldn't, and that a lot of our audience, people who are reading the book may not understand. And so that was sort of where it started, and I'm so happy with how it's sort of turned out. And I think it's just really enriched my life as well, just to hear from so many different people and read so many different books. But yeah, it was definitely sort of that frustration with the publishing world that brought it about.
I love that story, Jenny, even though it is kind of sad because you're like, oh, the world is awful, but then we all try to do our best in our own ways. And also, Rira, when you said like your co-host invited me, was like, hey, do you want to start a book club? That was literally me and Tiffany and Subtle Asian Book Club. She just texted me and she was like, hey, do you want to start Subtle Asian Book Club? And I was like, sure, why not? Did not really think much about it. But yeah, it sounds like for the most part, book clubs in general are just like more about like community building, more about like sharing your love for reading, as well as like sharing and diversifying your reading tastes. So what is a book recommended by a co-host or by a book club member that you read or want to read but normally wouldn't have?
I guess I'll go first. So we read Grace of Kings by Ken Liu, and this was a book recommended by my co-host Marvin. And I was really it was really daunting to open that book because it's like around 700 pages. It's very dense and it's Asian inspired fantasy. And I was like, I don't know if I could read this in like a month and a half and have enough brain cells to discuss it. But I was able to power through, and it's definitely not a type of book I would pick up as like my leisure reading because again, it is so thick, and I tend to read more like fluffy, lighter topics. So yeah, that was one book that I wasn't planning to read, but kind of got forced into it, and I liked it, so it worked out.
I can go next. So one book that we read that I probably wouldn't have picked up, and then I have another one that we're going to read that I probably wouldn't have picked up. So the first one is Next Year in Havana by Chanel Clayton. This one was actually the first book club pick that we did for the Reading Color Book Club, and we read this with Olivia from Stories for Coffee. And despite being a history major in university, I don't actually read that much historical fiction. Yeah, this one is a historical fiction. It's set in 1950s Cuba, and it was actually a really fantastic and beautiful book. But it wasn't necessarily something I would have picked up at the time. I think in the past maybe 5 months, I've gotten a lot more into adult fiction and historical fiction. But prior to that, I didn't read a lot of it. So this is definitely one that sort of expanded my own horizons. And then another one is one that we're going to be doing for September of this year, where Elias is also going to be a co-host, and we're going to be reading The Sympathizer. I am very excited about this one. I had mentioned a different book by a Vietnamese author to Elias, which I know a lot of people love, and I actually read recently, which is On Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous. But Elias was like, hey, what about The Sympathizer? What do you think? And then I was like, let me think on it. And then I read the description, and I was like, this sounds really cool. But I had sort of not thought I would enjoy it because it was a Pulitzer Prize winner and it was very literary fiction, and I usually don't pick up literary fiction that often, but I think it's going to be fantastic and I'm so excited for it. So definitely join us in September if you want to read this with us.
Yeah, super excited, Jenny. So I haven't read any of these books yet. So a book for me would probably be You've Reached Sam by Dustin Tao. Was a book I read for the Late Night Book Club. And it's funny because it's why contemporary romance is not a genre that I would typically gear towards that often. And so I actually wasn't really expecting much, but when I read it, I actually ultimately cried. Like not just like a few tears. I was listening to the audiobook while I was reading the physical copy as well. And I was reading it on brand, typically at late in the night, around like 4 a.m. in the morning, and just staring endlessly at my computer screen while tears are raining down my face, sort of at the end of the book. And it had a bigger impact on me than I actually thought it would. It was so that is a memory in a book that will probably stay with me for a long time, just because it was so devastating. So I'm going to be on the lookout for Dustin Tao's other books, and so pretty excited that a book like of all the Late Night Book Club picks, I feel like that I want to say that is the only book out of the countless books that we've read was the only book that made me cry, like actually crying. So kudos to that.
Nice. And then also small plug, Dustin will also be on one of our panels later today, I think in the last one. No thoughts, just vibes. So that will be fun. But yeah, very relatable because I literally just finished You've Reached Sam last week. Also listening to the audiobook with like same thing. Late into the night, and I'm just like listening, staring into like the black abyss of my ceiling and just being like, why am I hurt? Because I also don't really like, or I usually don't enjoy like YA sad contemporary, because I'm like, oh, when I would like to read, I would rather read something that's like more happy or like just something else, not like sad reality. That's not what I usually vibe. But then I was like, oh, it's just been on my list, so I might as well read it. And it was actually like, it was pretty solid, pretty solid. And I will definitely be reading The Sympathizer with Reading Color later this year. Next question is, all of our book clubs are hosted virtually, which allows a lot of freedom in terms of your location and timing. This allows us to connect with readers all over the world in different backgrounds and ages. And how has your book club challenged or expanded your worldview?
I can go first for this one. This has been a really exciting experience for me personally. I feel like one of the things about like having a YouTube channel where you talk about books is that like although you have comments, it's like not a real-time experience of like talking to people about books. So it's been really fun, like in real time getting to talk to people about like the specific book that we're reading. And it's been really interesting to just hear people who are very much not like me pick up these books and like share their experience of reading these books. Every now and then I get like a message on Fable about like someone who lives in like Australia or like India or all over the world, and they're like a completely different age or in a completely different time zone, and asking me to do my live shows in a better time for them. But they're sort of resonating with these books in a very visceral way, which is like really exciting. And I think one of the things that I wanted for the book club was not only for a lot of people to see themselves in these books, but it was also for a lot of people to expand their horizons and read books by people who they do not regularly relate to and that they do not usually read from. And so it was interesting to see a lot of like people who had never really read books by BIPOC authors discover them and love them and learn so much about other people in the world. So I think that was what was the most exciting for me.
Yeah, I guess just to sort of like reiterate on that too, is that it's really interesting, I think, also like reading books that I would never be really interested in or think that I would be interested in, just because I've learned like so much in terms of discussing the things that that could have been better, or why so many different other people, why they liked this certain book or why they didn't. And knowing, or just like reading all like their discussions is just like something that is so like pivotal and really interesting, especially with like people from like different countries and different cultures. I think that is probably one of like the highlights. Every live show when we're talking about like a certain book, what missed the mark on that topic for certain people, but that certain mark that was missed could have been like a huge highlight for different people. So just like different varieties of like genres and tastes all over the board as well, and like new recommendations. So it's just like a whole new a plethora of like just different things that I think is just really, really cool, just to like learn and see about, be like informative and educational, I think. So learning something new every day with all these different books and so many different people, which is great.
Yeah, I mean, as an American, we forget that there are other Asian diasporans outside of America, and what this book club has helped me with is finding those authors, finding Asian diaspora authors, Asian Australian authors, like the author of She Who Became the Sun by Shelley Parker Chan, and just hearing from book club members who are like in England or South Asia, like it's just been wild to see like how our demographics is just all over the place. And um, some people are saying like, oh, there aren't a lot of Asian authors like at my bookstore, so it's really nice to have these book recommendations from you guys. And in return, we get recommendations from them, and it might be an author that we would have never come across because they're a local author to that country. So I think that is one of the major ways it's really expanded my view.
Yeah, definitely feel that. I feel like sometimes when we live in America, because I'm also American, it just feels like a little bubble. And then when we step onto the internet, you realize, wow, everyone is from everywhere, and like reading is universal, despite it being like a written word, but like stories can be translated and like emotions are universal and all of that wonderful stuff. Janine, you mentioned that your book club is hosted on Fable, which is really cool. All of our book clubs are hosted on different platforms, so like Books and Boba is a podcast, and I think Late Night Book Club has like a very big Discord following. What made you decide to use your specific platform, and do you think that your audience would be different if you used another platform?
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So originally at first, we started our book club on Twitter, and then we made an Instagram like simultaneously as well. And when we were doing these live shows, I think that our audience wanted a platform where it was more accessible, I think, in terms of like more discussions and more something that they could get involved in. And so we created a Discord server, which was really fun, and that was something new for me because I've never created anything like that before, and interacting with it has also been different as well. It's more, I think, and there's more involvement that needs to be done with the Discord server, but it's also really fun because there's just so much more accessibility and all these like different people just coming in with all these like different topics and discussions. I think it's just really fun as well. And something that really helps along the way, I guess, or sort of maintaining that was that I had other people to rely on as well. It wasn't just me, myself. So that was extremely helpful, setting all that up and everything. So
I'm gonna pop in and say that the Late Night Book Club Discord is so cool and so fun. So if you haven't checked it out, I would highly recommend. But yeah, Janine, do you want to go next?
Yeah, for sure. So us or hosting the book club on Fable actually was like a perfect work of fate. I had been thinking about starting this book club for like since I think the end of last summer, so around like September. And Fable actually contacted me, I think in October, and I was like, "Hey, do you want to like maybe start a book club on our platform?" And I was like, "Hey, this might actually work out." And what's cool about Fable is that it was started by a woman of color, so I feel like it really resonated with the objective of the book club itself. And what's cool about Fable is that it's like dedicated to like book clubs and reading. You can also read books on there as well. And like sometimes when I'm hosting the book club, I can like highlight things in like the e version of the book on the app, and then it can like add to the discussion on like the little forum. And it also can like split the discussion by like chapter. So we have like a little chat room for each chapter of the book. So you can like say all of your thoughts about the book without spoiling someone for like the next thing in the next chapter kind of thing. So in that way, it made for like a really fun and engaging experience for everyone. And I think a lot of the book club members have really enjoyed it. So yeah, like highly recommend Fable if you want to check it out. There's also a lot of other book clubs on there, led by different people and different authors and that kind of thing. So you can also browse through on Fable for other book clubs that you might be interested in.
That sounds so cool, by the by the way. As like a podcast book club, well, we originally started as like an in-person book club as well as a podcast book club. So we would meet up with people in the SGV LA area at like boba shops. And it was actually like really hard for the first couple of months because of scheduling conflicts and people not finishing books. And we're like, okay, we need to be more flexible for people. And since everybody already has a Goodreads profile to keep track of their reading, we're like, okay, let's just make this as easy as possible for people. And it's been really interesting because people would read a book that we read like 2 years ago, and then they'll like come back on the thread and be like, "Oh, I listened to the episode. I read the book finally, and these are my thoughts on it." And we've also had people like email us their thoughts, which has been like pretty interesting as well. But yeah, like Fable and Discord, those sound like way more active We're actually thinking about starting a Discord, but Marvin and I are both old, so we're trying to figure out the new tech. So if you have any tips, please send them our way.
YouTube tutorials.
Yes, YouTube tutorials.
Oh my gosh, that is so cool that the book club originally started in SGV boba shops, because I'm originally from the San Gabriel Valley in Southern California. And so I would go to like various boba shops growing up. So I'm like, at one point, it could have been like I walked into the shop to get my boba order, and I didn't know that Rira and Marvin had their book club on the side, and they were talking about books, and I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah.
The
super
problem
excited.
with hosting like our book club meetings at SGV boba shops is that there were so many Asian kids who were studying, so they took up all of the tables. So it was like really hard to find chairs, and we would have to like pick places that were actually like bigger or had outside seating.
Yeah, sounds about right. I see Tiffany says they take all the tables, which is so true and really sad. Or I feel like there are some boba shops, this is a tangent, but there are like some boba shops where you see like older generation people, they're playing card games or like mahjong or like they're whatever, and they're there for like hours. But anyway, yeah, that's my little tangent. Rira, I wanted to ask you another question because Books and Boba is super unique in that it's like a podcast book club. What I know you mentioned earlier that like Marvin asked you and he already had a podcast, but what made you want to have the book club in a podcast versus other mediums such as like YouTube videos or like discussions or like photos or Twitter threads or just like literally any other medium?
Okay, so the reason why we're not on live streams on YouTube is because I hate being on camera. It was actually like I actually had to think about like being on this panel because I was like, oh man, I have to like show my face, and I'm so used to just being behind a mic. But yeah, I listen to bookish podcasts. I listen to Book Riot. I've listened to First Draft and 88 Cups. And I think it's just a cool medium because you can listen to people talk about the books while you're folding laundry or doing dishes. There's like a multitask portion to it. Whereas with other platforms, you just kind of have to be in front of a screen. So that's something that I considered. And also Marvin wouldn't take no for for an answer. So he's very much like the yes man in our group, whereas like I'm just like, I don't know, like maybe not. And it takes a little bit of convincing, but yeah. Mostly because we're shy. We're on podcast form.
No worries, no worries. I love podcasts, so I'm really glad that we have it. And also, when you said like Marvin does not take no for an answer, I was like, Tiffany, no offense, Tiffany, we love you. um, okay, this next question is for everybody. What has been the most challenging thing in starting and maintaining your book club?
For me personally, so I guess sometimes, like I said, starting a book club, you get all these different like recommendations or input from people. And so when we read a book, it's also like based off of, other people's, recommendations as well, what they want to read. Sometimes the book that we are currently reading, I'm just, not a fan of, or I'm just like not here for it. And it takes me forever. Like I am a huge procrastinator. Okay. I would always, this is something I need to work on personally myself, but I'm always reading the book club. I'm not typically the day, like the day before, the day of. So instead of like stretching it out in like a month, I was better at it in the beginning. But let me just say, like these past couple of months, I've been reading it like the night before and finishing it like on audio. So audiobooks are coming in clutch. I think it's just like sometimes with the book I'm not enjoying, I'm just so thankful for audiobooks for coming in. I think it's also like interacting or sometimes like reaching not a burnout per se, but something that, it's in a particular month, it's not always like smooth sailing, always sort of like updating posts or talking or discussing with people as well. I think for me, it can get a little bit, the right word isn't coming to my mind right now, but sometimes I'm just so thankful that I have two other lovely co-hosts to rely on as well, that I'm not doing everything by myself because I obviously have backup support and everything. So that has been extremely helpful, maintaining all of it. So yeah.
I'll go next because I feel like a lot of what Elias said is like exactly my experience too. I feel like one of the most challenging things is just like the admin-y stuff, like remembering to post on the Instagram or on the Twitter or comment on something or figuring out a live show date. And I feel like usually I'm on top of my shit, but sometimes I'm not. So I always feel like bad if I like forget to, figure out a live show time like early enough and all of that. And also with my book club, it's just like finding hosts can be difficult sometimes as well. Just because of the nature of the book club, I try to match the books, like the author's identity with a book influencer who shares that identity as well. And there's not that many of us sometimes, so it can be hard, and I'm always looking for more of us. So that's always like a little bit of a challenge, and sometimes finding like a book that accurately represents one of the co-hosts as well. Recently for our June book club pick, where our co-host is Bear from A2 Brody. And they are Cherokee, and we had some trouble finding a book that was by a Cherokee author, or was one that we wanted to read, or that we thought would be good for discussion, that kind of thing. So that's just one of the considerations, like specifically for my book club. And then I think the other thing, like Elias said, sometimes I procrastinate, and usually, okay, at the beginning I was really good at this, and I was like, reading the books like early on, and like I'd have it all together. But I feel like the past like 3 or 4 months, I've literally read the books like the day or two before. I'm like rushing to finish it. Usually my live shows are like in the afternoon for times of reason. So I'm like rushing through the book in the morning and like listening to the audiobook on like 3 times speed to get through it. So yeah, it's a race. But it's fine. We always finish in time and it always works out. So that's all that matters.
Glad to know I'm not the only one.
Yeah, you're definitely not the only one. We only have 2 more days of AAPI Heritage Month left, but I still haven't finished our book for this month. I still have like 50, 60 pages left of Portrait of a Thief by Grace D. Lee, which was our May book club pick. And I've just been listening to the audiobook at like double speed and and just like reading before bed too. So yeah, procrastination for sure. And also, like our podcast also interviews authors and do monthly publishing news. So there are times when we're reading like 3, 4 books a month. So it's like it's a juggling act for sure. So I would say that's probably the most difficult part, like making sure to read the book on time, have my notes, and be able to have like an engaging discussion with my co-host so that people will actually comment on Goodreads. Because sometimes people pick up our books really, really late. So it can be hard to get like feedback and comments like in real time. So that's one challenge.
I feel all of that so much. Like I feel so seen. The procrastinating and the audiobook, however, 2 times, 3 times, whatever time speed. It's always like when you're like reaching your deadline, you're like, okay, how many hours will it take if it's 2 times versus how many hours would it take if it's 2.5 times? And then it's like and then sometimes it's kind of sad because I feel like for some of the books, like I really do enjoy it, but it's just a matter of me procrastinating. And then I'm like, oh, if I actually like, if I did not do this to myself, it would not be this bad and I would actually enjoy it. And so usually what happens is I finish it and then I'm like, I'm so excited to reread this at my own pace. But yeah, those challenges aside, have there been any moments where you wanted to quit or when you doubted your work? Does anybody want to go first?
We all unmuted at the same time.
I know. I guess I'll go first. Like every month, every month I want to quit. Because like for me, like I have very low self-esteem, so thankfully I have Marvin to cheer me up and everything. But yeah, it gets like it in the beginning, it was like, oh, like we have a podcast, we have like maybe 10 listeners. Like, is there a point in continuing this show? But um but it was just like in the beginning, I was like, oh, well, I'll just pick books that I want to read, and having a deadline will help me actually finish these books. So for in the beginning, it was like for me. And as we got more listeners and more members, like the pressure kind of like started to mount. And then it was like, I feel like I am not qualified to discuss these books. I do not work in publishing. I don't have an English degree. I actually didn't even take a literature class in college. So I was like, what the hell am I doing? I am not qualified for this. But yeah, like almost every month I'm like, I want to quit. But um we have some very nice members who are constantly, saying, "Oh, I'm so glad that you picked this book," or "I'm so glad that there's a space where I could like listen and discuss these books with my friends." So
um, so actually, a few on that, because that was actually something I felt in the beginning when we started our book club. For me, it was really nerve-wracking, anxiety-inducing, just because when we had to do the live shows for the book club, there's no going back what you said and everything. And so I was a little nervous putting myself out there because the live show is live, like, in real time. It's not something you can go back and edit like a video or anything like that. So, like, it's really impressive that you have a podcast and everything, because what you say, there's like no editing. And so, um, in the beginning when I started, I was like really doubting myself that maybe this wasn't a good idea, that this wasn't something I could do every month. Um, and especially since it wasn't just like my opinion on whether I wanted to back out or not. It was also I had to rely on like other people as well. But I think as I continued to do this, it became something that I began to look forward to every month, because one, it kind of I don't want to say forced me to read and finish a book, but it sort of I had a deadline, and so I just know that in one way or another I had to sort of meet that deadline and finish that book, because there was other people waiting on that as well, and so it's something that I do look forward to every month, just to discuss with other people as well. I think that's like the most fun, and knowing like other thoughts, you know. But I would say that there are some difficult times, either creating like what Jenny said, like Instagram posts, Twitter, being up to date on things, like creating the visuals and all that. It could be a lot, while also like maintaining your own life and other socials as well. But overall, I think it's at the end of the day just keeping it fun. This is a book club after all. It's not something like that. But yeah, so that's just something that I had to keep telling myself, that it's we're all here to have a lovely time. So
Yeah, I totally agree with that sentiment. I feel like, yeah, sometimes it can be like tiring to create like graphics and like be on top of everything. It can feel like slightly a bit of like a side job that you need to do. And so in some ways you start to resent it a little bit. But I feel like the book club itself is like so rewarding for me personally. And like the live shows that we do. Though I do totally relate with the idea of like not being able to edit yourself, because as a YouTuber who constantly is like stumbling over my words and redoing takes, this is like my one true nightmare. But yeah, so live shows are not my, biggest, were not my favorite thing, but I'm like slowly getting used to them. But I think like the conversation itself that happens during the live show is what's like so rewarding and makes me really excited. And I just love like whenever people tell me that like, they like learn something new or they saw themselves, like at those moments like overpower the, not so great moments, I guess. And I think like the only other thing that I would say is like sometimes I feel the imposter syndrome and I feel like, oh, am I qualified to be talking about these books or choosing these books even, or being someone who's like, oh, I'm gonna bring you BIPOC books, and like, you know, who am I to say that I'm gonna do this? You know, anybody else is more qualified to do this, but I think the people who are in the book club do appreciate it, and I think I'm excited to bring these books to my audience. So, you know, I just try to remind myself that, and it usually works out.
I am cheering for all of us. I'm sure we all unfortunately feel imposter syndrome, but we're all worthy. We're all readers. We're all trying our best. And when we were talking about the live show and like the uncomfortableness of like being on a live as we're on a live, I feel that so much. It's kind of funny because actually like right before this panel started, I was texting Tiffany and I was like, I'm so nervous. I'm about to vomit. I feel like, because on a live, you can't edit this out. And as I'm speaking, I'm like, I can't edit this out. But you know what? It's okay. We're trying our best.
And you're doing
great. You're doing great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Trying our best. We mentioned earlier about like procrastination and how like that time management is a struggle, but how do you balance like the relationship with your approach to reading a book for the book club versus reading for leisure? Because I feel like sometimes when we read a book for our book club, we feel like a kind of like pressure to be like, oh, I need to like this book, or I need to understand it fully, or I need to like get everything right. So how do you balance that approach? And like maybe it's not something that you do now with the sense of procrastination, but like hopefully like a plan that you're hoping to do in the future, or yeah.
Funny you say that, because in the beginning I think I was more organized in terms of like planning, like carving a time out to read that specific book for book club, because I'm like a really big mood reader. So if it's like, even like it's a fantastic book and it sounds so great, you know, and it is really great once you read it, I just am not inclined to like feel or like obligated to finish that book in general. But I feel like what this book club really, what I really am thankful for this book club, that I was able to sort of like push through sort of like my comfort zones, if you will, not being always like reading just because I'm in the mood for it, and versus like pleasure reading, like a book that I can just take my time, I can DNF whenever, versus like a book that you're reading for the book club that you have to finish just because, you know, there are people like waiting for that discussion to happen and everything like that. So I guess reading for like leisure sometimes can be more, you know, obviously more fun because you can just do whatever you want with it, versus like, not, I don't want to say like schoolwork, but you know, it's like a schedule that you sort of have to follow at the end of the day. So
yeah, I definitely feel that. I feel like sometimes my brain does the thing where, you know, once I set out the schedule of like, okay, we're gonna read this book this month or whatever, I suddenly feel like I'm in school again, and it's like the teacher told me to read this book for, you know, this month or like by this date for school, and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. And like that's where my brain goes. And it's like trying to find like the most hacky way to like get through this without, you know, actually reading the book or like, you know, whatever else. But when it comes to the book club, I actually care. So I'm like, okay, I need to do this, and like I'll buckle down. And so at the beginning, I was definitely a bit more organized about it. I would like try to read it over the course of the month, or like at the beginning to make sure I got it done ahead of time. But these days, sometimes I'm like reading it right before the live show. But still, with all that in mind, I think while I'm reading, I'm trying to be like, I try to engage really well with the book. Sometimes when I'm leisure reading, I'll just kind of like, you know, let the audiobook play in the back or whatever, or I'm not paying as much attention, if that makes sense. I have a very like flighty brain sometimes, so I feel like I'm not, you know, considering all the themes like the entire time I'm reading, basically. So when I'm reading for the book club, I'm really thinking about, you know, the relationships and the themes, and what's going on and what kind of things I can discuss. And so sometimes I'm making notes like of you know, discussion points that we can have. And a lot of times I'm writing down character names as well, because I'm very bad with character names and I need to write it down so I can reference them in the live shows later. But yeah, I think I'm just like trying to engage more. And I think it's been rewarding in the sense that for leisure reading, I'm very much a mood reader, and I, you know, will buy a bunch of books and I'll be like, yeah, I'll read this at some point, and then I never get around to it. But with the book club, I've managed to get through a bunch of books on my TBR that I've been meaning to read for a really, really long time. And I've finally gotten to. Like, there was a few books in the past few months that like have been on my shelves for I think 3+ years, and we finally got to them, or I finally got to them, and I feel like it's just been very satisfying to finally read them. So yeah.
Yeah, my answer is I have no balance when it comes to leisure reading and book club reading. A lot of the times I pick books that I want to read for book club. I used to be more responsible and try to like pick what other people wanted to read, but I was like, well, I'm the one who has to discuss it on my show, so I'm going to pick the books that I want to read. And sometimes, I try to pick books that are like more out of my comfort zone, so it like helps me expand my horizons. But I'm also in a unique position where my book club is dedicated solely for authors of Asian descent. So for me, I'm just like, sometimes I just have to read books by white and other BIPOC authors. So that's how I kind of separate my leisure reading to like my book club reading. I'm like, okay, like this is my chance to read outside of Asian authors. It also helps that I have like 3 library apps, and I just kind of like save all the books that I want to read and put them on hold. So the library will like tell me like, okay, it's available now. And I'll be like, okay, cool. I'm not going to read my book club book. I'll save that for the end of the month, right before we have to discuss it, and read the book that I want to read now. So I don't have any balance. I am a very chaotic reader.
Rira, that's so funny about for leisure reading, I should read white or other BIPOC authors, because literally same, because there was a period of time, I feel like earlier this year, where the only books I was reading were like Subtle Asian Book Club picks, and then people would be like, oh, you're like someone who does not know that I exist on the internet. They're like, oh, you're like a book person, you have a book club, and like, what do you like reading? And I'm like, in my head, it's so pretentious to be like, oh, I just read books by Asian authors. but but that is the fact, just because of this book club. But it's all about the balance. We Some people briefly mentioned their favorite books from the book club, but can you share either your favorite book from the book club or the book club book pick that you're reading this month? If you already shared it, you don't have to share it again.
For me, hands down, I gave this into the beginning of life, but Song of Achilles, that book blew me away. That is the one book I would not have picked up if it weren't for the book club as well, because it was so hyped and so popular, and I was like, I'm not really. I'm like, I don't really feel anything about it. When I read that book, it changed. Like, my life is changed. When I tell you, it was, obviously it's like great. You heard so much about it, but once you read it, I don't know, it just hits different for me. And a book that we're currently reading right now is Piranesi by Susanna Clark, I believe, which is like a literary fantasy, like really short book. So haven't started on that yet, on brand. So, but it's not, the live show's not for another week or 2. So got some time there.
Oh, okay, I'll go next. So I turned off my camera.
Sorry, I'm like looking through my book picks right now. Being like, what did we read in the past like couple of years? So give me a moment.
No worries. Okay, so my 2 favorite book club picks that we've had, or actually no, I honestly love like most of our book club picks. I think I've only like disliked 1 or 2 of them. Actually no, maybe only 1. My favorite or my 2 favorites are, so February we did The City We Became by N.K. Jemisin. This one, it was really surprising because I kind of went into it thinking I was gonna not love it, but I was gonna find it interesting. But I ended up like loving it. Like, it's a 5-star read for me, probably one of my favorite books of this year. It's like a really cool genre-bending sci-fi fantasy book. And I just highly recommend, if you were thinking about reading it, if you like weird books, this is definitely one to pick up. And then one of the other ones is a book I've read before we read it for the book club, but this was our March book club pick, which was Stationery Shop by Marshawn Kamali, set in, I think, 1950s Tehran, Iran, and involves some political upheaval, but also like a really tragic love story, and just fantastic book overall. But I think for both of those books, what I loved about reading them for the book club was like the discussion we had during the live shows as well, and the experiences that the co-hosts brought to the live shows and like how they related to certain aspects of the books. And then the book we're currently reading is Blue Skin Gods by S.J. Sindhu, which is by a Tamil diaspora author. And if you don't know, I'm Tamil, I'm Tamil. So this is really exciting because I saw a lot of myself in this book. And our live show for this one is, I think, on June 6th. It's a Monday, not the coming Monday, but the Monday after that. So it's on my channel if you want to come for the live show. And that's everything.
Okay, so I looked through our list of book picks, and one book that stood out was The Magical Language of Others by E.J. Koh. And it's a memoir about a Korean American poet, E.J. Koh, and she finds like a box of letters that her mom had written her but never sent when her parents had gone back to Korea while she and her brother were left behind in America to finish their education. So as a Korean American, there were parts where I was just like, "Oh my God, this is my life," and it was really painful, but also like very cathartic to read. And I also listened to it on audiobook, so it was actually the author herself reading her story. So I thought that was like a really impactful read. And for our book club pick for June, it's Last Night at the Telegraph Club by Melinda Lowe. And it's set in the 1950s in San Francisco. And it's about a Chinese American girl who explores her sexuality. So, lesbians in 1950s San Francisco. So, it sounds quite my jam. So, I'm excited to read it.
I love how both of you were like, this book I love, giving nuance and depth, and I'm over here just like, Sun Killers, I loved it. Bye. There you go.
Honestly, that book doesn't require any explanation.
That book does not need any more introduction.
Yeah. Just go read it. That's the whole description.
Just go read it today. So.
Yeah.
Yes, that is the moral of the story. Read Song of Achilles and all the other books as well. Final question is more of like just a plug. Where can we find you online? Where can we find your book clubs online? Can you share your social so everyone can follow you and join all the amazing book clubs?
So my channel is Elias, and you can definitely find the book clubs on there. Like especially from our past live streams, we usually link our Twitter, Instagram, and Discord on the bottom of the live shows, as well as the other co-hosts. So yeah, you guys can go ahead and check that out. So.
For Books and Boba, you can find us at booksandboba.com, and just all across our social media, the handle is exactly the same. And yeah, like I said, we're starting a Discord, so keep an eye out for that too. Once we figure out how to do it, we'll announce it on Twitter.
It's a lot easier than you think. So.
Oh, that's good. That's good to hear.
And then my book club, the Read in Color Book Club, you can find on Instagram. It's Read in Color Book Club, but color is spelled the Canadian way with a U. But then for Twitter, I spelled it the American way because the Canadian way was taken already. So that. And you can also find both of those handles in the description of all my videos. I have the Instagram, Twitter, and Fable linked in the description of all my videos, but also on the live shows as well, which are all on my channel. So yeah, my channel's The Story Ain't Over.
Yay! Thank you so much to everybody for joining, for the lovely panelists. It was so fun. Relatable content, procrastinating. Hopefully in the future months, we will be reading our books earlier in the month and being more responsible.
Manifesting the vibes.
Yes.
Just like read your books.
Summer reading goals.
Yes. Summer reading goal. Don't procrastinate. Thank you so much. And Tiffany is back, and we will be transitioning into the next panel. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Give us a few moments to get the next panel ready as we work out some technical issues because we got some presentations. It's TikTok presentation night, everyone. So sit back, relax, and we will jump into it as soon as we can.
And we're back! We're super excited for the next panel, which is called A Picture is Worth 1,000 Words, which will be mostly a panel that is fangirling over webtoons and manga and all of the works. And we're super excited for Nina, who is one of our book club members, to be joining us as a moderator. You can also find her at Tender Curiosity. And with that said, I'm just gonna have everybody else join, and Nina, you can take it away.
I'm gonna comment to join. Hi everyone.
I can't hear anything. Oh my god.
Oh no. Welcome to the A Picture is Worth 1,000 Words panel, where we get to talk all about manga, webcomics, and graphic
Let me
novels.
try to leave it.
Oh no, we lost one.
Blake's having some tech issues, but he should be joining shortly. And
Okay.
Shin will also be joining shortly.
All right. Okay. So I'm Nina, your moderator for this panel. I'm a bookstagrammer and book blogger at Tender Curiosity, where I ramble all about the books that I love. And I also do a lot of recs on manga and webcomics. So this is like my dream panel. I'm so happy to be here. So yes, let's get started with introductions with our lovely panelists. Oh, welcome back. Just in time for introductions. Do you want to start, Tiffany?
Can't hear anything.
Oh no, Blake! Wait. It's okay. We'll keep powering through. I'm Tiffany. I'm one of the co-hosts of Subtle Asian Book Blog, and I'm so excited to be just having an excuse to talk about all of my favorite manga, webcomics, and webtoons. You know, I'm so excited.
I'm Brianna. You've already seen me earlier today on another panel where I was a moderator, and I'm joining back here to fangirl and cry and scream and throw up. And you can find me at Milky Booze on the internet. And yeah, I am excited to talk about manga, webtoons, and manhwa and everything with you guys.
Hi, I'm Tiffany. I'm the other Tiffany. I guess I'm a bookstagrammer and also a blogger, and you can find me at Cool Tree Fox. I do art from time to time, but it's so exciting to be here. I'm so excited to talk about all the webcomics, and yeah, just all around excitement.
Nina, I need to just say you look like the main character in, what is it, Unholy Blood, with your blonde
No,
hair.
I don't. Stop. No. Stop. That's too. I wish. Okay, but let's get started. And whenever Blake and Trin joins, they can give their intros, and then we can just move right into the questions for them as well. Okay, so first question, what were your childhood favorite animes, manga, and comics, and how have your tastes changed through the years or stay the same? Anyone want to start?
I can start us off. I think, ironically, one of my favorite childhood mangas was Fruits Basket. Like, I made it my personality. I thought I was not like other girls for reading Fruits Basket, but it was Fruits Basket. And that still is one of my favorite anime/mangas today. I will be talking about it a little bit later on. But other than that, I also just loved animes and mangas like Shigochara, Gakuen Alice, just anything really like cute and wholesome, especially like in a school setting. I think that's really translated into me just really loving anything like shoujo manga today. I tend to stray away a bit from like action and shonen, which I need to get more into, but I just love romance. I love anything cutesy, and that has just stayed the same ever since I was in middle school.
For me, I started off watching, I don't know if you guys are familiar with, oh, hi, Trin!
We're so glad you could make it. All right, do you want to give your quick introductions?
Yes, hi. First of all, I apologize for being late. I was rushing to get home, and I texted Tiffany. I sent her, it was a whole lot. I was like, I'm so sorry. It's been a lot. You can tell that I'm flushed right now. Yeah, it's been a lot. Hi guys. My name is Trin. My channel is Transformers. I used to do BookTube. I stopped because I just didn't have time anymore, but I still read for fun. And lately, of course, I'm getting into manga, and it's been fun. And I'm so glad to be a part of this, because when Tiffany asked me to be a part of this panel about manga, I was like, my time has come. This is what I was born for. My time has come. I'm here.
Hi, Blake. Do you want to give your introductions as well?
What?
Do you want to give your introductions as well?
My instructions?
Introductions.
Oh,
introductions.
Yeah, hi. I'm Blake the Book Eater. I read a lot. My channel's been kind of dead lately because I've been so busy with work. I got a new job. Everything's a little crazy, but yeah, I'm gonna start posting content again. And actually, it's funny because recently I've been diving into a manga binge. So I've been reading a lot of great series, and it's very exciting. And I can't wait to talk all about manga because I fucking love it.
I'm friends with Blake on Goodreads, and I see all of the updates. It's like volume 1. I see it.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. There's so many.
Volume 28, and I'm like, did I miss? I missed a couple of chapters.
Yeah, no, there was one day, because I got the Shonen Jump subscription thing on my phone and the app, and it's like $2 a month for a subscription. It's great if you want to get access to a lot of manga. And there was one day I hit the limit. I did not realize that there was a limit. You can only read up to 100 chapters a day. And I was like, wait, I read 100 chapters today? Yeah, it was extremely chaotic.
You guys need to follow Blake on Goodreads if you want a hilarious time where you just see 50 updates. And all of them have reviews too. It's not just, oh, I read it. It's, I read it and these are my opinions on it. It's so fun and entertaining. Oh, Nina, do you want to reintroduce the question that we were
Yeah, all right. I'm going to start over. Okay, so we're going over favorite childhood animes, mangas, and comics, and how your tastes have changed or stayed the same.
Tiff at Read by Tiffany over here has already answered. I will jump in next. When I started watching anime, it was on Toonami. It was on TV as a kid, and then my dad and I would kind of just come home. He'd come from work and I'd come home from school, and we kind of just watched together. So it was a bonding activity. My dad's not a big anime fan or anything, but he's kind of down for anything. So when we'd watch Naruto together, and then I was really into that as a kid. I really liked the ninja aspect of it, and that's what got me into shonen a lot. So I'm kind of the opposite of Tiff. I haven't read as much shoujo as I want to, and I want to get more into it. I only know the big stuff, Cardcaptor Sakura, Sailor Moon, magical girl shoujo genre. But I want to get more into it. I read a lot of shonen. I watch a lot of shonen. It rules my life, owns my ass, etc. 20 years later, I'm still in the same boat that I was when I was a child.
Yeah, I don't remember what the first anime I started watching was. It was either Attack on Titan or Full Metal Alchemist, and I think it was actually Full Metal Alchemist because I think somebody I knew in high school had recommended it to me. And then I got all the 3-in-1s at Barnes & Noble. They had them all. So I just got all the manga and I read it. And then I watched both the original Full Metal Alchemist and then I watched half of Brotherhood. They're fantastic. I know I haven't finished Brotherhood. But the thing with me is I'm really bad at watching anime because it's you can read 2 chapters of manga in 10 minutes, whereas the same chapters in anime is 2 episodes, and I'm I don't have time for that. Just give it to me. So I started with that, and then I started jumping into Assassination Classroom was the first big obsession that I had, where I was this slaps so hard. I understand why people devote their lives to manga. And then from there I've just been all over the place. So
Okay, so for anime, when I was young, I used to watch, well, I still do watch Pokemon a lot. When it comes to Pokemon, I never read the manga, but I've always seen the show. There's some seasons I skip because it's based on the region, and there's some region I'm not no, because I just it's with Pokemon for the past 25 years, a lot of things have changed, and there's some changes I don't like. I don't know, it's just I don't like it. However, I was a Hoenn. I love Hoenn so much, the region Hoenn with May and Max. That's everything to me. And even now, my favorite star. I love Torchic. I love Torchic so much. That's Blaziken's my favorite Pokemon ever. Thanks to May. I wanted to be May when I was young. And as of right now, I'm still watching Pokemon, but I watch it with my boyfriend. And like just yesterday, Pokemon Master Journeys Part 3 on Netflix just dropped. So like the show's still going on even to this day. And it's crazy that I'm still watching it in my 20s to this day. Like when I was so young, even when I was in Vietnam before I came to America, I watched Pokemon, and then I played the game as well. I still play the game. So like nothing has changed when it comes to Pokemon, which is really crazy. Like how that how, like, I don't know, just Pokemon in general is like a phenomenon. It still affects me to this day. Like there's something about it that's just really special with like the show, the game, the Pokemon, the characters. Like I said, I've never really read the manga. I don't know if I will, to be honest, just because like I have the show, so might as well just go with the show or like the game. Favorite when it comes to manga, I never read manga as a kid, but comic wise, I love the Babysitter's Club. Like what you call it? It turned into a graphic novel, but like the novels were written by N.M. Martin, I believe. But there's like a few volumes out right now. But when I was young, there were only like 4 volumes out, and that was it. 4 volumes out for years, and they finally gave you volume 5. But that was like one of the things I really, really loved when I was young. So yeah, that's my answer.
And I can just wrap up. I think like you guys mentioned a lot of the ones that I watch, like Pokemon, what was it, Sailor Moon. I would add Conan, Detective Conan for me. I watched a lot of that when I was younger. So like I think it kind of made me really interested into like the mystery genre. So like I only recently got into Bungo Stray Dogs, but watching that I was like, ooh, the mystery genre. It's so good. So I think like that's kind of a trend that had kind of started. And besides that, I just watch a lot. Like I think I'm really more geared towards like fantasy elements, but like I do also really like romance, but it wasn't really something that I had started when I was a kid. But like not recently, I think like last summer I watched season 1 of Fruit Basket, and then also Maid Sama, which was really good. But other than that, I haven't really gotten into like the manga aspect of those, mostly just like the anime part of it. But I love all of them.
So for me, I started with Inuyasha on Adult Swim, and I was like in middle school at the time, but I was so obsessed with this world, this alternate world where, because the main character is from like the real world, and then she falls into a well and she gets into like this historic world. And I used to think, like 12-year-old Dina used to think that I could fall into a well and transport to another historic world where there's like monsters and stuff that I could fight. But that was like the start of my love for shonen, and shonen is still my main genre to this day. Like it'll always be my main genre because I just love the action and like the fighting. And I also love romance. Like I do love a lot of like romance anime as well. I just prefer shonen, and like the best thing for me is like shonen with a bit of romance on the side. Like that's just perfect for me. So yeah. What would you guys say was your gateway? Like if you had to single it down to a single like manga or webcomic that really tumbled you into the rabbit hole and got you like obsessively into all of this, what would it be? Anyone want to start?
I can start. I guess like I'll be doing my presentation on it later, but it was Positively Yours for webcomics because I wasn't really I got into webcomics a little bit with like the Webtoons app, but then I kind of jumped out of it because it was like a lot of those take a really long time to update with like all the chapters. So I got out of it, but then I jumped back in because I saw Positively Yours and I was like, oh my God, it's like a pregnancy and it's like a one-night stand. And I was like, oh my God, it has all of those tropes. So I like binged through all of that. And then recently just like fell into like a whole hole of like webcomics, and especially like the isekai villainous webcomics. There's like 50 of them and I'm like following all of them and they're great. Highly recommend.
I'll go. So like, as I kind of mentioned, like Full Metal Alchemist was the one that like was the first like big one that I read. And I love that series so much because it combines like battle, action, and like the story of the brothers is just so great. And I love it. It'll always have a place in my heart. But like really for me, the first one where I was like obsessed with it was Assassination Classroom, just because I thought it was fun how it played like it almost like satirized a lot of the manga tropes in a way. So like a lot of my first introduction to like manga tropes was like Assassination Classroom kind of making fun of them, which I thought was hilarious. And also just the characters, like that manga does such a good job about like taking a class of like 20 characters and then making them all feel like real people, and like it just had such a good balance. And also it's really funny. So that'll always have a place in my heart as my first big one.
My one, my one that introduced me to fandom was Death Note. It was really easy to binge watch because it's like 20 something episodes, and then I also collected the volumes of it where it's all black and matte, and it's also black painted edges, and it's so pretty. And that's when I became just like obsessed with it. I also think Death Note is what unlocked my obsession with like unhinged sexy characters, and I blame it for all of my problems that I have experienced since, because like Light changed my life. And I was really into it. I found I really liked these type of like dark psychological stories, and then it put me on a path later to love other characters in all these other books that are along that same genre of completely unhinged that you somehow still root for, even though you probably shouldn't be.
I can go next. Mine is, I feel like I covered all the manga that really just made me fall down the rabbit hole. So for a webtoon, I would say it's A Business Proposal. So that one was like close to completed when I first started just marathoning it. I remember starting it at like 10 p.m. and then staying up until 5 a.m. just trying to like finish all of the episodes that were there. And now it's just so cool seeing things come full circle. Just like, oh, the K-drama's out. Like now there's so many webtoons, and now I can't imagine my life without webtoons. Like I remember preparing for other panels. Like I'd be texting Brianna or I'd be texting Alexandra, and they'll be saying, okay, how far are you on like the books for your fantasy book panel? I was like, oh, I took a break. You know, I'm doing research, catching up on the webtoons for this webtoons and manga panel, like doing my research for this.
Yeah, so for the past few years, I've always like read manga, but I didn't really fall down the rabbit hole until earlier this year when I finished watching Fruits Basket. Oh my god, what an anime. I finished watching Fruits Basket, and you know how with the manga it's like the collector's edition, and I see it on people's bookshelves, and I was like, I really want that. So then slowly but surely I started collecting the manga. I got the first volume, and the next thing you know, I got like Haikyuu, the manga, and then Spy Family. That's around the time I discovered Spy Family manga. Like obviously the show hasn't come out yet. And then there's Blue Flag. But this is when I started like dabbling into different manga series as well, not just like sticking to like the one that I'm familiar with, because like I'm like a person who just like stick to my comfort zone. But with Fruits Basket, I don't know, like I don't know, the show led me to like manga, and then me reading a few different manga series. So as of right now, I'm in the middle of Spy Family, Haikyuu, Fruits Basket, Blue Flag, Beastars. Oh, I've always read Beastars for like the past 2 years. Beastars is something that I actually read every time a new volume comes out. So with that, I'm very familiar with. But it was just earlier this year. I think sometime in March, I want to say, I read so much manga, like so many books, but like they're literally all manga. And I'm like, well, I was like, wow, this is true happiness. Like that feeling that I got, I was like, this is pure serotonin, true happiness. I will never find anything I love more. I don't know. It's just such a great feeling. Like I miss that feeling because as of right now, I don't know. I love romance. I love reading romance books a little bit more now. So I haven't read a manga in like 2 weeks. You know, it's been difficult. But a few months ago, I binge read so many manga. So I have to give credit to Fruits Basket, the anime. Surprisingly, I don't know why, but like that show really like, I don't know, it changed my life, to be honest, in a good and a bad way, because it's just too sad for my liking.
Okay, let's talk about favorite tropes. I kind of want to kick this one off because my all-time favorite trope is found family. And more recently, you see it in Spy X Family as well, which has gained such a huge popular like boom with the anime adaptation. And I feel like found family is just the most wholesome, fulfilling trope ever. And I will eat it up every single time, no matter what manga, what anime, it's always found family for me.
Yeah, all my faves have like an aspect of found family, so I totally relate. For me though, what like will truly make me love like a manga is if one character has like no brain cells. Like if there is that one character who's dumb as a brick, they will be my favorite character. So like Inosuke from Demon Slayer, Yuji from Jujutsu Kaisen, Deji from Chainsaw Man. Like give me a character who is like clueless and has one goal, and I will love them.
Blake is a morosexual. Is that when you love idiots?
Don't get me wrong, like, I love Tenshiro, like I love, but like, even in Full Metal Alchemist, like Ed, like every time someone makes fun of his height, I'm like, yes, that's my baby, my short king. Like, I don't know, like I love like angry one-note characters. They just like are the perfect rounding out of a cast, in my opinion.
Absolutely agree. I guess I can't clown you too much for being into dummy characters because I'm into unhinged characters, and I feel like one of my favorite tropes aside from found family is like corruption tropes, when instead of the MC making other people good, other people make the MC bad. That's like my favorite trope. Not bad in an uninteresting way, but when you watch like their path downwards, like they find out the evil side is actually not that evil, and maybe they made some points and then they start joining the other side. That's one of my favorite tropes. I think it's really interesting to watch and to read and to see unfold, and it opens up for a lot of really interesting character development as well. So that's probably found family, and then I don't know if it's called the corruption trope, but you guys know what I mean, right? Like when the MC is the one who becomes evil.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
You're like character development. I'm just thinking about all the times I DM Nina. I'm like, it's evil. Why sexy? And I'm just like, I'm obsessed. I would say my favorite trope is just Grumpy X Sunshine. Just like, it's just so cute and so wholesome. And since we're talking about Spy Family, like I just love Damie and Yana. Like I know they're 5 and like kids do as kids do, but like just any trope where it's just like one person's grumpy, the other person's just sunshine. They bring out the best in each other. They help each other just like see the light and maybe the darkness, and it's just so cute.
Tiffany, okay. I was gonna say, I don't know if this is a trope. I guess like sunshine characters, like sunshine, like main characters, like above sunshine. I keep repeating that. I was thinking of Hinata from Haikyuu and Toru Honda from Fruits Basket. Because after I watched Fruits Basket, I keep going back to that show. But like that's when I realized I was like, I've never seen a show with a main character like Toru. Like there's just something about her that's so precious and so and lighthearted. Like after I finished the show, I just think to myself, like, wow, I would cherish a friend like Toru if she was in my life, like in real life, like having a person like that in my own life who's so unbelievably kind and selfless. Like she's built different. But I just love her so much. And then like watching Haikyuu many times, I really love Hinata. I feel like people like tend to like shit on him, I guess, because he's the main character and he can be annoying. I mean, like, yes, but at the same time, he's just so like he's so cute and so great. And when he's happy, I'm happy. So like characters like that, I really love them.
I'll just add, I think like training arcs, I just really love those. Like the one that comes to mind is from Haikyuu, like when they have the training camp arc. That one was like pure serotonin, like comfort episode. So I would just say that one was my fave.
Brianna, I'm sorry, I kind of hate training arc. If I have to watch another training arc, like every anime has them, but then they have like 4 of them. It's like too much for me sometimes.
You guys, we have to cancel Blake after this.
It's okay. People are already gonna do it. Training arcs.
Okay, now we're moving on to presentations. So all of us prepared a mini presentation for our favorite manga/webcomic, and we're going to be convincing everyone to pick it up if they haven't already.
Woo! Okay, I'm going to kick things off. This is why you should read/watch Spy Family, or the story of how one manga provided the cure to all bad things in the world and became a cult classic, and advice on how you can be cured next. A customer testimonial from me, Brianna, who now, one moment, who now only cries 3 times a week after discovering Spy Family. And this is, in fact, an improvement on what it was before. So what is Spy Family about? There are 3 main characters, a spy, an assassin, and an esper, and it is about the 3 of them finding love in the most unexpected places. It's about achieving world peace. It's about the slowest slow burn romances in the world. It's fake marriage. It's lying to the people you live with about literally everything all of the time. And there is a dog. What more could you possibly ask for from one story? As mentioned before, my favorite trope is found family, and Nina mentioned it as well. Spy Family offers the greatest found family I think I've read very recently. And this man literally walks out into the world, finds a child, and finds a woman and creates a family. So it is literal found family. It is so sweet, so genuine. And I think on a serious note, that Spy Family kind of gives hope for, like, no matter what traumas you've been through, things that you have, or however damaged that you think you might be, you're always deserving of love. And you'll find those people who really support you for what you do and what you are. And it's just wholesome. And you see these characters supporting each other. And it's lovely. I love Spy Family. Now, if you are a person who suffers from daddy issues, I have a character for you. If you seek comfort from men who cannot ever provide you the love and affection that you desire and who remain emotionally unavailable, you will love Lloyd Forger, aka Twilight, who is the main character of Spy Family. If you suffer from mommy issues, I have your Briar, who is the female MC in the show. If you like women who have the power to both emotionally and physically destroy you, but in a sexy way, she is the one for you. If you suffer from being chronically bitchless and you need to fill the void in your love life by following the romantic relationship between 2 5-year-old children, there is the wonderful relationship between Damien and Anya, on whom world peace hinges, you guys. These 2 5-year-olds being in love and finding friendship with each other is going to save the country from international war. So if that is something you're interested in, Spy Family has that for you. If you suffer from all of the above, all of the issues, Spy Family has the cure. You will become a better person after watching this show, and it will provide the cure to every problem you've ever had. This show can save the world. Let Spy Family heal you today. You will get good meme content, amazing fan art, seriously, so much amazing fan art. There is a vocal and passionate fandom that is online all of the time, so you'll always find someone to talk about it with. And a Crunchyroll subscription is cheaper than therapy. Thank you all for listening.
Also, I want to add, if you have Hulu, Spy Family is also on Hulu.
It is on Hulu.
I'm dying. This is so good.
Guess who did Haikyuu? It's me. Oh my god. Reasons to watch. I don't know if I'm stressed, but I'm like, no. Like last night I did this within 30 minutes. Yeah. I had things in mind. Reasons to watch/read Haikyuu, folks. Number 1, the show follows Shoyu Hinata, this cutie pie. Look at him. Look how cute he is. He's the main character. He's a ball of sunshine. You see him grow throughout this entire show, from the very first episode of season 1 to the last episode of season 4, because right now we only have 4 seasons. Where's the season 5 news? I'm waiting for that. So yes, I love him. Look at him. So cute. Number 2 is actually funny. I find it hilarious. The first time I saw it, I was like, yes, this is my kind of sense of humor. And this scene alone carries the show. Yeah, next slide. This is like, what you call it? A class. I love the scene so much. You need to watch the show in order to understand the scene. Thank you so much. Number 3 is a lighthearted show with great characters. It's not super sad. It's not too heavy. There's low stakes compared to the other anime, mostly because it's just a show about high school boys playing volleyball. It's really chill, relaxing, kind of stressful if you really care about the main characters and you want them to win. But at the same time, it's a good time because the sport is kind of fun. I learned about volleyball thanks to Haikyuu. Yeah, so there's there's that. Number 4, the matches are so good and intense. Yes, ma'am. I put yes, ma'am in here. Oh my god, kill me. The matches, you see so many matches. Season 1, there's like when it comes to official matches, I think 3. Season 2, like 5. I don't know. I'm probably wrong. Season 3, the best season of all. 1 match, but still, it kind of carries the entire show. Season 4, 2 matches. I don't know. Again, but season 3 is the best season in the entire show. 10 episodes for season 3, but man, the match is so good. So there's that. That's my 4th reason why. Number 5, this show will bring you so much joy. I hope. It brought me a lot of joy when I watched it repeatedly for the past 6 months. And thanks to this show, I started to collect the manga and waste my money on the manga, but that's okay. It brings me joy. I think last one. Oh yeah, this is a manga real quick. This is like the first 10 volumes. Slide, please. Number 6, if you want to know what happens after season 4, you have to read the manga because as of right now, there's no news of season 5. Literally, we stop at season 4 and that is it. Something important is about to happen. And if you want to know what's going to happen, you need to read the manga, even though there are 45 volumes, but that's okay. We can worry about that later. Thanks, Coach Yukai. I love this quote. Volleyball is a sport where you always have to look up. Yes, it's obvious, but you need to watch the scene where he say it because there's context. He say it like I love when he say shit like this. Oh, I'm so sorry for cursing, but I love Coach Yukai. Okay, I can't help it. I love this quote so much. So yes, those are the reasons why you should watch Haikyuu if you haven't already. I will say when it comes to where you can watch it, Crunchyroll. I watch it on this bootleg website because Netflix took it off. Netflix took off Haikyuu. So anyway, please watch Haikyuu. I hate myself. I'm sure like people have watched this show because it's super popular, but like if you haven't already, you should.
Has anyone on this panel not watched Haikyuu? Blake! Okay, everyone else, who's your favorite character?
Ushijima.
Suki.
Yes. Bokuto. What did he say? Like, hey.
Okay.
Yeah, Bokuto's my favorite too.
My time, guys. Okay. So today we're going to be talking about why you should watch Fruits Basket. You should also read it too. I just haven't reread the manga in a long time, so technically a fraud. But all 3 seasons are out, so things are completed. And let's just jump right into it. First thing we need to get out of the way. Everyone is so good looking. The art is beautiful. It's like Picasso, chef's kiss. Like everything is so stunning. Like all the characters are so beautifully drawn. If you didn't know, Fruits Basket is like rebooted. So there's a 2019 version, but I think the first version came out in 2001. 2001 version was like just like not good, like very ugly, kind of didn't really go along with the story of what the original artists wanted. And now we just have beauty and everything that's right with the world. In addition to just like super cute and detailed drawings, we also have the most like adorable, cute drawings of like people in animal form, people in kid form. And you're just like, you're gonna feel really soft. You're gonna love it. Again, chef's kiss. So what is Fruits Basket? Not Fruit Basket. It is multiple fruits, one basket in the words of Brianna. So not what's on the left. We have multiple characters together. So in terms of a quick plot, we have Toru Honda, a girl with no family essentially, who lives in a tent on a rich family's land. a rock slide has destroyed this tent. And so they're very compassionate and they take her in just to live with them. She learns that 13 members of this family suffer from what is called the zodiac curse. And you might be wondering, aren't there only 12 animals in the zodiac? There's actually the cat in this version or in this story, because long, long ago, it was like the cat was tricked by the rat to not be in the story, to not go to the god's banquet, which is why the cat isn't in the traditional Chinese zodiac. But one of these members, if they're hugged by someone of the opposite sex, or if they just become very physically weak, they will turn into an animal. And as a result, you will just become obsessed. I think the main reason why you need to read this manga / watch this show is just top tier yearning. We've been talking about tropes, but we need to just like go down the line of some of the best tropes in anime. Grumpy Sunshine, I Hate Everyone But You, forbidden romance kind of, Beauty and the Beast kinda. It's just so great. Like, so like, you know how like they can't hug because they're gonna turn into an animal? That's why they're hugging with like this laundry sheet, just like prevent him from turning. It's just so much yearning. But don't just take my word for it. Take the word of the internet, of the Reddit, if I may say. Fruits Basket final season surpasses Attack on Titan in ratings. Fruits Basket is now the #1 highest anime of all time. Let's look at this random person who just went in blind and was gutted by this masterpiece of an anime. You're just gonna have a great time. I think another thing we should talk about is just, in addition to the beautiful art, the romance, like all of these things, the messages of this story just tell you so much about like being kind to one another, trusting, like people deserve second chances and whatnot. And so watching Fruits Basket will just make you want to be a better person. So if you want to experience happiness, you need to watch Fruits Basket, one of the best animes, if not the best anime out there in the universe. Thank you very much. Okay.
It's beautiful.
Up next.
Buckle up, because I'm gonna be annoying. I talk about solo leveling so much. Honestly, like on my Bookstagram, people are probably sick of me, but I'm just gonna continue talking about it until more people read it, because I'm obsessed and I need people to talk about it with. So without further ado, why you need solo leveling in your life. Reasons to read. I would say the top reason to read this is for the plot. And I say plot, you'll see why. Another big reason is the art. It's all colored, it's beautiful, the most stunning, like page-long action scenes. There's the action, and then there's also the world building, which is great. So what is the plot? Jinwoo, as my friend likes to say it, it's sexy man gets sexier doing sexy things. If you look at the first image here, this is how he looks at the very beginning when he's a little soft boy with no powers, very weak. He's like the weakest hunter in the world. He's like the "I'll have her home by 9, sir" kind of guy. And then he gets a glow up and he becomes "Your daughter calls me daddy too." And then he gets another glow up and it's like, wow, he is so hot. It really is just sexy man gets sexier doing sexy things. That is the plot of this whole webcomic. It's really just that. But aside from that, it's a power fantasy where the underdog just becomes the strongest. So is this the best glow up in webcomic history? You saw the images yourself, you decide. Okay, the art. Oh my gosh, the art is so gorgeous because it is a webcomic. Everything is colored. And we get these full, like, page-long, seamless battles that just flow so beautifully together in, like, the webcomic format. It's not like manga where it's kind of, like, choppy, where you go page to page. Since it's just scrolling, it is stunning. We have, like, these epic fights illustrated and fully colored. And you have, like, very, very gorgeous characters. The main character isn't the only sexy character. They're all sexy. So yeah. The world building. So if anyone here is a fan of video games, it's very similar to like an RPG game where there's like a leveling system, there's guilds, there's dungeons, there's abilities, and the setting is like an urban fantasy world where portals have spawned in like the modern world, and like hunters have to go into these portals to fight these monsters or they're going to end the world basically. It has a fairly simple, like basic plot line and like world, but it's just so good. It's just so addicting. So yeah. Bonus, there's also unexpected humor. So this little bug that you see at the bottom here is probably like one of the strongest shadows that the main character has in his army. He is like martial level strong, which means he can level cities just for the funsies, and it's so unexpectedly hilarious because he loves watching historical dramas and he likes to reenact it with his liege. So we have this like scary monster, shadow monster, who is one of the most feared shadows ever, who just likes to watch like historical K-dramas and like act it out. It's just, that's my kind of humor. So it's just so endearing. And yep, that's all. That's why you should read Solo Leveling. Follow me on Tender Curiosity because I talk more about solo leveling there. And yeah, thank you.
Okay. I started this because of Nina, by the way. I just wanted to jump in. And then I DM her all of my thoughts. So sometimes I'll send her like 25 messages and then she wakes up and then she's like, oh. And I respond to like each one. I swear, I just try to convince everyone to read it because it makes me happy. And then I'm just happy.
That's amazing. I'm going to read it now.
Yay. Please DM me about it. Please
I
DM
will.
me.
Oh my God. So it's my turn. Okay, so get ready because I could not pick one. So instead of choose your adventure, it's going to be choose your own manga. I'm just going to describe 4 of my favorites real fast, and y'all are just going to have to take my word for it. If you can go next slide. Yeah, so here are the 4 that I'm going to be talking about today. I have Demon Slayer, which is like just the most epic shit ever made. Then you have To Your Eternity, which if you want to emotionally like just destroy yourself with every chapter, that's where you should go. And then I also have Dragon Ball, which I literally just finished reading, and it's deservedly like iconic. And then of course the OG Assassination Classroom, which is very slice of life with action, weird shit. So starting off with Demon Slayer. So what is it? It's 23 volumes. It's done. It's finished. It's very simple. Even your grandma could like watch Demon Slayer and understand what's going on. This guy, Tanjiro, his family is murdered. His sister's turned into a demon. He's trying to figure out a way to save his sister, and he has to kill demons. Basic as, you know, it's great. So we have Tanjiro, and he's our main character. He's like so pure, and I love him. I would die for him. Next, we have Inosuke. He's my one brain cell character in this manga. I love him. He's got mommy issues. He dual wields. Iconic. Next, Zenitsu. A lot of people hate him because he's really annoying. I love him because he's annoying. He's just iconic. Also, I love the fact that he's only useful when he's like passed out. Great. Nezuko. She's adorable. She's great in battles. The heart of the show. Love Nezuko. And Bad Daddy Muzan, he is our big bad. And there, with some shonen like manga, they like their big bad isn't like interesting or like good. Muzan is awesome. He is deservedly cool, and he's great. Next. And so the manga, like obviously the anime is beautifully done, but the manga is so well done as well. I sat down. The final battle is literally 7 volumes long. I sat down on the couch and read manga straight for 4.5 hours. And let me tell you, I've never had a better like experience in my life. So if you want to just like transcend, read Demon Slayer. Next. Then we have To Your Eternity. So To Your Eternity, like it's weird. The series should be more popular. It's weird that it's not. Fushi is an immortal being. He's sent to Earth. That's the very basic premise. So Fushi is our main character. He's immortal. He's adorable. I love him so much. Basically, he's just trying to interact with people and learn about things. And he's precious and adorable. And he meets people along the way, such as March, who her main goal is to grow up and be a mommy. Next, we have Gugu. He had an accident when he was a kid. He has to wear a mask to hide his face, and he just wants to like go on a date with this girl. I love him. I love him so much. He's my favorite. then Tanari lives on this island, very Lord of the Flies-esque. There are lots of different, like, every arc is centered around a different character into your eternity, and it's just amazing. It's an epic journey. You can go next. It's very emotional though. Like, if I keep saying that it's emotional, but it's true because Fushi is immortal and everyone else is not. So if you want to experience pain over and over again in the best, most beautiful way, read To Your Eternity. Literally, the first chapter made me sob. And it's also the only manga currently where I'm reading it as the volumes come out. What I'll do is I will literally reread the entire series every time a new volume comes out. So I've reread this series more than any other series. So it's great. Next, I started running out of time because I was binging Stranger Things. We have Assassination Classroom, which I've talked about before. Basically, it's very simple. The main character he's like this teacher who he claims he destroyed the moon and he's going to destroy the world. And the government contracts these students to assassinate their teacher. But Koro Sensei is our like lead kind of, and he just wants to teach these children. So he's like teaching these kids how to better assassinate him while also like teaching them about math and English. You can go to the next slide. He's also the main source of comedy in the manga and in the anime. He is basically the one brain cell character of this show. He's ridiculous and I love him. And then you can go next. So this is class 3E. There's like 24 of them or however many there are. They're amazing. I love them so much. Basically what happens is with this school, class 3E is this building that's on a mountainside away from the rest of the school because they're sent there because they have bad grades as like an example for all of the other students, like do good or you'll get sent to class 3E. So they're supposed to be outcasts. They're like, the school does not support them at all, wants them to stay there and basically just be an example. And so they've been forgotten about, they're outcasts and they just have a lot of like internal hatred and problems. And Koro Sensei comes and he's like, I'm going to take care of you. We're basically going to be a family and we're going to show like those people at school what's up. And so it's like basically the battles are them taking like midterms and tests to like try to beat the other students. It's just so good. And then you also have like assassin battles and stuff. And then finally, real quick, Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball is amazing. I thought it was going to be overhyped, and I was starting to read it low-key ironically, and the beginning is a little rough, not going to lie. But once you get into it, and by the way, Dragon Ball is Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. In America, they split it up into two halves, but like in Japan, it's just Dragon Ball. There's 42 volumes. It's done. The fights are amazing. Like, it's incredible how fluid and amazing the action is. And also like, it's the granddaddy of like shonen for a reason. Like it was this Dragon Ball basically inspired One Piece, Naruto, and Bleach, which if you've heard about, I mean, you know those titles. And there's a reason they were so inspired because the characters are amazing. The battles are amazing. The story is like kind of all over the place, but in like a super fun way. So yeah, that's it. That's all my 4 recommendations for you guys. Sorry, that was, but yeah, I word vomit a lot, so don't let me talk anymore.
Okay. First off, my slides are gonna seem so underwhelming because like Tiffany originally put that it's like 3 to 5, so I was like, okay, 3 to 5, and then like everybody has like 20, and I'm like, oh no. But so I'm here to talk about why everybody needs to read Positively Yours, and it is the cutest. So let me jump right in. First of all, the tropes. If you like romance, this is every single trope that you would love. First of all, it has a one-night stand, an accidental pregnancy, and it has boy chases after girl. And if you can just look at that, it's like such beautiful art right there too. And if you go on to the next slide, there are absolutely adorable, fluffy, cute moments. So this comic is really, really like low drama, high adorableness. You basically meet a husband that like you can never really get in real life because he's too perfect. So then you're just like, oh wow, this is like the ideal and it can never be achieved. But you can live vicariously through our main character here and hope that you can go for something similar in your life. And next up, I would just like to add that they're adorable children because, like I mentioned before, this is a one-night stand pregnancy romance. So you get to see how beautiful these children turn out from all these beautiful people. And it's basically a very wholesome manga. I mean, not a manga, a wholesome webcomic that I highly recommend you check out. My presentation is just super short because the premise of this is really simple, but like once you start reading it, you're like, oh my God, it's so addicting. Like it's so simple, but it's done so well. And as you can see, this is my works cited. You can read this on Tapas, or if you want to bootleg it, technically you can. But this is the legal site to read it on. And my presentation is very short because, again, this is very simple, but done very effectively. So thank you, everybody. If you go on to my last slide, I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
I love that we both use the same slide template website.
That is so
Wait,
cute.
but like I just looked up, I just Googled chaotic presentation template, and then this is what showed up.
Okay, so we don't have very much time left, sadly, but I do want to do like a speed round of top 3 manga or webcomic for everyone here. We have like 3 minutes. Let's go. Anyone want to start?
B, you go. You look like you're ready.
Orange, if you want a shoujo that's gonna break your heart. I guess Spy Family because I talked about it today, so there's not much else to say on that front. And then for an iconic one, Mob Psycho 100, which is my favorite shonen of all time. I have a tattoo of Mob. Can you guys see it right here? So you guys know how dedicated I am to this one, Mob Psycho 100. Read it, watch it if you haven't. Wholesome, good, fun characters. Those are my 3.
I'll quickly mention 3 that I didn't mention. So I'm reading Naruto right now. I have the box set up there. Naruto is great. It's super fun. And then also Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Man is awesome. It's so worth reading. It's insane, ridiculous, and the anime is coming in the fall, so get ready for that. And then also Jujutsu Kaisen. Jujutsu Kaisen is so good. It is the moment. It's iconic. The movie was great. Worth reading. Awesome.
Okay, I'll go next. Fruits Basket, obviously. Haikyuu, obviously. And then I'll just throw in Horimiya because we love a good slice of life romance when they're like already together and you can just follow them just like living life.
Okay, I will add Bungo Stray Dog, super good. I would also add, there's this webcomic and it's called I Raised a Black Dragon. That one is so good. The art style is stunning. And basically the premise is like this villainous girl takes care of a little dragon baby boy, and it's very cute. And then lastly, I will just also reiterate Spy X Family. I don't know how to say it, but that one is super good.
Yeah, so like the others, Spy Family, because I'm caught up and I'm like loving it, and the show is really good. So Spy Family, Haikyuu, and then Beastars. I'm kind of caught. I think I'm caught up with the manga. With the show, it is also on Netflix, and I heard the show is really good. But I read the manga, like I kind of prioritize the manga more than the show.
Okay, that wraps up our panel. Thank you, everyone.
Nina, what about you?
Oh, I'll give top 3 webcomics. Solo Leveling, Positively Yours, and Omniscient Reader. Those Omniscient Reader and Solo Leveling are very similar, so I can't decide which one I like better. But yep, that's my top 3 webcomics. And yay, thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you to Subtle Asian Book Club for hosting this amazing conference. I'm so glad that we could all be part of this. I hope you guys enjoyed our panel. And there's one more after this, but one more. So look forward to that one next. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Alrighty, give us a few more minutes to get ready for our final panel of the day. But honestly, just sit back, relax. This one's just gonna be a time.
Hello.
I hated that countdown so much.
Because this is our last panel, we thought, okay, yes, we have to do a countdown, especially since one of our guests is Tashi, who has coming down with you.
It makes so much sense.
Yes, and we have Justin, Chloe here, and Gracie.
Hello.
Everyone.
I'm sorry, I wasn't ready. I was eating.
It's okay. There's no rules to this panel. It's really no thoughts, just vibes.
Truly,
As it
no
should
thoughts.
be.
No thoughts. But
My cat decided to make an appearance. He's just there.
we love the vibes. We love
So
the vibes.
true.
We're here for it. Okay, quickly before we get into it, or kind of as like a way to segue into it, can you please introduce yourself, your books, and your favorite meme?
Oh.
Who's gonna go first?
We can
Tashi
do. Okay,
can go
we're
first.
all in the same order, so we can just go like Tashi and like snake down.
Okay.
Okay. I'm Tashi Brion. I'm the author of Hanging Out With You and the Show for Two, which just released. And my favorite meme is every version of the gay panic meme. So.
Is next me?
Yes.
Hi guys, I'm Dustin Tao. I'm the author of You for Each Sam. To be honest, I like any meme related to Animal Crossing. I follow a few accounts. I can show you an example, especially when they're about capitalism.
Oh my god.
I know exactly what you're talking about. The Tom
Oh my
Nook memes are
Yeah,
the
that's on that.
That's very you.
Very on brand.
Just
Chloe?
a cuddly creature, but it says, I'll break your legs. That is very Dustin. Okay. Hello, I'm Chloe. I'm the author of These Violent Delights and Our Violent Ends and the upcoming Fatality Fortune. And my favorite meme is, I really had to think about this one. I was stuck between the one of that kid crying or the Pepe the Frog one that's just about to punch. And I think I'm gonna go with that one.
You feel like a father. I crave violence, though.
It's a bit too expected. You know what I mean? I need something with motion, something with pizzazz. Yeah. Is it me or Grace? You know, I'll go. Okay. Hello, I am Xian Zhao. I am the author of Iron Widow and the new released Zacharian and the Dragon Emperor. And my favorite meme is the Ben Affleck smoking meme. It's like, it's my favorite. I cannot stop using that as a reaction image.
Hi everyone, I'm Grace. I'm the author of Portrait of a Thief, which came out last month. My favorite meme, honestly, all of the troubled bird memes, but especially the bird where like the background is just like screaming. Yeah.
So
Love it.
speaking of memes, we're gonna start off with a fun game called Meet Me in Memes. So we have 5. Yes, we're starting off with this just because we're bad at timing. We don't know how. So, for context, we've asked all of the authors to submit memes for the other authors, and so you're gonna guess who submitted what for you. Essentially, I don't know how long this is gonna take us.
Why does Dustin get such a nice picture and the rest of
You don't know how hard it is to stalk authors online. Dustin doesn't have a bad picture when you look up Dustin on Google Images.
Meanwhile,
I
the
don't
rest
post
of
a lot.
us.
That's the only reason.
So Dustin, here
my
are 4
God.
memes
Oh.
your fellow author friends have submitted for you. Please guess who submitted which one.
Okay. Let me go through them. Tears of My Readers, classic. I'm a mug. Justin watching people cry over his book. We're all trying to find the guy who did this. The crying old lady. Reacting. Wow, this is so powerful. I'm a slut for myself. Why am I so hot? Okay. Huh. Okay. I feel the slut one, just because it would have to be someone that I know pretty well to write that. So it's either Tasha or Chloe. I'm a slut. Who would say this?
Say this.
I'm gonna guess Chloe, just for now. And then the tiers of my readers. Let's say Grace. I'll put Grace for that one. And then maybe the hot dog is Tashi. And the powerful and Sheeran. So like those will be my guesses.
You
Did I get
are
any of them?
correct.
Oh,
Wow.
all of them?
All of them.
Okay,
Wait,
cool.
that's no. I'm pretty sure one of them is wrong.
Yeah. No,
Wait.
no.
Yeah.
I remember this. Grace submitted the hot dog. Right? Am I
Three
right?
of them are wrong.
Yeah, Grace submitted the hot dog. I know Chloe submitted the slut.
Yeah, it was just
Remember
mine
the
that you
other-
got right.
Okay.
It was just one
Old
you got-
woman. Yeah, I did the old woman crying one.
Okay.
And I did the mug.
Okay. Well, I got one.
One out of
Okay.
four.
The other three, yeah, they're all good. They're all
You
good.
know
No
me the
thoughts.
Yeah.
No thoughts, just vibes.
Alrighty, Tashi. There's a general theme going on here.
Oh yes. A lot of celebrities. Okay.
Oh my
There's just so many. All of these are so chaotic. So we have the wait, is this fucking play about us from Euphoria with Tom Holland's face on it. We have Watch Out Censored with Harry Styles shooting a gun. We have Tom Holland showing us the hand he wipes his butt with. And then we have Taylor Swift and the English dictionary with what you see versus what I see. Okay. I want to say Chloe is Watch Out Censored. That feels like very Chloe. I feel like Dustin is Tom Holland showing us the hand he wipes his butt with. I want to say Sharon is this fucking play about us, and Grace is what you see versus what I see.
So close. Better than Dustin.
Okay, that's fine.
Flip Taylor Swift and Tom Holland, and you will get Grace and Sheeran's.
Wait, I'm so confused. I thought, is this fucking play about us? Was that submitted by Grace?
Yep,
Yeah.
that one was me.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I'm right. I'm sorry. No thoughts. You're right.
No thoughts, just vibes.
Alrighty, Chloe.
Oh my god. Okay, so we've got. This has to be a joke. I can't believe this. I won't read the whole thing. But that was from Tashi. And then we have Happy Hour, where all the best business decisions are made. That's obviously Dustin. We've got Julia has a gun. That was Sharon. And then we've got Does This Look Like the Face of Mercy? That was Grace.
Wow, 4 for 4.
Wow.
I know all of you way too well.
Oh my god. There's a lot happening right now.
Grace submitted one for herself.
I did submit one for myself, so I at least I'll get one right. Okay, so we have I see you're a woman of culture as well. The secret ingredient is crime. Love it, absolutely. Med students, textbooks, literary heist, fiction. Yeah, you should be studying. Love that. Johnny Kim. And then the last one, I submitted that for myself.
Dustin's not Gen Z. He tries to pretend.
Really?
No.
He's catfishing as one.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Millennial.
I was deceived. Yeah. Okay. Hello, fellow millennial. This is us. Okay, so the anime one has to be Shiran. Then oh my god, this is so hard. Okay, So Chloe for Johnny Kim, Tashi for Secret Ingredients Crime, Dustin for The Guy Turning.
You scored the exact same score as Dustin.
No, that's so
But
embarrassing.
you got me right, though.
So Tashi submitted the anime one. I think Chloe sent the Secret Ingredients Crime, and then Sharon sent Johnny Kim. I like how you didn't read out the whole thing because that is just a meme in itself.
The Harvard doctor, Navy SEAL, NASA astronaut. That's Grace. That's how I see you.
Oh my god, absolutely.
That feels
That's
very
how I
great.
feel.
I know, right?
Alrighty.
Oh
Last
my
one.
god. Oh, I was supposed to guess. Oh my god. Okay. I feel like Chloe submitted the guillotine one just because like you have to be like on Twitter a lot to see that of the phase I'm going through. And the Yu-Gi-Oh one, Tashi, was that you? And the one where I'm stepping on the internet, I feel like Grace, that is you. And then that makes the Lanwamji one, Dustin.
Raise your hand if Sharon got yours correct.
Oh my god, was it 0 out of 0?
Sharon, I was the guillotine one.
Oh my god.
I was
obsessed
Lan
with your
Wangji.
French Revolution stuff.
I was Yu-Gi-Oh.
I was the stepping on the internet.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
that's so
0 out of 0. This is like exactly like in school when I like did worse than all the other Asians. Literally, I'm so booked.
So that was our quick little second icebreaker / game to just jump into things. So why don't we just kick off some questions for this No Thoughts Just Vibe panel. Thank you all again for being here with us. So the first question is, all your main characters are stranded on an island. What characters from other books would work well with yours to survive? And feel free to just jump in if you have an answer, and then you can just like popcorn to someone else to force them to quickly answer.
Oh, Chloe, I feel like Zetian and Juliet will like start an instant alliance.
Absolutely. But when they start their alliance, they might just kill everyone else.
And eat their bodies.
Yeah.
Not the cannibalism.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's a good answer.
And that's when the cannibalism began.
Well,
Doesn't have to be within
the
this
rest
group.
of us are all dead, so we were all eating.
So how are the rest of the characters gonna fight the cannibalism?
You don't have to pick within this
won't.
group. It can be like other books that you love.
I mean,
You can
honestly, my plan was to have all my characters ally with Zetian and Juliet. So I guess they're all
I
dead.
was thinking that I could get Roma to protect mine. And then I feel like Juliet would hesitate. I don't know if she wouldn't still do it, but she would at least hesitate.
I feel like Grace has an unfair advantage because she has like a whole crew.
I do have 5 people, but
She has
also
a getaway car too. They can,
I know, right? Okay, are they allowed to bring like their props?
Their props.
An island is only so big. Like you can only drive
Because
around.
Dustin
You're allowed to
only
bring
have
props?
mentally ill teenagers. Like, what are we supposed to do with that? I don't
Yeah,
think they
so-
survive.
Yeah, I also feel like if they're allowed to bring props, then Chloe and I have a bigger advantage because we can like I have a chrysalis.
Yeah, no, you have my characters
I would
don't
just
have
walk
any
out of
props
there.
to, like guns.
Yeah.
That just helps cannibalism. You could get off the island. You could just leap off the island.
Yeah, I could just leave. Bye.
Characters would self-sacrifice. They'd be like, all right, if you want to eat somebody, you could eat me first.
Yeah, my
That feels like a very Karina thing to do. She's like, all right, to stop there from being mass war, just eat me. Like, that feels like her.
What an immigrant daughter move.
Oh my god.
I feel like this isn't cheating because I feel like there are comics. So I'm gonna say Wanda. From
That Karen?
only because, specifically from WandaVision, only because I feel like because Julie and Wanda would both be dealing with grief, and they would just make some really toxic island where they're like happy.
Oh my god, what if like every day like the whole island becomes like a different island TV show? Like first like day 1 it's Love Island, and then day 2 it's like Bachelor in Paradise, and day 3 it's Survivor.
That'd be like a good like fanfic to write.
I know, right?
Yeah.
That wouldn't be like a Survivor Island anymore. That would just be all of our characters dating each other.
Yeah, that's
And
Love
as they
Island.
should.
That was day 1.
As they should.
Nice, nice. Okay, moving on to the next question. If your main characters went viral on TikTok, what trend do you think would have made them viral? And then you can popcorn and answer freely, just like you just did.
I already know the answer to this. I've like only because I've thought about it before, and just because people constantly send me like TikToks of you occasionally get those viral TikToks of like the girl's boyfriend dies or like someone's family member dies, and they just constantly send texts over and over until eventually they can't send anymore. So I feel like that's something like Julie would just screenshot, and like it would just go viral.
That was so sad.
So depressing.
Yeah, like my friends or family members would send me all the time, like, "Hey, it's Julie," and I'm like, yeah.
Doesn't it bring down your mood for the rest of the day? You're just like,
I'm so
actions
sad.
Yeah, they're very sad. Yeah, but yeah.
I think Mina from A Show for Two is just doing a story time. She's like, story time. Here's when a famous actor went undercover at my school, and then I ended up dating him, and then he just walks in the background, and he's like, "Are you doing this shit again?" And
that would be right
Yes.
of her.
Yeah.
I think for Romeo and Juliet, it would be that trend. You know, the one where the audio was playing, is it like I See Red or something? It sounds like it's about to be a sexy song. And then they look like they're about to get up to something. And then it changes to the WWE wrestling theme. And she just elbow downs. You know that trend?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I think all like the crazy things that siblings get up to when people tell stories about like the terrible things that their siblings did to each other. I think that would be Will and Irene, but they're just like making different versions of the same thing happening.
Oh my god. Okay, so I think that Zodian will probably go viral for one of the transitions. Where, you know when you like throw the clothes on the floor and then you like do that, or you do something and then you're like in the outfit and then you're all like majestic and stuff. I feel like that would be Zodian. But Zach, it would just be like him showing off his like water controlling power, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, did you CGI that?" And he's like, "No," but everyone's calling him out on his bullshit.
Like, "Oh my god, the special effect!"
Yeah.
Amazing. So our next question is, I guess, question game. Describe one of your favorite books in 3 words, and then everyone else has to guess. Please don't pick some like Charles Dickens or something. That's going to be hard for us.
Close.
How are we going down the snake again?
We can go down the snake again.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Blonde. Villain. Heteros.
Villain.
They're all separate though. Like they don't necessarily have to be like the same person. Like it could be the same person, but it doesn't have to.
Is it Shadow-Me?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Wait, the hero part was the hottest. Because I was going through like Dark Rise and then like all of the other ones.
I know, that's why I had to say hetero, because I knew that the gays would like overpower it. Yeah.
Okay, that series confuses me because apparently like the love interest switches between book 1 and 2.
It does.
Yes, and for the better.
And it's done
For the
very
better.
well.
Okay.
It's done really well.
Okay, mine would be green. God, I forgot him. Fame, journalism.
7 Husbands of Evelyn Hugo.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Johnny Kim.
Glad you got it.
That was so fast. Okay. Mine would be Oh no, I was thinking about this right before the panel, but then I never thought of a third one, and then my brain just got distracted. Okay, wait.
Okay, well, give us the
No
first two so we
thoughts.
can ruminate.
Okay. School, blood, and then I'll just go with fighting.
Vampire Academy.
The fuck? Why'd you get it so far? There's so many schools with blood.
Wait, is it the Vampire Academy?
Yeah.
Oh my, that's what I thought too. I was like, school, blood, vampire.
No.
right.
I wasn't as sneaky as I thought.
Okay, I'm not gonna be sneaky. This is pretty obvious. Female Vlad Impaler.
Oh, and Idakin.
Yeah.
Sapphic Witch's Blood.
There's so many.
I know.
Jeez.
Oh, is it the ones we burn?
You got it.
That is not fair. Okay, that book hasn't come out yet.
Like, I'm thinking you're like published books only.
Yeah, SNS refuses to.
Why are
give
you
authors
bragging you
arcs.
have an arc and we
SNS, come
don't?
on.
I feel like if you're gonna do that, then you have to give all of us an arc. Like you have to go beg Rebecca now to give us all an arc.
No, actually,
I'll text her.
Rebecca tried to get like a whole bunch of people arcs, and then SNS said no.
That
It
sounds
was
about
some
right.
BS.
Yeah.
Good job, everyone. I'm surprised that everybody got it on like one try, which is crazy to me. But next kind of like game thing is a genre reversal. So first, Sharon and Chloe, if your main characters were forced into real life jobs, boring 9-to-5s, no offense, what would their jobs be?
Senator.
That was so quick. I'm afraid.
I feel like Roma would be an accountant.
Oh yeah, he does have
So a stripper. You're saying that Roma would be a stripper.
Yeah. No, he
No,
has
he
to
would be an
dress in a
accountant.
waistcoat always.
An accountant though, like over a finance bro or an engineering bro?
Invest in crypto.
Investing in crypto.
He would not invest in crypto.
Okay, very good.
That's what I'm saying. An accountant is a stripper.
No, an accountant. No, an accountant.
An accountant.
An accountant. An accountant.
The more you say it, the less it sounds serious.
Also, I just realized I have 3 main characters. Okay, so Zudhin would be a senator. She would I feel like she would be like a very AOC figure. And Shiming would be a professor of like literature or something. And Iju would be an Instagram influencer.
So valid.
Nice.
Yeah, I feel like Julia would just be a nepotism baby.
So a senator too.
Maybe they could be rival senators.
Oh no, why would they be? They're on the same party. They would totally be on the same party.
You don't know that?
Yes, we
Perhaps
do.
not. Oh my god, is Juliet a conservative? Answer the question, Chloe.
That'd be kind of funny, actually.
Okay, Grace, Tashi, and Dustin, if your main characters were in a fantasy world, what job or power would they have?
So I spent a long time thinking of this because I have 5 characters. So I created like this very elaborate AU.
Are they gonna
where
be Captain Planet?
So Will and Irene would be like royalty in the palace, and then Daniel would be like a childhood friend / guard who's working together with Alex and Lily to break into the palace and rob Will and Irene. But obviously they all team up together and then rob.
Okay, Grace, you're gonna write that now, right?
Should have write that.
I think it needs to be done. I think like Emmett's one is really easy because I think that he would have the power of like transformation because his whole thing is like putting on a show for 2. So I feel like he would definitely transform into other people to hide who he truly is. So I feel like that makes sense for Emmett. But I feel like Mina is also kind of like this little nepotism baby of royalty where she's sitting there, but she's so mad because she's like, I literally don't feel like my parents are ruling correctly, but she doesn't want to stage a coup. So she's just kind of sitting there and she's like I feel like her power has been like low key manifesting and then it just one day like explodes and she just like destroys the entire palace. That's what I feel like.
Fair.
Love it.
It's for superpowers. Okay. The main character, there's only one really. It's Julie, I guess. And she, okay, definitely just because I love WandaVision, it has to be something along the lines of like Wanda. And I can imagine her being as toxic, and like maybe the story would change where it's like she's trapping Sam's soul in the phone and like in a way like imprisoning him in the way, that's how WandaVision is. So it's something, if it was like real fantasy, maybe,
That actually sounds really interesting.
I would read that.
I know, right?
It sounds so painful already.
Yeah.
And the goal, I guess the goal, like Sam is like convincing her to let him go, but in like actually let him.
So like in a way, Sam's kind of like a genie. Like he's just stuck in his little lamp. Like it's rough out here for him.
This is actually the plot of episode 2 of Yu-Gi-Oh, where Yugimoto's grandpa gets trapped in a in a what are those called? VCR tape.
Oh.
No, wait, that was the manga. The anime adaptation had his soul just straight up stolen. Never mind, I'm getting my facts mixed up.
That's very similar.
Okay. Again, we have very little structure to this. We're very, very sorry, but thank you for entertaining us. We have another kind of game called Who Wrote It? And so we have quotes of your books. You guys are going to take like 10 seconds to guess. Dan, can you put the screen on? You guys are going to take like 10 seconds to guess, shout out who you think wrote it, and then we'll tell you if you're right or not. And then we'll just keep going down the line. Maybe 30 seconds. So this is the first quote from one of you.
Wait, are we concealing our answers from everyone else, or do we shout it as soon as we have a guess?
That is a good question. I did not have I did not think it through.
Should we just should whoever shouts it just get the point, and then whoever has the most points at the end?
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it
like a buzzer?
Yeah, are we being
we're racing.
Are we racing or are we like working together?
You're racing.
How will we be able to work together?
We should all have buzzer noises. As if this is high school again.
Oh, you know what? We should just shout it, and also, yeah.
Okay, yeah, just shout
It's
it.
like a bzzz.
Okay.
Tashi.
I don't know.
So.
Wait, were we actually doing it then? I wasn't actually buzzing.
Oh wait, this was a quote.
Sorry.
Oh.
I don't know who wrote this.
That was my guess. I was guessing you.
Oh, okay. I have no idea. Are you gonna tell us if we're right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
It's very misleading because books don't even appear in my book.
These quotes are all over the place. We're sorry.
I want to say that's a Grace quote.
I was gonna guess Dustin.
Tashi,
I was also low-key thinking Dustin.
I was gonna guess Grace.
And the answer is
Yes! In which book? In which book?
Oh my god, you knew
it!
Grace, is that from Portrait of a Thief?
I don't think so. Chloe, is
Portrait
that
is
you?
in third person, right?
Okay, this can't. Well,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
it's
You're right.
So that
Who's first person?
I'm first person. Maybe one of my characters having anxiety attack. I don't know. I'll say Tachi.
This could either be an Iron Widow quote or it could be a Tashi quote. Two very
Except
different.
I don't recognize. Oh my god, I'm gonna.
I
if
know.
this is
I'm
what
literally looking
doing-
at these quotes and I'm like, did we write these?
I know. Right? Did I write that?
It doesn't feel like I wrote it, but it also.
Oh, it's interesting.
I don't know how to track points.
I barely recognize it, but I felt like it. I don't know. I haven't read mine in a while, to be honest.
That's the thing. feel like that's Juliet. So I feel like that's
I think Juliet. I
Chloe.
feel like this is from These Violent Delights.
Yeah, I feel like that's Chloe's.
Oh.
Congratulations. You all have gotten one correct.
It was the screaming that gave it away. Okay, well, this feels like whoever wrote it definitely knows they wrote this, I feel.
No, this is a Grace quote. This is a Portrait of a Thief.
Yes, this is Portrait of a Thief.
Yeah. We have two.
Okay.
Tashi? Is that a Tashi quote?
Yeah, that's I think that's me.
Nice.
Look at us.
Nice.
We're getting better with time. Like it's like
See, this is teamwork.
This could be any of us who
Yeah.
really could be in this, right? We probably all have it.
I feel like it's a Chloe quote.
It's third pass. So I feel like it could be. I don't know if anyone else writes third pass.
I also write third pass.
I'll say Grace then, just for this one.
Okay, then I'll say Chloe to even it out.
Oh.
Yeah. Chloe.
Wait, Chloe, did you know?
No. People's heads are always shaking.
I feel like I
How
probably
dare
had
you
that
not
too
know
in
everyone?
first present.
I like that they're not as obvious, to be honest.
Yeah, you guys did a good job.
We tried.
Dustin?
Yeah, this sounds like
Gosh.
Dustin.
This is very, this feels
These
Dustin.
memories of us are something I'll always have. I wouldn't put money on it, but it could be from Sam. Like,
I think it's mine.
Yeah, Tashi.
I don't know.
It's Tashi. It's a Tashi quote.
okay.
Oh
my God.
I was gonna say
I
it
wouldn't
sounds
even tell
very
you, like,
sad.
when.
See, I was thinking it was Karina being depressed.
Oh, this has to be Sharon.
Yeah.
Impale him through the what?
Yeah. No, the book says
The
redacted.
fact that it's redacted is just so concerning.
I know, right?
It's redacted in the book.
But no,
They had
that's
to-
definitely me. That's
They
if
had
it's
to
supposed
beep
to be
it out.
redacted, then that's definitely me. Yeah.
What is the redacted?
I feel like it could be cockpit.
It's cockpit.
Okay.
Why are we redacting cockpit?
Because that's super obvious that it's Iron Widow.
Oh,
I mean,
thought
what
you meant,
other
like-
books have cockpits?
No,
This is
I
a
thought
potential-
it was like, you know, when you censored like dirty words and we
Oh,
were
yeah,
counting
oh.
a dirty
Ew.
word.
This is potentially a different game that would be fun in the future, where like you finish the line of your own book, kind of like when you finish they do the.
Oh
finish
yeah,
the
oh yeah.
Yeah. I think that's. Do you really think that's possible?
This could be anybody.
Yeah.
This truly could be
That's
anybody.
possible. Grace.
Tashi?
I'm gonna go with Grace.
I'm gonna
too.
say Grace.
Grace.
Too. I'm gonna say Grace.
Ooh.
Oh,
Yay!
we got it.
yay! That's pretty good.
Proud of
I
us.
feel like solid,
I'm proud
like
of us.
4 out of 5. I mean, 4 out of 10. 4 out of 10. 4 out of 10.
That's
That's pretty good.
Bad. That's
That's-
actually so bad.
It's pretty sad considering we all wrote them.
Yeah.
To be
I mean,
fair,
a lot of
you
guys
guys
are
are like your hands were shaking, and that could be any of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you'd given us like the really, you know, iconic quotes, I'm sure we'd all get them.
Yeah,
That
but then what's
You
the
know,
fun in that?
you made it hard.
Yeah.
They need to get us back for another panel, so they were thinking ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Where we
Okay.
have to like finish the sentence,
Yeah.
or
Right.
like, oh my god, it's like what are those called? Like Mad Libs or whatever.
Yeah. That would be so funny.
Yeah. Okay. Next question. This was not pre-planned, but if your movie was greenlit to be a movie, if your book was greenlit to be a movie, what actors would you want to play your characters?
I explicitly banned Scarlett Johansson from going near the Iron Widow movie project, so not her.
Good.
I don't know who I'd want as the main characters, but I want Tom Holland to make a random cameo in a show for two. Like, I want him to be like a random person just walking in the background. Like, you know how like Stan Lee just shows up in Marvel movies? Like, I want that, but with Tom Holland.
Yes.
Obsessed with that.
And I feel like as long as Dustin keeps tagging Tom Holland in posts about me, it's inevitable.
So I told the Netflix team that I had one request, and that is Tony Leung as Daniel's dad.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. The emotions. I know.
I would die.
Me too.
Wow. I don't know how to top that. Like,
as soon as Grace said I told the Netflix team, it was over for all of us.
Yeah. Me and Chloe aren't going to answer anymore.
Yeah, we tap out.
But for me, though, Sam would have to be like just someone brand new, I'm assuming, because I can't think of like, there aren't many options of like 17-year-old Asian male actor.
Oh my god,
That's
can
exactly my thing too. Like, I can't think of people who fit the correct ethnicity who are that age. Who are in the acting
like a young girl for Julie, I've thought about this. Is not like I'm like set on it, but if I had to pick someone, it would probably be I forgot how to say her name. It was like Millie, whatever, Bobby Brown from
from Stranger Things.
Yeah, just because she's pretty young. She's like, I think she just turned 18. And she's around the age, and she kind of has that edge to her in the way that Julie has an edge to her, so that could work.
So true.
Wonderful. Okay, our next question for you. We're just throwing random questions at this point. It's all fair game.
Oh
yeah, Chloe, sorry.
No, I didn't answer on purpose. I don't have an answer. It's okay. We can keep going.
I feel like she's perhaps too old, but Gemma Chan is like the closest that I can think of.
I think that's always but that is genuinely the issue. It's like most actresses and actors we know already are older. And then if you think about like YA adaptations, it's like they're
like I bet like also if we were watching like Disney Channel and Nickelodeon, it might be like easier to do this. But like obviously we're at an age where we're not actively watching stuff like that, so it's probably harder to find like those like minor because like to age into the right age, you'd have to be like 14 right now.
Well, I think that I wouldn't mind if my adaptation used older people, because it's fine.
My people are in high school, so it's rough out here.
Yeah.
Okay, so next question is, what are 3 songs that just encapsulate your book? Like everything about it. You can't like no synopsis, no nothing. You're just like, here are the 3 songs.
I have one song, and it is Cornelia Street by Taylor Swift. That's all I have to say.
Yes.
I'm pulling up my Spotify right now.
Oh
I was
my
like,
God.
I need to pull up my
Trying to
playlist. I immediately forgot every song I know.
I feel like I used Cornelia Street in the pitch for this at this point. I'm like, this is just Cornelia Street as a book.
I feel like if I go with Foul Lady Fortune, I'll have an easier time answering this because my playlist is still shorter. It would be.
I already know what you're gonna say, Chloe.
Oh my god. What order? This Is Me Trying, and then Right When You Left Me. These are all Taylor Swift songs, obviously.
Yes.
And The Archer.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
It's for the mentally ill girlies.
Yes. Yes.
So let's see. 2 of these songs show up in the book. So Bad at Love by Halsey, 童话, and then to continue the Taylor Swift theme, Getaway Car.
Oh, that's so good, Grace.
Yeah.
That's so good.
I love that Tonghua just makes an appearance in there.
Of course.
As it should.
Iconic.
Classic karaoke song.
The one, I don't know about 3, but like the big song, I guess, that really fits is Fields of Gold. I forget who that originally is by, to be honest. But that's what like the original title had the word fields in it, and it, like the song.
What was the original title?
I don't want to say. It's so cheesy.
So then why would you say that if you weren't gonna tell us? That
Tell
was really
us.
rude.
It's okay. I'll tell you. It was called "Call Me in the Fields."
That's not that cheesy.
That's cute. Cheesy.
Well, that was it, and that's a song.
Okay, for
We
me,
had to, like I was lucky to like they were loud because I know there's like a weird thing with using lyrics and putting lyrics in it, but then we got to put lyrics in the book.
oh yeah, you have to like list it on the copyright page and everything.
It's so much.
Oh really? Oh, for me, I just like directly translated like 1,000-year-old poems, so I didn't have to like credit anyone. Well, I don't know. Maybe I do. Oh my god.
No, the
Levi's-
copyright has passed.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Levi's ghost is gonna come for me. Legally translating like 2 of his poems. And for me, it's Wreak Havoc by Skylar Grey, Fall in Line by Christina Aguilera, and then I forgot the name of the song, but it's by this Chinese artist called Vanita. I think it's something it's like I forgot, but basically Vanita's entire discography because she's amazing.
Amazing. I'm so excited. I love all these songs. Big fan. Okay, now we're going to do a quick this or that. First up, hardcover or paperback?
Paperback.
We can sneak around
Hardcover.
or not.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
Hardcover.
It's okay. Do we
Paperback.
Okay.
Wait, Tasha, what did you say?
Hardcover.
Okay, so it's just us, hardcover.
No, I said hardcover
That's
too.
okay.
Oh, okay. So
I swear to God, you literally burst out paperback.
yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I
No,
burst
that
out
was
hardcover.
me.
Oh.
My voice joined with Sharon's.
Yeah.
Okay. Happy ending versus sad ending.
Happy ending.
Sad ending.
Sad.
Why do you
It's
guys
gonna
do
be really
this to
off brand if
yourselves?
I say happy.
Happy ending.
Okay.
Happy endings aren't
Twitter
realistic.
versus. Oh. It depends on the ending. Dustin just like sad all the way, all the time, please.
It's okay. It's like we're like the hurt comfort, all of us. Like there are the people who are doing the hurting, and then there are people doing the comfort.
Yes.
No, very true, very true. Also, granted, I'm like, I should be one to say because I feel like 80% of Subtle Asian Book Club's picks are all sad endings because in all of our discussions, it's always like, I'm in pain all the time. So it's okay. Twitter versus TikTok versus Instagram.
None.
TikTok.
Yeah,
So
yeah, none.
true.
The TikTok
Is that
I
an
had-
option? That's
None.
an option? None.
Yeah, that's an option.
Instagram?
Twitter, I guess. Like,
Twitter?
reluctantly.
Grace, you're braver than the Marines.
I just created Instagram during the pandemic, and I still don't really know how to use it. Like, I feel very
Nobody
old
does.
when I'm on it.
Instagram makes no
So
sense.
much
It's
happening.
okay. Just do what Dustin did and copy someone else's bio entirely.
Yeah. I like go through Chloe's whole page. I copy poses, and I literally just copy and paste her bio, and I'll
Yeah,
copy.
we have matching bios now, but not on purpose. Dustin just copied mine.
But then isn't that on purpose?
Well,
If it's
not with Chloe's
fine.
consent. Yeah, not with
Like
Chloe's consent.
I did it, and I didn't tell her. She found out a couple months later when she went to my page,
Oh my god.
and I said, "You just
Like,
noticed now."
Dustin.
Yeah. For me, I guess I use Twitter the most, but like it's not something I'm proud of.
Not a good time.
It's not a good time.
Okay. Small town versus big city.
Big city.
Big city.
Big city.
Big city.
Big city.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Marathoning versus taking it slow. And this could apply to books or shows or like literally anything.
Slow.
Marathoning.
Slow.
Marathoning for everything except writing my own books, which is very
Yeah.
slow.
Yes. There you go.
Consuming content is marathoning.
Yes.
Okay.
It's also, isn't technically marathoning taking it slow because you're like keeping a steady pace? Wouldn't it be taking it slow or sprinting? Because just in my head, I'm like, they
Bry's
both
trying to come for Subtle Asian Book Club's
Yeah.
life right now.
Chloe, this panel has no thoughts. What are these thoughts doing?
Overthinking.
sorry, I'll get rid of the thoughts. I'll get rid of them.
Okay. So we got 10 minutes left. We're going to do some quick speed round, not too quick, but like speed round questions. First question is, what's a book that you read this past year that you just absolutely loved?
Dark Rise by C.S. Pacat.
The
Valley Forge.
Sunbear Trials.
Dustin, that subtle flex.
Valley of Fortune by Chloe.
Oh, I've never heard of it.
I got a physical copy before she did, so.
That is true.
That was so funny.
No rights
Chloe
for
got
me.
a copy. Chloe got a copy of A Chauffeur 2 before I got a copy of A Chauffeur 2.
Oh, that's something great.
That's always how it happens.
Oh my god, where did I put my Fat Lady Fortune? But mine's like super. It's like straight up doesn't even have a cover.
Yeah, because they send you like one of the earliest like bound manuscripts. I'm pretty sure even before I did pause pages.
Yeah.
Wow. What a flex.
Wow.
Literally exclusive edition.
Yeah, I would sell that in a couple of years.
Exclusive coverless edition.
As if Sharon doesn't have enough money.
My favorite that I read this year was If You Could See the Sun by Anne Leong. It's not out yet though, so everyone else just has to be jealous, but it is so good.
It's so good.
So good.
So good. So good. Let's see. I'm trying to think of stuff that is already out.
Thank you, Grace.
Oh, the Atlas 6. So good.
Yes.
That was a
So
really
good.
good book. That was a really good book.
Okay. Next question is, what's a book that you're looking forward to in 2023?
2023. I guess Lies We Sing to the Sea, but it's oh wait, Immortal Longings.
Immortal Longings.
Immortal Longings.
I've already read Immortal Longings, so I don't know about you guys.
Oh my god.
Hey,
Uh,
mine's not Immortal Longings. It's a secret book that I have in my inbox from Chloe. I feel like
you have that I don't have.
Oh.
Yes.
so.
Okay.
It's unannounced.
But it comes out in
mine would be-
2023.
Comes out in 2023.
Mine is You Don't Have a Shot by Raquel Marie. I'm excited for that.
Okay. Did everyone go? Okay.
I can't think of anything.
Chloe, please.
Chloe, just co-op my answer.
Yeah, You Don't Have a Shot by Raquel Marie. Everyone pre-order it.
Okay. Final question. If you could only eat 3 things for the rest of your life, what would they be?
Chipotle.
Chipotle.
Fancy sushi.
Korean barbecue.
Ramen.
Potatoes.
Dumplings. Potatoes.
Cucumbers and
Potatoes.
I guess I have to go with something sweet and cake. Potatoes, cucumbers, and cake. I'm pretty sure you can legitimately sustain on a diet of that.
Can I go really broad? Like salad, rice, fruit. Does that count? I feel I've covered every single food category.
Where are your grains? Oh wait, that's rice.
The salad.
I feel like when I say sushi, like, does that count or am I cheating? Because there's rice and fish and seaweed.
It's not cheating.
Yeah, I don't think that's cheating.
No rules.
I mean, a Chipotle bowl has rice and lettuce and beans
Yeah.
and chicken. And like,
Yeah.
I feel like if it's one word, it counts.
That's true.
I feel if I said breakfast food, that'd be cheating. Because like I get
That would be cheating.
waffles. I
Too
wouldn't
broad,
include
too
waffles.
broad.
Korean barbecue, waffles. Burger.
Burger. Oh, I feel like I would need to include fruit or else I get really sick of it. Like sushi, strawberries, and watermelon.
So 2 out of 3 of your choices are fruit.
Yeah.
And then the rest
The
is
same.
sushi.
Because you can't get sick of it. I feel like if you choose something like pasta, you'd really easily get sick of it. But you can't get sick of
You
fruit.
probably get sick of fruit. I feel like if it was
But
the only thing you could eat.
It's like a bare basic.
Chloe, you get sick of pasta the way you cook it.
Don't expose me!
The slander.
Don't expose me!
There was
Okay.
violence chosen today.
So, again, this was a very unstructured panel. We're very thankful for you all being here today. Do you guys have any lasting messages you want to give to fans, readers, people who are interested in picking up your book or maybe love your books? Or maybe just like any messages to the Asian community of readers out there who love your books and representation?
Heart.
It's okay to overthrow
Love
the
in my
government.
heart. Love in my heart.
What is this?
How do you do? Is it like also this?
Oh, like
you
the
got the Korean heart.
So true.
See, I always thought that it was just making a heart, but then someone told me that this is just an anatomical heart.
Wait.
I thought this was the heart. I thought this was a little heart. Over
Yeah,
up
I know.
here.
I thought this was a tiny heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But people are saying,
You're
like,
wrong.
you know, they do it because this also looks like a heart.
Oh wow.
I guess.
The mid student is like,
It's a bit of a reach, but okay.
Yeah, that doesn't actually make sense, but go off.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all for joining us today. We're super lucky to have you. We're so grateful for your time.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah,
for inviting me.
thank you for helping us wrap up our conference.
Yes, big fan, big fan. Hope you have a wonderful rest of the day and bye.
Hey guys.
Bye. Okay. Now it's just the two of us, but we have a final slideshow presentation type thing because we want to say some thank yous and all that jazz. Give
I
us
didn't
a
realize you were
second.
waiting for me to pull it up.
Yes.
But thank you all for just spending time with us today just to help us kick off our first ever virtual conference. We had a wonderful time just listening to all the authors, publishing professionals, fellow book lovers, and more. None of this would be possible without these people who dedicated their time, took time out of their busy schedules and days to really just chat with us. So big, big thank yous. But also a big, big thank you to everyone watching. None of this would be possible without you. Everything we do is really just for the community and for the club. We just want to make sure that you guys are able to connect with your favorite authors and readers and just talk with like-minded folks. This entire conference/panel will be saved on our YouTube channel even after this event. So if you're international, maybe you had to go to sleep, like you couldn't make a certain part, feel free to just go back, revisit whenever you'd like.
And we want to give another shout out to our auction fundraiser that is happening on our Instagram. We would like to give huge thanks to Illumicrate, M Essentials, and Domi for donating wonderful things. We appreciate you very, very much. All proceeds for the auction fundraiser goes to the Very Asian Foundation, which is working in partnership with We Need Diverse Books to create or maintain robust Asian American youth literature collection. So highly recommend bidding. Support your local small businesses owned by API people, and yeah, would recommend. The auction ends tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow, 12:59 p.m. PT, I believe. PM, 11:59 p.m. PT. So just to take a step back, we just wanted to take some time to talk about our book club, who we are, where we've been, where we're going, question mark. But Subtle Asian Book Club was actually founded in January of 2020. So we've been around for about, I believe that's 2.5 years now. And we just wanted to say thank you for everyone who has stuck with us from the beginning. And even if you're new, like, thank you for joining us and coming along for the ride. Sometimes we're very unstructured and unplanned, as you may have seen today. Other times we have more brain cells, and through it all, we're just very, very thankful for you. In December 2020, we did something similar, which was a holiday party. It's still on our YouTube channel if you would like to watch. We feature some Gen Z authors to talk about what it's like being in the publishing industry so young, as well as some lifestyle creators to talk about Asian representation in media in general. We mentioned this at the very, very start of the conference, but last year we also worked with Hate is a Virus and a book box auction fundraiser. They're a really great organizations, so definitely check them out and support them. And that brings us to today. Thank you again, everyone, for attending our virtual conference.
We would invite you to join our growing community if you haven't yet. Be sure to join our Facebook group, join our Discord server. Our Discord is probably the most active or the most active in terms of discussions, as well as our YouTube, where we have monthly live show discussions, and Instagram and Twitter for more updates. In April, we also launched the Subtle Asian Book Blog, which is an extension of Subtle Asian Book Club. So if you go on subtleasianbookclub.com, you can see a variety of blog posts that we started uploading. There you can find a list of like book recommendations from authors or from us or from book club members, webtoons, bookish news, all that jazz. And if you would like to contribute to our blog, feel free to slide into our DMs, email us, contact us, and we would love to arrange something.
Woo! In June, we will be reading The Henna Artist, and we are very excited to have the author join us on July 9th, 6 p.m. PT, 9 p.m. ET, for a fruitful discussion. It's going to be tons of fun, and we're super excited to get started. Yay. So that is basically it for the conference. It's been an entire business day of just sitting here, but we're super excited. We had so much fun just chatting with you all. Thank you for attending. If you have any questions, if you would like to work with us, please just give us like a quick message. We're happy to reply, and we love you.
Yay! Thank you so much for joining. Bye.